as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. KT Rolster. BBQ Olivers. SK Telecom T1. ROX Tigers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion, to LCK Summer. I'm Atlas, this is Papa Smithy. We're ready to get into a bit of a budget telecom war day with KT and SKT both hitting the rift, but just not necessarily at the same time.
And budget telecom war sounds like an insult, but what we're actually getting today is pretty cool, Atlas, because we're getting both KT and SKT playing on the same match day, the same patch, as they will be playing that telecom war on Thursday next week. And importantly, both of them are playing opposition about the same level. KT against BBQ, SKT against ROX Tigers. And the reason why it's cool is that we get to see, okay, these two teams playing on the same day, just one match day away from the next time they face each other. How do they perform against this pretty similar level opposition, and which team beats their opposition more triumphantly? What picks are they using? Because this really will serve as a preview. So we're getting a preview of the telecom war over the course of 2 series today.
Yeah, and it's going to be very important to look at SKT as well, because it will be their last game before that telecom war as well, up against ROX. Unfortunately for KT, they have to do battle against Longzhu Gaming before heading up against SKT. The run after the game against BBQ, which will be our first match today, is a very difficult one towards the playoffs for KT. However, well and truly at the top of that standing, so they should be A-OK.
And look, both these teams coming off a match victory, which hasn't always been that case. Recently, KT Rolster convincing and unconvincing against Samsung. I think there still is stuff to learn about them. SKT looking great, but against their opposition earlier this week in Ever 8 Winners, maybe that wasn't a surprise. 3 teams are locked into playoffs. Longzhu Gaming, KT Rolster, and Samsung. If SKT win, they move to 11 match wins, and they also are guaranteed playoffs. Invariably, Atlas, I think our last match of the OGN regular season, Afrika Freaks versus Jin Air, should decide who will be joining the top 4.
Yeah, that will be a massive one as well. Excited to see whether the Jin Air Green Wings are going to be able to make their way through that potential gauntlet run as well, Papa Smithy, from promotions after the spring split now into potential playoffs. Would be extraordinarily exciting for the team that's done a big 180. But this is going to be exciting again. Our first match is going to be KT versus BBQ, and if KT are able to take that victory, then they will even up that scoreline against Longzhu heading into that match against both of these two teams early next week. So that will be very exciting to see whether KT are going to be able to overcome that, or whether we're going to get a taste of some of the KT inconsistency up against BBQ. Because honestly, anything can happen, Papa Smith. That's why it's always exciting watching KT Rolster.
And they really want this to be a quick 2-0. They really want this to be as triumphant as possible before their next matches. KT Rolster, situationally, look like the best team in the world, and sometimes make you wonder why you ever got excited about them. That is the trap word. I know it. Everyone knows it. The lineup is the same as well. No sign of Sun. I don't even believe he's on the roster anymore. It's just going to be these 5, so enjoy them. They're all you got.
Exactly right. He's still listed here as a sub, Papa Smithy, but I feel like that's more of a...
What does he look like, Atlas?
A pleasant... no idea. Absolutely.
He's on the intro video, and yet your eyes are drawn to all the stars. Some great cheerfuls today. Saw Deft's one just there. Pawn doesn't have one. Feels bad, man. But Score does. And Smeb, the last man on your screen. Will we see some Smeb Maokai today? Because the Maokai top lane train has left the station, and I think everyone's trying to visit.
Yeah, I'm just certainly hoping that we get to see some of that Smeb Trundle, Pop Smithy, because I like the Smeb Trundle, the man who ignores his opponent and bites the turrets to death. But let's have a look over the other side of the rift. On the red side, it will be BBQ Olivers starting off today. And yes, that roster is also unchanging. Haven't seen part so far this split. It will be Crazy, Bless, Tempt, Ghost, and Totoro. It's a team that sort of felt a little bit of a resurgence, and recently it sort of fell to the wayside. The games this week have not been the best. However, we'll see what they can do up against KT. They'll have to have a pretty huge about face here on this 7.14.
And unfortunately, that's kind of been the catch-all commentary about BBQ. Let's see how they can do. They haven't been doing well. Those sort of things really have to be amplified today because they are now a match behind MVP in the race for 8th. 8th is just as important for BBQ as these playoff spots are for the top teams because they want to avoid the relegation playoff, face the chance of returning to the Challenger scene. CJ Entis undefeated in Challenger. Talked about that last season. Didn't end up meaning much, but still, avoiding the relegation spots is so important for these teams near the bottom. KT Rolster, in terms of match victories, doing very well on a 5-match winning streak since their loss to the ROX Tigers. Yep, that happened. That was just before Rift Rivals. But they are dropping games very consistently, dropping games to Everate, and also some of the more stiff opposition that they faced, looking for that clean 2-0 today.
Yeah, and we're looking at the only series that KT did not drop one game in was up against MVP, who were just able to reverse sweep BBQ yesterday, if you saw. Actually, it was a couple of days ago now, but still, it was certainly a rough one for BBQ, a team that was looking to try and get themselves a victory moving into this one.
And it was a rough time last time out. Match 38
God.
at 10.1 KDA for KT Rolster, and not even a 1 KDA. That means that kills plus assists divided by deaths was less than 1. That's bad, Atlas.
Yep.
As KT have a very nice pentagon going on, and what happened to the one on the BBQ Olivers? The right side is just absent.
Yep, scores. KDA, I think, has made Blesses a little bit nervous, Papa Smith.
It looks like
shrunk
Score,
away
it looked like
completely.
Score ate his
yeah,
portion.
Absolutely consumed it. And it's not even a pentagon anymore. It's looking like a rhombus in the middle there for BBQ, just because Bless hasn't necessarily got much of a KDA to talk about.
And now we can finally add the word rhombus to the word said on the LCK1 broadcast.
Yes.
It's a good word.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
But what does that tell you, Atlas? Score and Tempt, Score and Pawn, the mid lane and the jungle are where the biggest supremacy is at the KDA is. When it comes to champions played, Score has also treated us to some fun one-offs. His KDA is 2nd overall in the league, 1st among junglers at 6.8, only behind BDD and his insane 12-odd KDA. And Score plays everything. Just recently, in the last, 2 weeks, we've seen Nidalee, Maokai, Skarner, and Nunu. Not all of them winning, but still, Score is happy to expand the jungle champion pool, and that's without maybe a return to one of his favorites, like Kindred was a big pick for him way back when. Maybe he'll be mixing around with that. Will it just be the meta? Will it be Gragas Elise that we know he plays oh so well, or will it be innovation? You never really know with Score.
Yeah, I feel like if the Elise is left up, Score will play it. His Elise is absolutely incredible, but we did see the Maokai, and the Maokai looked also pretty fantastic. Have yet to see Score pick up the Cho'Gath, but I assure you he will be able to play that one as well, especially when you're a jungler that's been around the game for so incredibly long. Cho'Gath also has. I believe that he came in around about the very beginning. You can see Score. Yeah, there's some confidence there. I can feel it. I can feel it.
He's still that player that's still struggling to get his first ever title, Atlas. We say it always, the only player who played in the OGN Invitational, the first ever Korean League of Legends tournament hosted in Korea. And he's still playing, and yet still never has got that big LCK or Champions title. Is this the year with SKT's recent struggles and KT coming in with more experience than, say, Longzhu, for example, that a lot of fans are expecting to be right up there in the final? We've said is it the year for many years in a row, but Score 2nd overall in KDA, having a great season. His opponent today in Bless, if he doesn't get Elise as predicted, will have a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, both of these junglers, Elise is going to be important for different reasons, of course, because Score's got that incredible champion pool. It's just that Elise, he doesn't seem to be able to lose on. However, Bless doesn't seem to be able to win on anything other than the Elise. We are going to hop into Champion Select, and Maokai is going to be banned away first up. just not going to see it. That's
Longzhu style. Longzhu been banning Maokai and Blue, saying, screw this tank meta, let's play some 7-13 League of Legends.
Sounds like an Everate strategy as well, you know?
They don't ban Maokai, though, they just lose.
They do. But at least they pick Kha'Zix and stuff like that. That's
I mean,
fun.
our Evolve first Kha'Zix, if nothing else, is fun. It
Damn
really is
right
fun.
it is.
All that invisibility and movement speed, but focusing on these picks and bans is less fun. BBQ doesn't get the latitude to ban cool stuff. They will probably have to ban Kalista as the final ban, unless there's a really thorny champion they have to deal with from KT, because that has been the staple red side bans.
Ooh, Trist is actually going to be taken away.
And
so
now they're saying
Gauntlet's been thrown.
we're really going to love picking that Kalista, is what they're saying here.
Unless the Elise is going to be the priority here for KT. So, should be, because Kalista will be banned away. Now KT with plenty of options, and there's the Elise. It's a bit sad, because I like watching Score expand that champion pool. He needs to play one extra unique champion to be in front of Smeb, who's also played 13 unique champions.
Well, I have a different question for you, Atlas. Do you enjoy watching Pawn play Galio? Because
no!
We could very much see the Galio return here. No Galio ban, of course, don't have the ability to do so. Well, BBQ contest it. Pawn is 8-1 on Galio. They won against Samsung with the Kalista 4 tanks Galio mid no damage comp.
And it's they're the only team that have won with Galio so far on 7-14 here in the LCK as well. So, I mean, that's a string to your bow, but I still don't like the composition.
And you say that stat, and out of context, like, are they the only good team at Galio? And I don't think that's the answer. I think the bigger thing about Galio is if you're playing Galio on 7-14, either you're great in the early game and he's a big value add, or you don't play around the early game and you actually end up costing your team with his lack of damage in the late game. Not even true initiation, needs setup initiation to get his work done. But KT are the best team in the world at early game, so they're happy to return to the Galio well again and again. Waiting to see what AD carry they're going to answer the Xayah with. We're still waiting for Jinx to bring out, Deft to bring out the Jinx. That's a fun one that hopefully we'll see at some point.
We've seen other people bring it out, and it's just never, and even against Deft. Oh, it's so frustrating.
Ooh, and Pawn has locked in the Lucian. Now, we don't know if that's for his pick or not. We saw Deft play Lucian earlier this week. That was the game one against Samsung, where it looked like they got about as outdrafted as possible on 7-14.
One of the worst that we've seen thus far. A bit unfortunate that Mata goes to the Janna for the first time, and then it's in that composition that really did not work, because Mata was such a prevalent Janna player. But there's the Rakan being considered here by BBQ as they're heading towards the second ban phase.
So, as you mentioned, it was Lucian Janna in Game 1 as an answer to Kalista Zyra. Now, I think that was more about flexing the Lucian in a spot where maybe it wasn't smart. Lucian mid lane is very contested on this patch, so it may very well be that Pawn is just selecting Lucian for himself, and the Ashe ban by BBQ tells you that that is what BBQ have surmised as well.
Yep, they've decided it should be Pawn playing that one in the mid lane. Wonder what BBQ are going to look towards as far as taking away, whether they take top or a mid, leaving Crazy or Tempt with the opportunity to counterpick in that role. But Cassiopeia will be the follow-up ban.
And when you're looking at mid lane picks into Lucian, not too many great ones available.
It doesn't spring to mind, really.
Cassiopeia is banned back at MSI. We still have Orianna into Lucian just to try to get through the early levels that are painful and then just be Orianna in team fights. That's been banned on the blue side as well. So will it just be not necessarily a self-count pick, as Smeb's always having a great time.
He's having a great time. He saw the Shen ban, though, and he's like, aha, yes, ban away that thing that I literally tore you apart on last time these two teams met. I believe that was full battle Shen that just killed everyone.
And maybe he'll just go Jarvan this game, because Jarvan is available and perhaps the strongest blind pick top laner. Cho'Gath has been lower priority in the LCK, and Maokai is banned now, but Crazy was a good Cho'Gath on our first day, winning lane against Maokai 2 out of 3 times, and maybe he'll just take the Cho'Gath. I don't feel it's really a takeaway pick from Smeb, who has been playing Cho'Gath in solo queue, but it is a power pick on this patch. You're playing with my heart, Deft.
See, every time, Papa Smithy.
Bouncing over the Ziggs, I guess an outside possibility. Deft was a previous Ziggs bot lane player.
Yeah. Mega Inferno Bomb or Super Mega Death Rocket, I guess, you know. It's a potential other option, as there's the Renekton, so Def doesn't even want to pick his own champion just yet.
First time we're seeing Renekton versus Cho'Gath in the top lane. You'd imagine that Renekton have a lot of ability to weave in and out. Okay, it isn't the Jinx, so not hype levels maximum, but Deft's Twitch is also very, very famous was the pick where he did over 50% of his team's damage on Samsung Blue back at 2014 Worlds. So not a pick he's necessarily visited that often this season. Looking over his match history, it has only been, that's actually his first game on Twitch this season, so he's played the other hyper carries, but hasn't visited Twitch well. And maybe this is a preview for the Telecom War next week.
Yeah, he's played Sivir, but not Twitch. As the Taliyah is going to be locked in to round things out here from Tempt. Definitely one of his better performing champions, if not recently. The thing that I find exciting about the Twitch pickup, to me, is the fact that Pawn is now definitely playing that Lucian. They're not going to be flexing that towards the bottom lane, which is a weird thing to say about Lucian, who was definitely a bot lane carry. We are going to get to see Pawn on one of these aggressive picks. We saw what FLICKR could do with the pick yesterday as well, or last time, and man, it was terrifying.
I mean, you're speaking about terrifying, and Cho'Gath as a large alien that chomps on you, very terrifying. Cho'Gath looks at the enemy team, and it is 4 squishies and a Renekton, so if he can get going, if they can get vision control, Cho'Gath can delete in one rotation basically every champion on the side of KT Rolster. So while there's a good pressure draw from KT, they'll be happy with the Taliyah. They know that Tempt's a big Taliyah player, but they banned out basically every other viable option into the Lucian. KT take one risk. They go for the Twitch in the bot lane. KT Rolster, second time on 7-14. They ban the Maokai. They're not fully opting into the tank meta. They do have some new stuff to show us as well.
Yeah, definitely having some new stuff, and we'll see whether they're going to be able to have that early game that we know KT for, because they're going to need it with a draft like this into BBQ. But let's do it. Let's hop onto the Rift. Get game 1 underway. BBQ fans are unlike any others, Papa Smithy.
And there's 4 KT players
Spot
and
the
an
def.
alpaca.
Yep.
A lot of Def fans in the audience today. A lot of Def fans out there in general.
Yep. There's one on this desk at least.
Oh, he's all right.
Okay.
5-point defense by both teams. We've had so much Braum recently that we've seen the 4 to 5-man invades with Braum to take advantage of the concussive blows, but with a different draft on both sides. Much more defensive start for our first match of the day.
Shout out to Mata using his own skin on the bottom side of the map. It's always exciting. Deft has one of his own. In fact, is this the old duo?
Well, I mean, it was Imp on Samsung.
I know.
But yes, it is the Dio
Theoretically,
skins.
the old duo. It is.
The Dio skins are there at least.
That's cool. That's very cool. I'm sure Imp would be totally okay with it.
I don't know. He and Deft had a bit of a sibling rivalry, let's say.
Yeah. A modest falling out. Imp definitely with no problems now, though. In the qualms regard, he's feeling absolutely fine.
I think Imp decided that he knew what he wanted, and I think he's getting it in China.
I think that's the best way to describe that fact, Papa Smithy. Score. Oh, look at that. Waits for the poison to run out. Says, yeah, Def, you're not going to start with a red buff, my friend.
I always enjoy being Twitch AD carry and leashing, because then I wait to see if my experience bar adds up and I got a red buff to start the lane.
And you can always blame the jungler on that one as well, because you were miles away. Oh, I didn't do anything, man. I didn't want to steal it. It's totally okay.
Point start from Totoro. Does mean that the mobility towards the duo, which already is what you get with Zion Rakan, is going to be pretty insane when you put in the pseudo Captain Boots passive later on when the quest is cashed in.
Yeah, the pseudo Tailwind as well. There's a few different options, depending on which era of League of Legends you're playing in.
Just remember Captain's Boots, because they were so good, but they were so expensive.
Yeah.
You didn't see them very often, and right at the end, people were building them more, and then they were removed.
Yeah.
Rip Boot and Chance.
Exactly. I liked Boot and Chance.
But now everyone gets Home Guard, so
yeah,
that's cool.
At least you do get Home Guard every time. But you don't get the fancy Renekton mid lane anymore, where you used to rush Home Guard and then get an instant back every time because he's ran so fast.
You're talking about Renekton mid. That's how I know you're not in LCK caster.
Hecarim.
We also had the good old Marin getting home guard on every top laner.
Yeah, that's true.
First item, Merc treads home guard almost every game.
Oh, Fawn really taking a lot of damage here from Tempt in the mid lane, but not exactly death blows just yet, as there's the hook. Grand exit. Totoro gets himself out of the way as Score has just stolen a blue buff right from under Bless.
And it's so well timed because all 3 lanes, even the Twitch lane, are pushing up at the same time. So KT would have had inside track to back up Score. Nice invade. Score on the strongest dueling jungler on the patch. Feels like Elise, after Zac, is the jungler you crave the most. No question about Score on that pick. So far so good for the early game plan from KT. And basically, it's rinse and repeat, the KT game plan.
Did you see what Mata just did, by the way? He went and faked up towards this wall and didn't put a ward in. And so BBQ pinged it out and said, yes, KT now have this warded, and Bless has decided that it's not worth trying to go for any sort of cheeky Rek'Sai type gank.
And the fun thing is that because they saw Elise around the blue buff, it could have been Elise being Lantern in as well. So nobody could walk up to contest the theoretical ward.
Oh, there's the flashes being blown on both sides. Spawn getting a bit of damage back onto Bless, though. As Score will turn up. But got a flash. And even if it's a trade, still worth it for BBQ. Oh, double play. Knockup does come down as Mato's taking a lot of damage. Yeah, Ghost should be able to grab this kill as Mato just flashes out of the way. He's got himself the shield from the Dark Passage as well. Keeps himself alive, but that Summoner Spell trade certainly in favor of BBQ.
It was a lot of focus damage. The minions as well was able to get out like you mentioned, but double summoners have to be used and Deft using his heal as well. So summoner advantage in mid lane and now bot lane as well for BBQ. And that one was just a 2v2.
Yeah, that's just massive aggression out from Mata. All right, Gleaming Quill not going to be thrown in there, however. KT should just utilize this opportunity to head back to base. Deft with about 5 CS lead, but that'll be evened out with that wave crashing towards the turret. Smeb is having a pretty good time up here towards the top side of the map. It's crazy he's going to opt in for the first back of the lane.
I mean, if you think about Renekton versus Cho, you don't need to see the matchup to know exactly how it'll go. The slice and dice means that you're never going to hit a rupture, basically, on the Renekton. And if you're trying to get your newfangled auto attack into auto attack reset trades, you're also taking a buttload of damage from the Renekton. So Cho'Gath has to be on the back foot and farming, and we'll actually be going for Barmy's Cinder first. So perhaps going towards a Sunfire Cape or something along those lines rather than the preferred Righteous Glory that's been the pretty common pickup into these AD matchups for the Cho'Gath. So just a farm lane for Crazy. We noted in Champs that it's going to be a much better late game when Elise, Lucian, Twitch, and Thresh is going to have 2,500 health or less in many regards.
Yeah, Crazy can just eat them.
But for now, a little bit on the defensive, which suits Score, who already has stolen away a blue buff. And if I hazard a guess, he'll probably be invading for red later.
Now goes Totoro getting relatively aggressive. Steph goes invisible.
Score's here as well. No flash from Mata, though.
Does Mata need a flash to start a fight, is the question.
To get a hook there, he would have needed one, I'd imagine. But Ghost and Totoro both had their own flashes. No Rambo players, sadly.
Yeah, this BBQ bottom lane, pretty comfortable this stage. While still throwing some damage out, but Tempt has farmed his way back up in this lane. Started off with a bit of aggression from the Lucian, but now with no flash. Unable to keep that up as impactfully. As melee minions really giving Pawn a hard time.
Double Blade the Ruin King incoming from Lucian and also the Twitch on the side of KT. At least Cho'Gath and Rek'Sai will shudder a little bit at the thought of that.
Oh, it'd be fun if Smeb got one as well, the triple Blade of the Ruin King comp.
It's coming a little bit in the top lane.
Yeah.
I know that if you think back to Cuvée at Rift Rivals, he was winning the matchup against Kled by going second item Blade of the Ruin King. The longer you don't see a Tiamat, the higher a chance that's possible.
We'll see what Smeb decides to do. He has gone for aggressive builds like that in the past, so exciting to notice. Here's the coveted Ocean Drake, Papa Smithy. I know it's not necessarily compositions that are all about it. BBQ probably would want it with a little bit more of a tanky composition.
Control ward put down to guarantee vision, but no teleport available. Here's Totoro.
Yeah, doesn't actually get any of the knockups though, as he's still very squishy. Pawn throws down the culling just for fun. as Weaver's wall comes in, but Pawn just dashes over the top. Oh, 5 of them now away from that dragon. They were able to lock that one down before leaving. Crazy now with some time. Didn't have his teleport available, but will now get some extra farm and take down this turret a little bit lower.
Yeah, Tempt was a monster there. He actually got the perfectly timed seismic shove as the teleport completed. BBQ opting in so aggressively without teleport on Crazy was what forced KT to react and also led to KT completing the teleport. But they're now out of position for the blue buff, and BBQ are trying to rush that down.
Volatile Spiderling will spot this one out, see exactly what's going on. However, Score feels like he doesn't have enough friends. Try and help this one. Oh! Not going to happen. The Cocoon does land, though, and Score. He wants the kill onto Bless. There's the Blast Cone, and Smeb gets the stun. Void Rush, just Bless understanding his fate, and that's going to be Score grabbing first blood for KT.
It's a double buffs as well. BBQ, smart thought when they started it, but they committed too late. They didn't have wards to actually put down to spot out when Score arrived. And in the end, kill goes over to KT Rolster to complement the first Drake they picked up earlier. Bit of a bonus to the side of KT.
Yeah, Smeb also grabbing the assist as well. Kindle Gen was picked up as Pawn dashes into a Seismic Shot, which is not great, but that's going to be the last of Tempt's mana. He will not be able to do battle with this Lucian very much, and he's just going to get his health back with that Vampiric Scepter, have a great time in the lane.
It's kind of the difference between how Pawn and Tempt could itemize. Pawn can go Vamp Scepter and basically ignore the trades coming through because he can just lifesteal off the wave, whereas Tempt had to rush Ninja Tabi, and that's why he was having those mana concerns. It comes to both harassing and also keeping the wave pushed, so because of the first purchase, the high value on going for that Ninja Tabi first, he's actually going to be going for a different build on the Taliyah than we're used to. GLP even.
Oh, true. That could be a better one.
It's probably not going to be an Abyssal Mask.
I do like the Catalyst just in general, though. If you want to be trading a lot with your opponent and you are having those mana issues, it does reward you for that.
It also gives you a bit of health to work with the Ninja Tabi armor. Makes you less likely to be culled, and that's kind of one of the big issues for Taliyah in this matchup, is that the one time you take a bad trade, culling will do over half your health just as a single spell if you don't have armor and health. If you try to just rush into the Lost Chapter and go for a standard build. So Tempt is one of our real long-time Taliyah players, so I always enjoy when you can see a build adaptation and it makes sense given the scenario he's in.
Yeah, also showing that mastery as well. Just good demonstration, especially for a player on a team that hasn't been doing as well. We're looking for good news stories, Pop Smithy.
Tempt definitely represents that for BBQ. When he first came onto the roster, people compared to him Athena, and even though the scenario had changed, they thought that he was a bit of a poor man's Athena, but he's been the real star for BBQ in a year that's been lean on results.
Well, at the moment, he was cheating towards the top side of the map, thinking about whether he could help Crazy out. Smeb, with no flash, remember, used that to help grab first blood for the score. He does have a Black Cleaver, though, so he's having a pretty good time.
Bramble Vest completed for Crazy to try to help with those trades. We're at level 9, so at least he's going to get 5 points into the Vorpal Spikes. He's tend to do some decent trading as there's one of those cullings. Nicely interrupted by the Seismic Shove.
Yeah. I feel like Pawn probably could have held onto that one, waited for the shove, and then just killed Tempt, or at least definitely got a flash. Score's going to move his way over, though, and I do like just the aggression, the classic Pawn aggression in the mid lane.
It's just the most KT game ever.
Yeah.
Big pushing lanes, pressure lanes. Able to leave the lane first because you have 3 lanes pushed up at the same time at some points. Not right now, as bot lane is pushed up, and go for the Rift Herald. Bless invests another control ward to get vision.
Let's see whether he's actually going to go for any sort of steal. Nope. Score's just going to smite that one away, grabs himself a little changed up trinket. We'll be able to set the Rift Herald loose on this map somewhere.
Happy to leave the control ward up. Not worth the time invested to clear it out at 12-minute mark when nothing will spawn in that pit for another 8 minutes. So we return to normalcy. Despite being able to push up early, BBQ have taken over this lane as they got more levels onto Zion Rakan, but it only represents a 2-wave or so advantage. So the Twitch being within touching distance, just fine for KT's purposes.
Yep, Bless unable to steal away a red buff, but denies Pawn from picking it up, who is moving on down. I believe getting out of the way of the BBQ jungle mid duo as well.
Yeah, what BBQ want is to get 2 control wards on the bot side of the map, basically on the left side, or I guess I should say bottom side River Brush, and also the Tri-Brush near the Drake. And then from there, start threatening the Weave as well, because Taliyah's ability to roam bot lane is usually one of the things where if you can control the enemy red side jungle or the first roam bot side, you can get so much zoning done and potentially those double kills down bot lane and first brick if you're able to do that. But right now, no real control bot side apart from some sight wards means they can't have just the same amount of pressure as they would like.
Yeah, that's exactly what he was trying to do, just that attempt finding Pawn there in the jungle as well, getting a bit of damage down onto him. But as you can see by the health bar, it was all just lifesteal back up that Bilgewater Cutlass. Blade of the Ruined King almost done for both of the 80 carries in this game for KT. Steph throws out a little cask at Ghost, otherwise not too much more, and he'll just clear out this minion wave and go about his business. Good lead for Ghost though, after that early 2-on-2 scuffle. Some dominance asserted for BBQ. Scary thing is what Score is going to be able to do when this map is opened up a little bit more. We know what KT are capable of when they have both Thresh and Elise in the back pocket. The picks that can come down once the map opens up a bit more.
And Thresh, Elise kind of represent what Cho'Gath represents on the other side, where when the vision supremacy comes in, they will be, like you say, some of the difference makers in opening up the objectives that KT will be focusing on as the game goes on. But it hasn't been the sort of game where KT have exploded into a lead. We're almost 15 minutes in. KT average around 2,000, but often over 1,500 gold lead at this point, and it's much smaller in this game, even if the first Drake did go the way of KT.
Yeah. Speaking of, second Drake will also be the ocean.
Life's a beach, I'd say.
Exactly. It's in full vision, and KT are just going to utilize this opportunity to break open the mid lane. Def turns up, has the ambush there, so he wasn't spotted. Maybe trying to get back here as the teleport does come in. Mata throws down the box. Totoro lots of damage as he flashes and uses the quickness to try and get out. There goes the turret. The culling doesn't find Bless from Pawn, who eats up that tunnel, but that's the damage done, and that's the trade that KT were happy to take, and they didn't even need to make it as the dragon was pulled off.
Yeah, it doesn't count as a trade if there was nothing claimed by BBQ. They scrambled back, realizing that if they lost the mid lane turret, hold the point for a second, trying to close it on Ghost.
Featherstorm going to come out, and Mata will take that trade. Death sentence for Featherstorm. Yeah, I'll probably give it that.
But getting a free mid lane turret, you know, I was spending the last couple minutes talking about what BBQ wanted to do, getting the double control ward, cheating towards the bot side by Tempt, looking for a dive. Almost impossible when the minion wave can now be pushed into the inner turret. Getting that sort of vision, threatening the bot lane is so much more difficult when you lose first brick in the mid lane. So now the bigger issue is, Atlas, that this really does relieve pressure from Deft and Mata because they have no worries whatsoever about being roamed on by Taliyah.
Yeah, and you can see immediately they take away the blue buff. They get all of that vision on the bottom side jungle for BBQ. It's immediate, the capitalization, and there's the hook landing on a Totoro as well, who does battle dance his way out. Ghost getting a good trade onto Deft, who throw down the ultimate and Score. Wants to answer this one. In comes Smeb. There's an angry Crocodile, and he wants all three of these BBQ members. Good cocoon lands as Score jumps in. Smeb trying to get himself out now, but there's not a lot of minions. Yeah, Score is in a heck of a lot of trouble. Isn't able to take the Lantern Ride to get himself out. Mata, good position to try and help, but it's a 1-for-1 in the end, as Ghost was the only one that fell.
Yeah, a little bit too much aggression there. Tempt could just come from base with the Weaver's Wall, and no rotation coming through from Pawn. Sure, they'll lose some CS in the mid lane will BBQ, as Pawn had the time to push in the lane. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but again, it's more about what it means about the pressure on the map than the end result. Could the turret dive have been cleaner? Absolutely. BBQ are able to answer with a turret in the top as Crazy did not find his way bot lane, did not have teleport.
No, wasn't exactly the best time. He was able to get a top out of turret though, so in the end it was actually a net win for BBQ. They got a turret and traded 1-for-1 in the kills.
KT just want more. You know, they could have taken a kill and been safer. They could have gone for the closest target to the turret and thus been able to get back to safety earlier. But KT always looking to trade up. In that case, sure, it represents good things for KT, but like you say, for BBQ, the effective result was a trade up in terms of objectives.
Yeah, certainly something that BBQ should be focusing on. This is a team that hasn't had a lot of good news stories, so everything that's good needs to be capitalized on and needs to be spoken about. Tempt does have that Super Soaker now in his back pocket. GLP. He's falling behind as far as CS is concerned, Pawn. Getting a little bit more time to himself in that mid lane, especially now that he has the added pressure. Utilizing this to cut through towards this top lane and try and take down Crazy, who may have been given a little bit too much time to get tanky. That Sunfire Cape done as well as the Bramble Vest means that's a difficult dive.
Ulting the minion wave here because they know that Rek'Sai's bot side doesn't feel great as a Twitch, but right now, no pressure on the bottom side of the map for KT.
I feel like being relatively even on farm feels okay though for Deft.
That part has definitely gone better than expected. At least now jungling bot side means that Twitch doesn't need to give up any minion waves under the turret. Double Blade completed. Elise going for dual Magic Pen items. It will soon be Liandry's and Double Blade the Ruin King, which lets you know that Baron buff is going to be pretty much paper in the hands of KT Rolster.
Oh, yeah. Especially with Score adding to it with a bit of an extra bevy of damage. He will be taking care of most of the task when it comes to magic damage this game as well on the side of KT, which could be dangerous against Crazy. He will be able to freely build as much armor as he wants and create a massive nuisance for himself.
Yeah, there is good news stories for BBQ. If the game goes on around a 2,000 to 5,000 gold lead in 15 minutes, absolutely BBQ will be looking in a great spot with mixed damage as Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Bless is actually going to get the knock-up onto Pawn, but he's just happy doing battle. The culling comes out. Has to flash to get himself out of the way. Meanwhile, Ghost is going to fall down. Deft had the heal at exactly the right time. Good Cocoon stops any engagement as Crazy just has all of the spider webs on his face and can't go for any more, as Ghost and Bless are going to be the pickups for KT, and this could be the start of that snowball that you were alluding to earlier, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, they win the 2v2 battle, even though at the time there was no ultimate available for Deft. And in the exchange in the top side of the map, Bless was the only one to fall as well. KT at the same time taking top lane turrets, and we've already said 2 kills and now a turret with no answer from BBQ. Crazy is bot lane.
Yeah, Deft just takes a Lantern Rite, gets himself out. Crazy seeing whether he can put some extra pressure onto this turret on the bottom side. You can see that it's still above half health, and KT are going to trade it for an inner turret on the top side as well. Smeb just careening down this lane. They will be able to lock this one down, but can Tempt actually grab themselves a kill? Another really good Cocoon comes out from Score. As there's the dice. Doesn't even get hit by the Super Soaker.
So much safety there. Smeb the one to close distance onto Tempt because he still has flash up if a seismic shove was about to hit him. Being a bro for Score. Take down an inner turret in all of this. We were focused on the bot side where Ghost tried to make a straight line translation, I guess I should say, instead of rotation, and was just caught by Deft and Mata with Deft invisible. But on the other side, what also happened was Lucian taking down the Rek'Sai. Get them both skirmish victories for KT Rolster.
Yeah. It's nicely played. 2 different fronts, and when it's messy like that, you just feel like it plays into KT's hands, because in these isolated situations where you have to adapt, certainly is a way that KT does flourish. Sometimes it's control and consistency that KT struggle with.
Those are not the 2 C's I would level at.
No.
KT Rolster. Control sometimes, consistency
never. They're consistently inconsistent.
They are. The high ceiling, low floor situation. I kind of want to see their gaming house now and see what the proportions are like.
All right, Bless needs to be very, very careful not to kill this blue buff while he's taking down the Grom. There goes Pawn. Gets rid of that ward, but they're not able to steal away any jungle camps. And he's got his 2-item spike. Black Cleaver now completed for Pawn. The 20% CDR, fantastic for the Lucian, especially as he moves towards getting those extra points into the E.
Teamfight
skate
build
around the map.
Teamfight build from Deft. He's gone for the Hurricane, which a lot of other Twitchers have been avoiding. At second item, things like Static Shiv have been coming out much more reliably, and maybe even the Rapid Fire Cannon. They have an inner turret taken down in top lane. They also have the Liandry's Double Blade power spike, so maybe hold that for a second.
Oh my god, Totoro explodes. Deft picks that kill up with the ultimate. That's the chain CC that we talk about, and we warned you, BBQ. We said it just earlier. The Thresh Elise will always work in the hands of these guys if they have an open map.
And they turn onto a freebie onto the Mountain Drake. Now the Baron, that's going to be insane from KT Rolster. Moment of control ward goes down. All of BBQ will need to be reacting, maybe just a Weaver's Wall to spot it. Because the Baron pressure is the next part of the puzzle. The checklist from KT Rolster starting to get towards its final steps.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that based on itemization, they'll have the Baron damage. Now they have a Mountain Drake as well. Crazy trying to clear out minions, but he's very tanky. He just doesn't have a lot of the wave clear as Pawn's just throwing some bullets into him. Enough support does turn up for BBQ, so Crazy will be okay. The turret takes a lot of damage, though.
Does feel like a BBQ story that we've seen too many times this season, though, Atlas, where, you know, a team has picked early game, done everything they needed to do early game, and BBQ, while they haven't been exacerbating their mistakes, they've kind of just accepted loss after loss after loss. It has not been trading down. We saw one trade up when Crazy took the top lane turret, but since then, it's been KT getting the good news stories everywhere. And you really have to be fighting tooth and nail for something, even if it's a blue buff steal or some incomplete trade where it's not 50-50. There's a difference between it being an 80-20 trade and being an 100-0 trade, and it feels like 100-0 trades the last few.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations where BBQ seem to have to fight so much harder to get so much less. KT, they seem to accidentally win some of these fights, and then they can take half of your base.
But I would argue that pushing lanes represents the reality to BBQ that the moment that pushing lanes are established, you have to fight so much harder and often for a lot less. That's why pushing lanes are so powerful ever since the standard lane meta was enacted about a year ago now. Because if you can push in, it is always going to be a higher opportunity cost to the defending team to either give up a minion wave and contest compared to the enemy who's already got the minion wave and is going to be first to contest. So that's just how the meta works. That's why KT has spent the whole season trying to push, and sometimes they go too far, push too far, have no front line because they've been so trained on pushing lanes. But more often than not, it's games like this where BBQ, without making major faults, haven't had first right to get to places and thus have gotten a lot less.
Yeah. KT now setting up the vision towards the top side of the map where that Baron is at the moment. Pawn will shove out this wave, and it just feels a little bit like clockwork, Papa Smithy. Feels like KT just reach into that so overused playbook.
And we were casting pretty similarly in Longzhu yesterday, game 2.
Yeah.
And yet they lost the game. So it's not inked in yet. But if KT keep playing like they are heavily in the favor of winning. If Pawn gets caught, then things change.
Yeah, throws out a full culling onto Ghost, flashes out of the way of the Feather Storm, but there's the Grand Entrance. Quickness as well, spells the end of the Lucian. Did they overinvest as far as resources go, though, as Smeb wasn't able to secure the kill onto Crazy. Had to flash to get himself out of the way, but now KC 4 versus 5 in this situation. BBQ not heading towards Baron or anything crazy like that.
And this is the problem, is that, sure, we're not at 45 minutes. You can't just take a Baron like was been able to punish Longzhu yesterday. But BBQ need to focus on what they can do when KT have access to less members for around a minute with the death timer and getting back to mid lane. They're going to try and take the mid lane turret. They should also clear out the control wards around Baron because they cannot half-ass around Baron with just the Baron speed available to BBQ.
There's the fortification of the turret doing a heck of a lot of work. Okay, they will end up taking that one down. They have to sacrifice a large portion of their health bars, and they will lose this inner turret on the bottom side, most likely, because it was very low.
So they train everything onto killing out a mid lane turret. That means the Baron vision's still there. Atlas is, well, maybe even some bonus kills.
Okay, Poison not going to stop Bless from being able to get home. As the battle dance to try and get back.
He was shielded.
That was cute.
He was shielded, so he wasn't actually taking the damage, ticking on the shield. But
yeah,
this is what happens. KT know they can start the Baron because there was no vision clear from BBQ.
Yep, teleport coming in from Smeb as well. They are actually looking for this as far as a 50-50. No, they're not, because Bless not here in time. Score, the only one with the smite, and he will be able to take that one down. Below half health is Totoro, so he can't go in with the Grand Entrance to try and get anything back. Bless just dropping the ball a little bit on that one.
And BBQ as a team, that's the frustrations I mentioned, that you need to be able to clear out the vision to stop the Baron threat after you hard tank the mid lane turret. But they spent so long tanking it that they couldn't retreat, clear vision, then back. The first decision to train down the mid lane turret without a big enough minion waves was the faulty one, because now KT get basically a free unanswerable Baron, and all BBQ have is out a mid lane turret down.
And now it's 5 turrets to 2 as well. Thankfully, out of mid did go, so I mean, they did get it. Certainly good. In the end, it was actually just a turret trade. Having the Baron immediately afterwards, not a lot of answer. BBQ nowhere near being able to fight. I feel like it was almost potentially an option as Smeb was aggressive, Deft was there, and they're just buying time for Pawn. If he's able to get a few free auto attacks onto this, it could be a problem, but Tempt there in time Stop that inhibitor turret being taken down. This inner will easily fall as now they're just looking for Pawn. Relentless Pursuit to try and get himself out as there's the quickness. They lock it in there and Pawn learns that you can't actually use the QSS to get out of that particular combo. It's just a little bit too much.
AT's still going to break the base though. That's what happens when you send multiple members to answer Pawn. They won't get the inhibitor yet, but breaking the base on the first Baron is always the go button. Speaking of go buttons.
Yeah, Totoro takes a fair bit of damage, but isn't going to fall. Smeb going to utilize this to try and get himself in there, but now that BBQ have regrouped, they do have the man advantage. Crazy, Righteous Glory, yeah. Could just take the Dark Passage, but Smeb says, I don't need your help, Marta. We're going to try and take down some more of this jungle. Mountain Drake might fall next for KT unless BBQ can get down there to pressure.
And will it be our third game of the week where we have a 0-0 Cho'Gath, close to when the game ends?
Well, Deft might be dead. Oh, Flashes, a little bit of lack of communication there, but the box comes in.
Oh, he's got nowhere to go.
Now they're trapped. But who's trapped in where with who is the question, as Bless should fall down. There it is. Deft grabs that kill. He's above half health as In goes crazy. He just wants to eat the rat. That's called dinner time right there as Deft gets out of the way of the grand entrance. Ghost trying to get the damage down, but Crazy's just intent on nomming down on this Twitch and does manage to pick up the kill. Score will answer it though as Tempt falls down and Ghost running from Smeb. This looks so scary for this little Xayah who will eventually fall down. Pawn turns back up and says, you guys ordered an AD carry? I hear yours is in the shop.
Oh, KT Rolster, they were far enough ahead in goal that even though they didn't enact everything perfectly, they still trade up, Atlas. They still will get the inhibitor here, you'd have to think, with the death timers, even on the Bless on the Rex side. Far too long. Crazy got his catharsis. Finally on the board with a kill. 1-0 and 0. It's not Crazy's fault, or at least I imagine he will tell his team. But they might lose a second inhibitor as well.
Yeah, the turret's going to fall extraordinarily quickly. Pawn just threading bullets onto this inhib and Smeb creating a brick wall. Stop that one. So yeah, you're right. 2 inhibitors do fall. Rupture not going to land onto anyone and KT get a free venture out. That Baron buff really paying dividends. That was 4 turrets and 2 inhibitors that they were able to net off that one. And as it's all said and done, it's 10,000 gold the lead for KT, predictably in this first game against BBQ.
So Def walks up. He doesn't take the lantern. So like you say, kind of like when we saw the Baron set out some Longzhu yesterday, you're like, okay, well, the conversations around the Thresh lantern, which they've played a lot of Thresh, it's the 14th game of Thresh this season, seems to be off when it comes to communication there. Very nice side steps from Deft, who's ignited. He's in feast range from the back end of this fight. He'll take down his... Okay, another fight.
Yep, bit of a bouncy castle once again, this time for Mata. Attempt to use the Weaver's Wall to try and get in there. So once again, BBQ find themselves with a man advantage, but they have to deal with super creeps that are smashing towards the mid lane and bottom lane. It's KT not too worried about getting picked off.
The way I look at KT Rolster is that they have the early game checklist, right? KT know how to snowball and win a game. They've got the 10-point checklist. Yep. But what we've learned about KT is they get to about step 7, rip up the checklist. They don't read the last 3 steps. They're like, no, we've got this. And this is what happens, is they will just be a lot more sloppy at the final 3 steps than they will be at the first 5. And I think that's what causes the frustration. Because if you can be so good at accumulating massive leads that should be able to close out games, how do you only have a follow-through rate that's around 70%, I would argue, as well? For some reason, they decided to just go for a hook when they didn't have vision, and predictably, there was far too many people there.
Yeah, they thought that maybe he was alone. And Deft says, oh, wait. No, he's not. And he walks away and lets Martha die, unfortunately. Pawn working on the last remaining lane that has an inhibitor in it for KT to take down. The rest of the team is going to turn up there as well. Marta says, I didn't die, I promise. Nothing to see here. So at least BBQ are able to get some of these picks. There is good news stories to talk about, and we know that Xayah fantastic when it comes to playing a defensive style. If you've got players coming to you as a Xayah, you're very, very happy. Massive damage potential and CC that you have available to you, and the safety of the Featherstorm certainly work out.
AT got those 2 inhibitors, so despite BBQ having a few little victories before, they're trying to courier in the top lane minion wave and finally break the base in the 3rd spot. That's invisible, but no real opening opportunities here for KT. Just like Longzhu yesterday, their initiation isn't the most reliable when the map starts to open up.
Yeah. And that just looked very scary to me. Just Deft lying in wait, waiting for anyone with less than 4 billion health to turn up. Crazy certainly doesn't fall into that category. This guy's starting to get pretty massive Gargoyle Stone Plate there as well. Certainly an item that Cho'Gaths love in this patch.
It's not a max damage build from really anyone on the side of KT. They've got 280 carries, but no Infinity Edges at 33 minutes as the QSSs have come out for a bit of safety. And the Edge will come out at some point. Death is spotted by the sweeper.
Score waiting over the side there as well, looking to utilize this cocoon. And Smeb just being, like we said before, a brick wall.
Fresh outside of laning phase, just really is a different champion. If you have other initiators, he can do a lot, but Thresh's playmaking in the lane is 10 out of 10, but in this sort of a scenario, he can't really start the fights, and that's why BBQ is trading farm with KT more than KT would like. Because, sure, you have to respond to the minions, but the Baron buff is really the only playground where Marta can have an impact, and the Baron is probably the only way that KT can actually close out this game quickly.
Yep. And with the vision denial from the control ward, they will be able to take down this Baron very, very easily and very quickly. And Marta is actually going to be able to find that hook. Featherstorm keeps Ghost alive, but he's pushed out of the fight. And Totoro just gets destroyed. No opportunity to get that quickness to actually work anything out. Battle Dance not enough to get himself out of the way. And Pawn dashes into a wall. So Crazy should be able to get himself to relative safety. Deft chasing after Bless, and Score can't find Tempt. At least BBQ should be able to get themselves back into their base, but no. Pawn's able to take down the Cho'Gath, and Bless is looking for Deft. I don't know whether this is a fight you want to take, as the teleport is there. Void Rush comes down, but Deft, too much lifesteal, and not enough damage out of the Rek'Sai, and that's going to be the finish off. That's going to be the ace, and that should be the game for KT Rolster.
It's got 280 carries, so even though Score goes down, the super minions will do most of the work. KT Rolster managed to, barring a couple of mistakes, hurry their favorite in the early game, take it through to the mid game, and the late game comes at just a second after 35. KT Rolster wanting to go down with a 2-0 in this particular series before those big matches next week, and it's a pretty good start.
Yeah, that was some incredible just another day at the office type stuff for KT, and this is what we want to see. I know that sort of sounds like it's, well, but does that mean that it was boring? No. That's not what that means. What that means is that SKT should have been watching that and getting scared, because KT revealed absolutely nothing new, absolutely nothing different. That was almost a 7-13 type composition that they picked up, but they played it immaculately, they played it calmly, slowly through a lot of it as well, because normally these sort of compositions from KT can really explode in the early game. Didn't even really matter. KT just followed their playbook and took down BBQ pretty easy.
It wasn't flawless. There'd still be a couple of things you'd point out, like, for example, the over-eager turret dive early in the game around bot lane, but largely it was standard KT Rolster. We still don't really know what standard SKT looks like, given their recent struggles. Will they show much against the ROX Tigers? Maybe not. But KT Rolster showing they are still the same team that should be feared, the same team that could go very far in Champions Summer.
Could certainly be a very difficult thing, but KT have to back this one up. This is where the consistency questions are going to start, Papa Smithy. Can they take down BBQ as easily as they did in Game 1 in Game number 2? We'll find out after the break.
wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world climbs tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legion to LCK Summer, and yes, KT Rolster were able to take down BBQ Olivers, and it was pretty easy as well, you have to say.
But no, it was not score on Elise top in this game, yet Elise did some sick damage that unfortunately Renekton could not keep up with. MVP, I imagine, may even go the way of Elise. His score looked great on the pathing jungler with the power to fight early, but I guess there's no surprise in that. Good first pick opportunity for KT.
Yeah.
Everything that happens today is with one eye on the telecom war next week. And will Skull be able to first pick Elise and propel her to victory? With a performance like that, even SKT may start to second guess.
Yep, you have a feeling that if they are on the blue side, could be an opportunity for Score to keep picking this Elise, because you have to ban Caitlyn, you have to ban Kalista, and Zac needs to be banned away as well. There aren't very many options that prevent this sort of pick from getting into the hands of Score on this side of the map.
And BBQ couldn't do much proactive this game. They did a couple of proactive things. This was one of them, and heavily punished by Score, being in position and no ward available to spot him out. This is the turret dive where KT predictably got a little bit too frisky. They've done this many a time before.
Cut the video, cut the video.
Nothing bad happened here, don't worry.
No, he takes the lantern, he's fine. Oh, never mind.
To be fair, no one else was taking the lantern, and this time Score took the lantern and died, so maybe the lantern was poisoned this game.
Yeah, that's true.
As everybody else on the team refused to take Marta's lanterns. He probably felt pretty bad.
Oh, it was the Ignite that ticked down and managed to grab that kill in the end. Didn't see that the first time, as, yeah, that looked like a death sentence did half the health bar of Totoro, but that was the ultimate from Deft really helping out. Deft also playing pretty well this game. Gets eaten by a Cho'Gath right here, but otherwise was able to get damage down in these team fights quite effectively, kept himself safe.
Gotta say, pass marks for the Lucian blind pick in the mid lane, though. That's something that's worked for them. Flexing into bot lane was the failure earlier in the week against Samsung, but a lot of teams are having the bans sent against them for the Lucian mid lane, as we skipped over Score dying there. Good camera cut, OGN.
I like that the video was cut when he was definitely dead, you know? They could have cut it a little bit earlier so that there might have been a potential repel that was available.
That's one way to pop turret shots, is just cut the video.
Yeah,
it never happened.
Exactly. I've seen those highlight videos.
Why doesn't Pawn have one?
I don't know. I really just don't. Maybe he doesn't deserve one.
Maybe.
Maybe they made one for Sun instead. Oops. That's certainly not a thing that's going to be represented. Definitely not today, or so far today. There's game number 3, and it's all Pawn's fault, maybe. But I don't even know whether he's here. Smithy, we are into Champion Select. Rakan going to be banned away by BBQ, actually, now that they're on the blue side, as KT now on Caitlyn, Zac, Kalista, Judy, you have to think.
Yeah, they found the Rakan quite potent in the first game. The reason why you ban it here is fishing for something like the expected Elise being open, and then not giving away Rakan in the first round for KT. So there's a really one eye on what's happening on red side, and now you've banned Rakan and Tristana. So there's basically trying to tunnel in that final ban onto Kalista, because you ban away the Tristana, now KT can't leave open Kalista and take Tristana into the Kalista. So they feel like they're trying to push KT to ban Kalista and let them just get a freebie Elise.
Or what they do is they ban Elise here, force BBQ to pick Kalista, and then pick Deft's Jinx into the Kalista, which was notably a decent lane matchup.
A couple of those things may have happened, but we were going too many prepositions there. For it to be reality.
I just want him to pick Jinx.
I know.
Smithy, but it's just not going to happen because the Kalista is going to be banned away, and Crazy should be locking away the Elise for Bless. Would make sense.
It would be insanity not to take Elise here, but Maokai is available as well. Really? Corki?
Surely not.
Surely you don't first pick Corki here. Okay, BBQ.
All right. Yeah, okay. Fine. All right. So, Thresh Elise?
Why would they first pick Corki? There's literally Cassiopeia up, Maokai up. Everything is up.
Yeah. No, it's that's called a mistake, I think. I think that's...
You know there was a record scratch? That felt like it was very well timed when the Thresh Elise locks came in.
Well, the Thresh Elise makes all of the sense in the world, but okay, with the Lucian band, they decide to go for a first pick Corki.
I mean, there's Cassiopeia to punish it as well, though, which is
yeah,
the part that's awkward.
One of Pawn's champions that he likes a lot. As
Blanc
well.
also could be considered. Not fantastic into the Corki, but a possibility.
Okay. Talia also available. Brom's going to be locked away, though, and this could be once again. Oh, do it.
China
She's
style.
been buffed.
She has.
Get them points into the E, man, for the sick attack speed on your passive. It's not going to happen. What?
I think you take your champion against Corki here.
But is it Corki bot lane?
No.
Because they have done that before, Papa Smithy.
Surely not. Well, they seem to be...
This is a pick comp, Papa Smithy. That's what I'm surmising.
KT were available to delay their pick, I guess. Does mean that some of those strong laners into the Corki will be banned, I imagine, from BBQ. And you're right. They just go full pick comp with the Ashe. Everyone's an initiator. We call it the Winfrey comp.
Yeah, the Winfrey comp. Yay. What do they do now? Oh, theoretically, it's now Jarvan Orianna.
Oh, how dirty.
So Winfrey. There are presents everywhere. 8 seconds to go, and BBQ are like, oh, but I thought Corki was one of our bans. What do we do now? Things are looking okay. Renekton going to be taken away from Smeb. He was a bit of a bully on that one last time, as now KT have the opportunity to move towards the Maokai if they want to ban that one away. They banned it in game number 1. It was their first ban, in fact.
They could also just pick it.
They could.
Replaces something like a Jarvan. Still, both of them going to have that guaranteed engage, Cataclysm, or Twisted Advance. Pretty reliable. And get into the middle of a fight.
Cho'Gath could be banned here as well, because we know that Crazy happy to take the Cho'Gath into the Maokai matchup. But it's going to be Xayah, taken away from Ghost.
I much prefer the double identity bans, banning out one role rather than straddling the line, and Xayah has been that frequent pick for Ghost. With the pick comp being enacted, it's mostly about the closest target, so we may actually see Ghost jump away onto the Twitch this game. Been a frequent pick for him as well.
Yeah, and does like the hyper carries as well. Could even potentially head towards something like a Kog'Maw, just because Kog'Maw Braum is a decent lane. Trundle going to be taken off the board, though.
You should lock in Maokai.
I feel like locking in... Oh, no, Gangplank's available.
It's one of those drafts today, Atlas.
It is. Wow, that'd be a blast from the past. Deft is just playing with our hearts. Last time he did this, he just hovered for a bit and then went to a top laner. But Orianna, available, was banned in game number 1. Could certainly be a decent option there in the mid lane. Does okay into the Corki as well if you can just nullify and wave clear.
Seems like the best teams just don't really want to play Talia this week. They've just gone Talia and farmed away. BBQ looking for a champion that's definitely come into vogue in other regions in a tank meta, being able to run Sivir with tanks like Maokai, bringing it back.
The old Sivir Maokai. Varus is going to be
story.
it, though. Now, what is Crazy playing? Is it just the... Okay, Maokai seems to be the priority over the Cho'Gath.
One of the two teams were going to take Maokai in this game. With Trundle being banned, I thought it was just going to be KT Rolster, but they're going to hide that one for now.
Smeb's got a bored look in his face.
He's like,
could there be a gleam? Is the Rumble going to be opted in for? Ah, Kindred.
It's one of those days. Shen or Jarvan, I think, will be the options here. And Shen always did well against Maokai because of the mechanic of pulling your sword through your enemy. So it's about as standard a pick comp as you could ever ask for.
Yeah, this is the most pick of the comp available. And we know what Smeb can do with the Shen as well. It's once again the quintessential KT Rolster draft. There is no surprises. Everything's super standard, exactly what KT want to be able to do with a telecom war looming on the horizon, with a game against Longzhu also looming on the horizon. They want to be able to get through this without showing anything new. They certainly haven't just yet, but they still have to win this game against BBQ, who've had a curious draft, but have certainly changed things up. They have the Maokai, that is definitely a bigger pick. See whether their bottom lane can once again find success up against Deft and Mudder.
And we'll see what Tempt can do, because BBQ put a lot into claiming the first pick Corki. Razor trained on giving that one over to Tempt. who has been the star of the team, will have some pressure on Orianna early, as we always speak about. But otherwise, there's so many ball carriers and so much reliability about the pick comp and also team fighting comp from KT Rolster that you have to want to see BBQ do something creative with their draft to make up for what they gave over to KT.
Yeah, so much flexibility as well as far as movement across the map. Stand United, always something that Smeb fantastic at using. And if KT get themselves into this controlled position like they did in game number 1, the vision's going to go down and it's going to be lights out for BBQ unless they can do something about it. We'll see if they can as we hop onto the Rift. So, unfortunately, we're not going to be heading in straight away upon slight disconnection issue. So we are just going to restart his PC, get him in there. You can see him on your screen, a wry grin on his... Oopsies.
His pocket fan is running in overtime.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it has been a bit of a cooler day here, we are smack bang in the middle of summer and the monsoon season. You open up the Seoul weather, and all it says is thunderstorms.
Yeah, and I feel like the Soli Stadium is now not quite as cool as it normally is because, but outside it's absolutely fine. And the result is that there's still a lot of people in here and it's very hot. Def
still has his pretty schmick orange headset that he's wearing these days. We still haven't found out who the manufacturer of that is. If you're wondering, OGN Legion. Looks cool though.
Figure it out one day. Hopefully Pawn can get himself back into the game because he's got some Orianna to play, Papa Smithy.
Does indeed, wants to extend. Currently undefeated on Orianna and Shen, so 10 games undefeated between the two.
Yeah, extraordinarily close to getting into this game. Let's do it. BBQ fans still so passionate about this team. Whether they're passionate about League of Legends or delicious fried chicken, I don't know. I'm certainly passionate about both.
BBQ invading as 5 and not the 5-point defense because they've got that Braum that was missing in game 1, as our favorite translator Joel lets us know. The Smeb fans are live in the audience.
Oh, yes.
We were told that if we go to 3 games, Atlas, I believe it is the 300th game for Smeb.
Yeah, currently on his 299th. And he may not be able to play that 300th game until he's up against Longzhu Gaming, which will be at the beginning of next week.
And the first 60 or so, pretty forgettable back in 2014 on a struggling Incredible Miracle lineup. But nowadays, he is that superstar of the top lane and showing us this week that he's just as good in the tanks as he has been on the Pressure Bruisers.
Oh, yeah. And he makes Shen play not like a tank as well, Papa Smithy. A little bit more like that Pressure Bruiser. He picks up that Titanic Hydra and goes to town on people. Not sure whether it's going to be the same story against the Maokai. He's going to be throwing kittens all over this map. And KT... some funny business. BBQ looking to try and help leash things for Bless.
It's going to be the one camp leash, no super leash. We don't have Galio to pop over the Winds of War and allow the little Raptors to basically instantly die. Yes, being allowed to die.
Yep.
KT cheesing.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Totoro. Below half health, already having to eat through one of his biscuits. Thankfully he does have those though, so should be absolutely fine here in this lane as Def starts things off pretty well. Going to deny at least one creep, I believe. Oh no, not going to happen. Relic Shield going to be enough to grab that one to go, so nicely done. Score on the other hand, he's having a great time. No worries at all on the Elise if he doesn't get a leash. As far as single target damage is concerned, that blue buff does not last long as Man Protect. Understandable first start here for Pawn. He'll just keep taking down these minions.
But missing a couple of last hits.
Yeah. It's a bit depressing. I think Pawn's like one of those players that accidentally misses cannons while he's on screen more often than most others.
Is it accidentally or is it intentionally?
I don't know. I feel like he's trying
We did say that today is about the telecom war, so maybe he's trying to make FLICKR underestimate his last game.
This is his, his handicap that he's got for himself. Is crazy. He's taking so much damage up here, actually.
I wonder what's going to
auto
happen.
attacks from the Shen.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's the Cocoon, and that's dead. Okay, Score going to grab himself another first blood and does it much quicker this time, 3 minutes into the game.
Well, I mean, I wonder because Rek'Sai was in the jungle, knew the Raptors were up, and thus, where could he possibly be?
Well, he could be killing the top lane, Pop Smithy. That's what I learned.
The communication probably would have helped him because he was very overextended for such a gank.
Ah, the wander casually. Your turret escape method pawn. I've seen that one before.
Did short on the tunnel there and did not want to use flash, and result, it all looked a bit silly.
Not a lot of things hitting. But Bless back into his jungle, parking this one up. Smeb's now the one who's overextended slightly. But you can see, first blood, it's 400 gold, maybe a little bit extra with the assist. But it's 1,000 gold lead, or was 1,000 gold lead, very, very close to for KT. So added on top of that is the fact that they've got pressure in at least 2 of these lanes.
Just wonder how BBQ gave up the Elise for free and then died to the most obvious level 3 Elise gank of all time.
Yeah.
Exactly on time with when it would come. Even though they knew Rek'Sai had the information that he wasn't there. Okay, Smeb's top lane, but he has flash if he needs to.
Yep, he's going to flash though, and maybe it's just not enough. The auto attack's not going to land, but they do once he gets out of that field, and Blessed is going to answer it. So both junglers now picking up a kill on these top laners.
Yeah, good news story this time for BBQ. Shen too far up, and flashing wasn't going to be enough. Sapling in the brush stopped any sort of escape route. We'll be able to teleport back in, so we'll not lose a massive amount of minions. At least they get a bit of parity among the jungle matchup.
Yeah, Bless now actually going for his Tiamat as well, so utilizing his kill gold to get a little bit of extra farming speed, not the Balmy Cinder, which has been more the option on this patch since the Cinder Horror buffs on sub 13.
Definitely has been the preferred. Score has Marta for backup.
Coon straight into the popcorn chicken. Steal away a few of those, but otherwise everything is going to be fine.
Crazy on a roam. This is pretty cool. Visiting mid lane, seeing if he can go for a Twisted Advance gank.
I wonder what Haunted Maokai ultimate looks like. I wonder if it's little graves slowly going towards you. And I don't mean graves.
I know, that's what I was thinking about, actually.
Dead man walking.
With cigars for some reason.
Yeah. Well, they're the dead ones.
That's true.
Yeah. Cigar is dead. It's just cigars. Slow-moving cigars.
We're probably going to see it, Atlas. I'm waiting and looking forward to that.
I'm very excited. Makes a lot of sense to me. Ghost and Totoro missing some of these creeps underneath the turret. A lot of pressure being put on by KT. 7 CS is the lead thus far for Deft. His Ashe has always been very aggressive.
His arrow accuracy isn't there with someone like Prey.
Oh,
Take a fast farm to the...
take it to the fountain.
Yep. A freebie.
Yeah, it's interesting that, like, Ashe players are so different, especially here in the LCK. You're right about Prey. His accuracy has always been out of control, but Deft is more like the battle Ashe. As the moment, he has to take a Dark Passage to get himself to relative safety. Good dodge to get himself out of the way of the Piercing Arrow. That would have done a lot with that Blighted Quiver stacked up to 3.
It also is rated to when you came into the game, because when Prey, for example, came into the game, you know, Ashe was the in vogue AD carry Season 1. He was very much one of our OG players, whereas Deft, his spirit animal was always the Ezreal. He was always an Ezreal player.
Yeah.
So you see that little bit of difference there. The arrow mechanics so different from what other AD carries usually are tasked to provide, you know, the utility initiation. So just a reality of those little quirks.
It's going to be first back being gained by Deft, though, as they wanted to get their health back and grab his BF sword, which is going to be item number 1. We'll see whether that is going to be the Infinity Edge or, you know, the pushing build where you get the BF sword and then you go for your Zeal item, something like that, or whether it is going to be the Essence Reaver, who's seen cropping up a little bit more here and there on the Ashe.
Bit interesting not to see the Blade the Ruin King Ashe come out when Super Tank Maokai is in the game.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's going to be the Essence Reaver. That's been the more common choice, and Prey has returned to that pretty extensively recently. Our only Infinity Edge first Ashe player has been Maha, who goes Infinity Edge first on a lot of carries when he's not going Blade the Ruin King.
And just likes Infinity Edges. It's crazy. Trying to do battle against Smeb, but there's a bottom lane waiting in the wings here as well, as Bless steals away the red buff. CC going to be traded as Score's looking to try and continue pushing this one up. It sends him to his Krug camp and ready for a gank against Smeb. That was done pretty well by Bless as far as positioning. Now they're looking to try and force this turret. I don't know whether they got enough minions to actually claim this one, as Mata does end up turning up, as there's the hook. In go the Graves, but they're not actually. That's just the regular routes. As Smeb's going to fall down. Ghost picks up that kill. Crazy finishes tanking up the turret and will be okay. Good dive from BBQ as they have another minion wave now heading towards this turret.
It was more of a contest from KT, who want to get first brick. They feel like they can defend with 3. It does look like they're correct. BBQ are not able to walk up and get this sort of turret HP damage they want. But BBQ investing a teleport means that there won't be a botlane turret. Dev's actually pushed into turret.
Yeah, has to flash. That Bramble Smash goes a little bit further than the old arcane variety, Papa Smithy. As now, Ghost is in trouble.
Yep.
Oh no, this is the see your death moment. I know that I cannot do anything. And he's going to go down all too easily there for KT. We mentioned that Stand United, something Smeb pretty good at using. Certainly good when you've got Mata just standing on top of your opponent.
Extended lane swap, I guess, is what happens here. Looks like Brom is going to go top lane anyway. KT get the bonus kill, but it was an answer, if you think about it, to the kill on top lane onto Smeb under turret, so just answering in kind. Overall, pretty even among the teams. Only advantage for KT is keeping up the teleport on their top lane.
Well, it's in fact exactly even, as Smeb is looking to try and get himself out. There's the flash. Shadow Dash comes in as well. And makes it under the turret, but they've dived him like this multiple times before. Oh, the shield! And the arrow's going to land, but Temp's the one tanking the turret, unfortunately for Smeb. Can't quite get the work done as Blessed. You're dead. Super dead, as Mata's going to be able to lock that kill up. And it's just KT roaming up after BBQ and always going 1-for-1. It's still at this 3-kills-to-3 situation.
Roll the yakety sax, Atlas.
Yeah.
There's a lot of silliness going on.
What kind of yakety sax, Papa Smithy?
The fun yakety sax.
Okay, good.
Everyone's favorite tune, the yakety sax. Needs to be enacted as the Ash Arrow got massive value there, forcing the Rek'Sai to eat up 2 more turret shots than he wanted to. KT still do have their duo lane up top, so they will return into these oceanic lanes.
Yep, everything's upside down. We're feeling like we're back at home. Absolutely fantastic. As Pawn, he was ignored for a large portion of this game, actually. Has himself a 14 CS lead as Tempt is looking to pick up a few of these creeps underneath the turret and close that gap just a little.
Smeb's died 3 times in 10 minutes.
He has. And he helped get first blood as well, so it's been tough. Not behind in farm, though.
He's had some adventures. His diary entries for this game will be interesting.
Dear diary, I died 3 times and we're still probably going to win. It was okay.
The stories of SKT and KT players. Smeb has gone the Tiamat against the Maokai. Matching wave clear is important, so no need to rush a Bramble Vest or anything like that at the moment. That magic more infrequent, so the Grievous Wounds from the Bramble Vest isn't even going to get massive value. Pawn has been very relentlessly aggressive at getting turret auto attacks in, but that does mean that he takes a decent amount of harass from Tempt.
Yeah, just wandering casually around, hitting him with his ball over and over again.
KT have the Vision Supremacy in the river that Rek'Sai was trying to amend. It's what allows Ashen Thresh to walk up.
Decides not to walk over that ward, does Pawn, as I think now he's found the control ward, but he's going to go for a gank on his own lane. It's pretty cute. Has that blue buff, so absolutely fine when it comes to mana. And Score gives up on any sort of gank attempt, understanding that Pawn is totally fine and should be able to handle this one on his own. Tower didn't fall on the bottom side though, so no first brick for either team. 400 gold is approximately the lead here for KT. But that has been switching around a lot so far this game. KT with longer leads, and then BBQ make it back to their farm, pick that one up, and then it's all absolutely fine. There's a shockwave. Tempt just takes half of his health bar. Big one, not going to land, and Command Protect would have helped Pawn anyway. No more blue buff, though.
I'm letting you solo cast for a bit.
Yeah, it seems to be happening. I apologize, Papa. Have you got anything to add?
No?
Yeah, good.
Keep going, Atlas.
It's just going to be me saying what's happening on the screen over and over again.
Our viewers that are tuning in with no video will appreciate that.
Hey, that's true. I could be a radio caster.
Yeah.
Deft auto-attacking minions.
We have talked many times about our dreams of joining ABC Grandstand and being cricket commentators.
People don't necessarily know ABC Grandstand unless you're an Australian. Of course, good time zone for us. So might be a few of you guys watching.
Well, they're not watching the OPL, so they've got to watch something.
Hey! Oh, wait. Is the OPL not on yet?
No.
It's finished?
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, okay, cool. I thought you said like they're not watching it because they don't want it, because there was a real hype game today. Direwolves versus Legacy.
Nice.
That's a finals rematch.
Oh, yeah,
too.
no complaints.
Oh, yeah. Okay, Tempt is going to walk towards the enemy turret, as you can see. Goes, checks on his ward, but doesn't have very good vision. Arrow sails by majestically. Tempt avoids the cocoon expertly as well here in this mid lane.
You're working on your adjectives, I like it.
I'm also just working on my...
All right.
This is for the side impaired.
Till 15 minutes, I want you to cast this as if it was radio.
All right, cool. Tempt clearing out some minions. Crazy down here, beating the creeps with his large, rooty hands. Smeb will catch the minion wave underneath the turret. He'll continue clearing this one out. Scalper at the ready as we drift our gaze towards the top side of the map. Deft was standing under the turret, but it's Ghost that's doing the farming. His turret, of course, with the minions pushed in towards it. Crazy takes a Blast Cone adventure as we head back down towards the bottom lane. Ghost and Totoro continue to push their wave up. There hasn't been too much action, guys. I know you can't really see what's happening, but you're not missing much. Skull will take down a Rift Scuttler. Bless looking for the gank here because Crazy's going to turn up. Good repel from Skull. Has to use the flash. Get himself out of the way as well, and we are going to drift back into normalcy once again. Pawn throwing a little bit of damage down and nimbly avoiding the spells Tempt is throwing at him. Save me, folks.
At least now, people can download the Winamp and go back to the old days of shoutcasting.
Yes, we're actually shoutcasting.
Pair this with the replay. Doesn't know exactly what's happening. Contest over blue. Smite does come through for score.
Yeah, it's going to be able to take that one away, but Bless, he has to be careful. There's a red buff ticking on him. He's being slowed down. Arrow, another majestic miss, but it doesn't seem to matter as Smeb's going to turn up in time. Score grabs himself another kill. 2-0-1 for the Elise. 75% kill participation, if you don't mind. KT might be able to transition this into something like a Rift Herald or even this outer turret in the mid lane as Pawn takes a bajillion damage. That's not enough to kill him.
Yeah, first team move we've seen in the game recently, really, for the last 8 or 9 minutes, ever since we had the Yakety Sax moments in the top lane. Ash roaming all the way down to mid to try to make this play. They really want to break the mid lane turret. That was the go button in game 1, you'll remember.
Yep, there's another hook, though, as the shockwave comes in. That's going to be enough to finish off the Braum. Totoro falls and Tempt possibly in trouble. Another fortification moment here as the last auto attack on that turret was probably not worth it. Pawn, you took a lot of damage there, buddy.
The shockwave was really smart because Braum was either going to die to the 3 members auto attacking him or flash into the zone of the shockwave and die. So popped and he uses his summoner. Deft all on a top lane for now. Thresh there to cover him anyway. Still, we don't have the turrets going down. The big go button, like I mentioned, was mid lane turret going down first in game 1. KT tried to recreate that, but not able to do so quite yet.
Still an okay news story for KT, though, because as this game has slowed down, they've been able to get leads regardless, get the picks that they were looking for there as well. And we were right when we were talking about Deft's build. He's gone Static Shiv after the BF sword, much like he's pretending to be a Caitlyn or a Tristana or something of that nature.
So maybe that will just be the 2-item power spike into the Infinity Edge that, like you say, Tristana is very commonly picking up recently. Different approach, another new approach to the Ashe item build that has been one of the more flexible ones with Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge first, and also the Blade of the Ruin King being options. First brick, still not achieved at 17 minutes. It's super, super late. Another one of the reasons why we don't have the Rift Herald started either is that no lane is long enough for the Rift Herald start to be safe.
And it was denied at the last second there as well by Deft. If you didn't see it, Tempt was doing a lot of damage to that turret, as now Deft is trying to have his moments as well. Marta turning up to zone anyone away from this, and it might just be KT taking that first brick from under the nose of BBQ after they were so close here towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, taking a turret is a multi-step process that will need more than one person. Tempt didn't have backup. He didn't have a support there to allow him to get the last 2 auto attacks for free. And that's why KT rotate more aggressively as Shockwave.
Yeah. Arrow once again. A lot of majesty soars by as the ultimate does come down from Ghost. No turret there. What? That dissonance damage was disproportionate to what it should have been at this stage of the game. My god, he's got himself a needlessly large rod and a Morellonomicon, so that's decent damage potential here from this Orianna, but Pawn's not messing around.
Yeah, Pawn's Orianna does more damage. He's at 4-0, undefeated on the Orianna for the summer season, joining Smeb's 6-0 Shen, which it's not 6-0 this game, it's 1-3-3, but thankfully for Shen, hasn't really had to do much in the past 8 minutes or so.
Yeah. Pawn's Orianna has always been something fun to watch as well, as once again, that's the 3-hit combo onto Totoro. Takes a lot of damage. The command everything.
Let's contest the Drake.
Yeah, Bless does make his way out, but that's going to be the Dragon secured. Oh, Pawn uses the cleanse, gets himself out of the way. Now decent positioning for KT. Smeb off to the side, Shadow dashes his way over. And disengage success here from KT.
Crazy one on a massive ride there. Another one of those Maokais channeling early on the Twisted Advance, not knowing where they'll finally end up. Didn't lead to anything. Pawn used both summoners to get out. BBQ desperately want to start trading. This happened in game 1, you remember, where KT got 3 objectives and BBQ weren't able to trade them, and already that's the tune of 2 turrets and the first Drake.
Yeah, and Smeb just quietly, as all this has been going on, has a Warden's Mail, Spirit Visage, and that Tiamat done. So he was under that turret, taking absolutely no damage from both of these players. Able to clear out that minion wave. I thought that they may need to actually send some more members down and that they weren't going to be there in time, but certainly spoke too soon, or thought too soon. Trinity Force is done for Tempt, so he does actually have damage. Needs to be respected on this Corki as Smeb can head towards the top lane. Deny that turret take as, oh dear. Deft, most certainly dead. Tempt's going to be able to grab that kill, and Totoro, he's in trouble as well. Blast Cone actually going to take the adventure, get himself over the side, and good flash from Bless. Means, oh, Shockwave. That comes in, the Krugs need to do some work. There's the Dark Passage, and it's not enough to take down Bless.
In auto attacks, the last auto attack would have killed Bless, but not able to do it. Deft caught alone. They saw the Thresh with the score at the enemy red, and thus knew that they could just collapse onto Deft. Good target selection coming through from BBQ. That was the first time this game they've gotten a 1-for-0. No answering play across the map.
It was very, very close to actually getting 2 kills there as well, but some expert use of blast cones and flashes to get Bless and Totoro to safety. Deny any backup. Deft as well as Totoro does have the rest of his team here. Smeb's just going to continue being a nuisance towards the top side of the map. Went back and got himself some Mercury's Treads. See whether it's Tiamat, sorry, the Titanic Hydra that's going to come in next, or whether he goes for something else. His Tempt, oh, denies Deft yet another arrow.
Very short Valkyrie, but gets him out of the AoE. Map control going all the way of KT. The action on screen hasn't been the best in the past 10 minutes, but the vision line tells you the story now. 3 control wards near Baron for KT. Not enough damage to take down Crazy just yet.
Yep, that Shockwave definitely felt worth it, Pawn.
Crazy actually got 445 health from 1 Sap Magic passive.
Yeah, there's the root. As score is going to turn up. Pawn now with backup. It's Crazy. Yeah, this is some more yakety sacks that we're going to need here, Pop Smithy. As Twisted Advance comes in, Pawn's actually in trouble. Just the base damage is coming out from this Maokai who refuses to die. Pawn knows that he's close to being in trouble. Is he ever going to die? Yeah, there he is. Okay, finally. Finally! That was just, we're back to tank meta, Pop Smithy. I'd forgotten it because we'd had a few games without it.
And 30 seconds of trying to kill a Maokai slowly means that BBQ will too that take the top turret. So the trade there, not bad in their estimation. Taking down a Spirit Visage Merc Treads Maokai with 2 magic damage dealers. We can tell is probably a preview of what late game team fights may look like. But KT, they're not interested in late game. They've got good late game options themselves. But BBQ getting on the board in terms of these objectives is big for them.
Yeah, KT also have their own super tank as well, as Smeb will certainly get to that point relatively soon. Titanic Hydra does look to be the option next, as the Durham's Fist is hanging out in his inventory now. Heading that way makes the most sense. But there's a Burning Face from Score. Meandra's Torment now picked up so that that situation with the Maokai may not happen quite as easily next time.
Pawn has gone very safe in his item build, Banshee Veil to go along with a Summoner Spell Cleanse that he took. Means that he'll be very safe in fights. Was already doing good damage earlier, so safety first, given the damage was already registering. It's probably a good mantra for Pawn.
I just would really like to see the Leandri's Torment. As Ghost is going to find Smeb. The auto attacks are starting to come in. The big flash and the dash to get himself out.
A flashy dash.
Flashy dash, indeed. It wasn't looking like he was in much danger of dying. At least not quickly, as there's a box. And once again, we're on the let's try and kill crazy battle, but at least Deft is here. There's the Shadow Dash. They had the stand united. Everything was absolutely fine, and KT, with 4 members, are able to make short work of the Maokai.
And they put in such a big investment, Atlas, because they had those control wards down around Baron. They're going to try for a pick, but they will also start up the Baron. It's 23 minutes in, and KT want to accelerate the game.
Yep, control ward's here for BBQ, but half the health already done on this Baron. They do want to be able to get rid of Bless as he's heading over. Cocoon not going to find the target. We're looking at Mata to try and get a play, but it doesn't seem to matter. Oh! That's the Braum steal. Totoro says, yep, my Winter's Bite is easily enough for this one, as Bless was taken down, but that doesn't give them a smite, because you don't need one.
KT spent everything trying to spot the Rek'Sai. Spot the Rek'Sai wasn't able to do that. He gets over, and of all people to take it, it's Braum. It might have even been the Glacial Fissure Atlas. We'll get a replay of that. It was used. That was the only thing that's going to pass through multiple members. Well, that is a yakety sax way to pick up the Baron that KT thought would close out the game, and suddenly we may actually have a longer one on our hands.
Certainly might.
So they use a lot here. They use the Cocoon and Ashar both miss, and the Glacial Fissure into, you're right, the Winter's Bite. So the Glacial Fissure was used first, and then Winter's Bite, no one standing in the way of it, because of course Braum's not going to steal the Baron, except this time he did.
Yeah. Okay, now KT need to try and reassert some dominance here on this map. Dragon looking to be taken. It's only a Cloud Drake though, so KT not giving it a whole host of priority. Teleport going to be used by Crazy, but I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough to get them anything. That might be able to get them the Cloud, but it's not exactly a coveted Dragon. They will even up that Dragon scoreline, at least to boost their potential Elder Dragon in the late game, as Mata wants to find Crazy. Death Sentence goes just wide.
Pawn doesn't need to use his cleanse. In that particular scenario, we'll just back away, but this is Baron buff from BBQ on multiple members. Ghost able to bring up the minion wave in mid. Some damage in, and all these things were impossible for BBQ. They were second to rotations because of KT's vision control, but with Baron, that means oh so little.
Yeah, Ghost is able to get some meaningful damage onto this turret as well, as KT getting stretched across the map. Smeb shoves up that top wave. BBQ should be able to get this inner turret in the mid lane and possibly move themselves around. There's a stand united once again as Mata taking a lot of damage. Totoro as well is going to get traded. Mata eventually falls, but in comes Crazy. Pawn hula hoops on himself. Oh no, he was wearing a tutu for a moment, and that's not going to help you in a team fight. BBQ are able to get 2 picks. Both tanky members on the side of KT are taken down, and this could get them some opportunities with these turrets.
Yeah, Pawn had a great chance for a multi-man shockwave, was hit by the Nature's Grass, used cleanse, but didn't command protect first, and thus was not able to use the shockwave in a way that does them any favors, or for KT any favors, because out of nowhere, BBQ, they've got the first inhibitor of the game.
Yep, they steal the Baron and then steal the rest of the base from KT. It's not much of a gold lead. 1.5k is certainly no big deal, but now with so much control of this map, BBQ are looking in a fantastic position.
It is a more forgiving draft from KT Rolster. This is not the all-damage Rumble Top special they ran for the majority of spring. Late-game team fighting is a possibility for them. Well, watch the replay where Mata oversteps, gives up his life, but there could have been a turnaround. See, Pawn hit by Nature's Grass, cleanse. You know what he's thinking because of where Smeb is standing in the enemy team, but he doesn't use command protect first. Just a straight-up brain fade from Pawn. Means they get no value out of the Orianna that had already put on so many damage, that was piling on the damage in one rotation early in the game. Pawn has had a much better summer season, but his career has always had those intermittent lowlights, and that was another one of them right there.
Yeah. And look, Orianna, we've seen Orianna mistakes from even the best of Smithy. That was certainly not something we're used to seeing from Pawn. Even when he was over in China, the man played Orianna so many times. Was in a league with a lot of very strong Orianna players as well.
I mean, he's a good Orianna player. He's undefeated in summer season with 4 games played as well, but does have those momentary brain fades, and that one might actually be costly. As you say, the gold lead is certainly not massive. There's still a team fight that KT win, but BBQ have been able to get so many advantages so quickly, and now KT, they're just playing under their turrets and taking a lot of free poke from BBQ.
Yeah, Tempt is actually trying to do some work on this bottom inhibitor turret as well. Smeb's going to turn up to deal with the super minion wave heading down the mid lane, but going to mean that KT relatively thin underneath this inner turret. No more Baron buff, so at least they don't need to deal with that. With 4 members and some easily diveable turrets here, with Crazy being so incredibly tanky, we'll be able to just move up, take down this inner turret. BBQ continue the pressure.
And KT are looking for a full reset. They want to actually be able to group as 5, but BBQ playing the map very smartly, just having Corki get free auto attach to the Trinity Force in bot lane. Initiation available from KT, but not grouped as 5. They need Pawn to be in position for a team fight victory, but Maokai so sturdy in the front line. Means no value is going to be gained in the top.
Ghost looking for the piercing arrow, finds Mata with the end of it. Score still looking for a cocoon. Pawn making his way over as well. Finally, KT with enough wave clear to deal with these minions now that there's no Baron. That tower is so low on the bottom side. Tempt certainly able to get a lot of work done. Feels like BBQ just happy to keep the pressure on up here on the top side and let Tempt be able to get pot shots like you were talking about.
And it's a smart 4-1 because Corki now wears teleport. It doesn't need to be Maokai, who be getting no meaningful damage done in the bot lane. It's Corki who does do that. KT, they group with Orianna. They want to make something happen. Hook goes wide, and we just reset for another minion wave.
Well, hopefully Pawn can go back and get himself a Rabbidan's Death Cap, KT fans, because, oh, it's actually going to be the Void Staff, opting into that beforehand. There is that Magic Resist stacked up.
Mounted a Magic Resist, a Locket as well. Probably the right call. That's everyone that isn't Ghost, but Ghost's range is so long that a reliable target for the Shockwave.
You can see Deft going for the Mortal Reminder. Lord Dominic's Regard feels pretty good against tanks for that health shred, but want to deny the Sap Magic all of the lifesteal available for Ghost. Want these guys to be getting all of that health back too easily.
But the reset happens with BBQ not breaking a second inhibitor turret. If they got a second inhibitor turret during that tussle, then that would have been really big for them. But BBQ have to reset with Drake and Baron, more crucially, coming up in about 15 seconds time. Which allows KT time to buy some control wards, start to contest vision. The gold lead is not massive, so this reset allows KT to find a window back into the game.
Yeah, Totoro unbreakables the dissonance. Pawn will be able to get himself over here. Ward back at the Baron pit. KT should be able to regain some control, especially with things like Hawkshot available to them. Hook gonna land. They're looking for the pick onto Totoro. Box is invested into this one as well, but KT not wanting to get too much more. Arrow lands. Good chain CC, but Bless once again able to flash his way out and keeps himself alive. That would have definitely spelt Baron. Although they may want to take down Totoro as well. We know that his Winter's Bite does a lot of damage.
A lot invested, like you say, because they got onto the enemy jungler. He's chunked out and doesn't have the semi-global ultimate anymore, so KT, they're still going to try the Baron.
They're going to do this one again because Tempt is towards the bottom side of the map. They do have the teleport, and it's coming in from the Corkies. Mata, big shield from the Stand United on Shen, but they do manage to take him down anyway. Crazy takes a lot of 3-man Shockwave in the back line, and Totoro now taking a lot of damage as well. Deft piercing arrows there, and the flash from Totoro. He wants to eat some honey fruit to try and get himself back to healthiness. Good cocoon, but Deft still has to flash to get himself out of the way. Smeb off the backside. Now Deft wants to get static shiv procs across the top, but you can see they're so incredibly low. Flashing health bars on about everyone here.
Yeah, this team fight was so insane. Only now is Tempt getting free autos onto Smeb. Could have gone so many different ways. Summoners blinking, health bars blinking. BBQ, they're pinging onto the Baron. They're going to try and turn onto it right now.
Yep. They know exactly what's going on here as well as Deft. He hasn't gone back to base. Decent damage here from BBQ, and we'll see whether KT can make it back in time. Teleport's coming in from Smeb, but I don't know whether it's going to be enough. The Baron is taken by BBQ, their second one of the game, and now KT want to find a fight, but they've got low health bars.
Here we go!
Arrow flies forward. There's a good hook onto Totoro, who will fall down first. Deft grabs that kill, as now Ghost trying to get the damage across the side with the piercing arrows, but the disengage is coming in. Crazy's being brought back into the fight. He does have the ultimate once again, but close to at least looking like he was going to potentially survive. But there's 5 members of KT, and that is going to be the lockdown of 2 members. BBQ with Baron on 3 though, so still feeling very good.
Yeah, even though they picked up Baron on 5, BBQ was smart to not group and re-engage with Baron buff. Their health bars were in a healthier spot than KT Rolster, but Pawn was back with the shockwave available. They did not want to try to contest the fight. They give up 2. KT move on to the Inferno. Bless is here.
They're actually going to go for some sort of steal. Anytime that KT can keep them occupied is certainly a good one. That's a cheeky steal. Seems like smites are not what Score's able to get done right this game. As Tempt still doing damage off to the side. Remember, this was the priority pick Corki. We scoffed at it a little bit in Champion Select, but 3-0 and 2 for Tempt. Man looks pretty damn good. He was always a good Corki player, just hasn't felt like the champion has deserved this much priority. BBQ trying to make us believers.
Yeah, BBQ, they were gifted a way back into the game with the Baron steal from Totoro. There's no doubt that Corki is a powerful pick in this meta, but does not deserve to be contested at first pick overall, whether what else was available. And yet, all that sort of analysis means so little when the Baron has gone to BBQ and the Infernal Drake is stolen by BBQ. The Smites have let down the side of KT Rolster, and now BBQ coming with a gold lead with an Infernal, and looking to once again take down an inhibitor.
Yeah, good item spikes here for BBQ as well. Some to talk about on the side of KT, but Ghost, he's got the Infinity Edge done. There's Infinity Edge on Tempt as well. Their damage is just huge with how these work. As there's a 2-man Shockwave. Big tanky members being taken down low as Totoro. He's going to fall. Smeb wanting to continue this fight at the same time. Bless has been chunked out. Means no more damage onto any of these inhibitors, and KT actually getting some control back here despite the Baron buff.
Yeah, BBQ's trying to play multiple lanes against super engaged from KT, and I think that's too greedy. Even with where they are in the game, they need to stay grouped because KT have the engage. The 4-1 plays are very likely to be punished whether Tempt has teleport up or not. He doesn't at this particular time. 1 member of BBQ goes down. That relieves pressure from KT, and the game is still not over. There is still a chance for KT to turn this one around as the 6 items approaches on most of their carries.
Yeah, Bramble Vest done from Smeb as well. Couple of auto attackers on the side of BBQ. It's an interesting one when it comes to building armor against a Corki who does 80% magic damage, but will still be hitting himself for a lot based on the fact that it's auto attack damage that is reflected. Confusing one when it comes to Corki's interaction with Thornmail.
We'll be obviously getting massive value against Ghost in particular.
Oh, yes.
Take 1.5 times the effectiveness, even not quite the 2 times effectiveness if there was a Lucian in the mid lane. But can control those waves very well on the side lane. With his Titanic Hydra, no pushing going to be happening from the Maokai. 2 inhibitor turrets down, but no inhibitors down means that KT do have the ability to make things happen on the map, to move out and contest things. Baron still going to be a few minutes away being available. Once again, relative parity between the 2 teams.
And remember the last Baron, it was BBQ being able to pick up, what, 6 turrets or something like that, and the inhibitor that they were able to gather. This time around, they get approximately nothing from the Baron buff. So better control, better weathering of the storm for KT. We've got a Rabbidan's Deathcap very close for Pawn. There it is. Back from the shop. He's a few CS behind, but now with these 4 items, it's a very happy Orianna. Didn't have enough money for a control ward, which is a little bit unfortunate.
So it's a really good spot for BBQ. Teleport Corki can be bot lane. Inhibitor turret is down. When the Baron eventually spawns, if their minion waves are in the right spot, there will be basically a split second for KT to either hit their initiation and do it triumphantly, or they will lose. An inhibitor, maybe a Nexus turret or 2. A lot of false choices are going to be forced when there is no inhibitor turret bot lane for KT against this double TP from BBQ.
Yeah, attempt utilizing that double TP so beautifully as well.
My estimation is that it will be that next Baron that will be the site of the deciding fight for this game. in a long lane, KT can force, but because they're not grouped as 5, hard to take someone down, and Crazy predictably can stand in the front with Braum and stop any action from happening.
Oh, there's the Cocoon landing. They've got the chain CCs. Crazy takes a lot of damage, but is he exactly the target they want? Oh, Ghost hit by the shockwave. Now has to get himself all the way out of there. Uses everything to try and escape, and that spells the end of Totoro. Decent timing, but there's still a minute 40 on this Baron, as BBQ will have 5 members back for that. But good pick from KT.
Yeah, chunking out the Maokai early meant that he didn't regroup with the team. He went to the left, and only Braum was there as a frontliner to stand up. Great shockwave from Pawn. Getting on to Ghost meant that his health bar was low enough that he wasn't going to put out any damage. Crazy dies. They can return to their minion waves. 1 minute till Baron. It was close to being the Titanic fight, but when the first round of initiation is down from KT, there is no reason for BBQ to continue fighting and no way for them to multiply their kills. It stays at 1.
Yeah. Deft as well, only 1 item to complete, same as Ghost. So despite Ghost having a little bit of extra movement around in the back of a lot of these team fights, getting a lot of consistent damage, he's only 1-1 and 3, as Deft has quietly been sitting on 4-1 and 3 this game. Apparently you don't need to hit arrows to get a lot of kills and work done in these team fights. Deft more about avoiding skill shots rather than hitting them, to be honest. This guy has always been very, very agile. Hasn't hit many arrows this game, though.
He and Bang have struggled on the hitting the arrow mark.
Yeah, this feels like you can only have 1 prey in a league.
KT walking up to try to contest that vision. Corki can't be bot lane. At the moment, the minion wave is pretty far pushed out, so the 2 inhibitors being down for now doesn't mean much, which really focus and onus is on BBQ. What you can do in these scenarios is actually control the minion wave bot lane to the point where KT have to choose between overstaying around Baron or losing big parts of their base. But now, when the minion waves are pushed out as far as they are, they don't have to make that decision. They can just be a 5-man unit.
Yeah, and they're able to get control of this mid lane at the same time. So many control wards, so much vision available for KT. And you mentioned Winfrey earlier on. Still searching for these engagements, and now that they have Soul Vision, looks like BBQ were considering trading for an Elder Dragon.
I think KT will be happy with that. They have a lot of control wards down, but none available at present. Have one on the base. There is vision in the area from the side of BBQ. BBQ thought they could just take a free Elder while KT danced. This dance is going to be a fast one.
Yep, Bless looking to make his way in as well as KT pull off the Baron. They do not want another steal to come down for BBQ.
Big minion wave for them in the bot lane. Now it's KT who's actually incentivized to keep up the pressure.
Yeah. Cocoon's going to go wide.
Oh, it's a backdoor attempt. Corki's in the mid lane. He's hitting onto the inhibitor.
Oh, Arrow once again going to pick the gap between BBQ.
That's 1 inhibitor down already.
He should be able to get this second one. There is not enough room, and look at the damage coming out from this. Corki Mata immediately gets himself out of the ultimate from Ghost, and that is going to be the pick. Yeah, Def flashes out of the side, gets the Dark Passage, so he's not going to die, but has to use so much to get out of the way. Tempt now the flanking Corki, who's just torn up the base of KT Rolster, and they just have no idea what to do.
Yeah, KT could not make the play. The Ash Arrow goes wide, so hard to hit it, and Nature's Grasp for disengage is insanely powerful. No way to punish at all. Those inhibitors are down. Because the super minions hadn't spawned yet in bot lane, they do take down the bot lane inhibitor, but the smart slow push in top and bot means so much less. Now there's super minions in 2 lanes.
Well, KT have got themselves back to a point where they can pressure this Baron. They want to try and start a fight, though. Arrow close to coming up for Def to Smeb. Gets himself in amongst it, but has he overextended? Takes the lantern. Gets himself out. BBQ still trying for this one. Baron started up once again. Remember, they've got a lot of damage. Tempt gets himself over to the side. Bless wants to make his way into this pit, and KT forced to stop it. So much respect being given, and it's deserved, as BBQ have been able to get the last 2 of the Barons in these contested scenarios.
Mata's trying to back quite an aggressive position, but has a blast cone to get out. KT realize they cannot overstay in this scenario. BBQ can basically do whatever they want. They can turn onto the Baron themselves. There's the full recalls. Only Mata is here, at least in the area as well.
Yeah. Should be able to get some vision to chuck down, but it looks like KT understand that they're not going to be able to contest this Baron. Is going to be taken down for BBQ, their third of the game. Now they're pinging towards the Elder Dragon.
A lot of gold being won by KT, but they aren't able to actually go and purchase. Smeb has to spend all of his time contesting this super minion wave in bot lane. Will it just be the overlapping buffs for BBQ? They will just run up to the Elder. They tried to start before all the craziness that led to the Tempt backdooring both inhibitors. Marta's walking up. Rest of the team behind him.
It's going to be up to score. He needs to be able to land this smite. Elder Dragon going to reset. Good cocoon lands onto Tempt, but Totoro blocks the death sentence. Oh, Chains of Corruption do go wide. Yes, Smeb's looking to try and get himself in there. Gets himself around the back end. That's the Elder Dragon going over to score. KT with a lot of extra damage now in this fight. Regrouping as well with that Dark Passage. Deft down to about half health. Tempt seeing what he can do. Yeah, Deft is taking so much damage. They're desperately trying to get back to save their Nexus turrets as these super creeps are smashing forward. Good distance being created by Marta. Dark Passage is there as well. Can they actually defend this? They do have a lot of damage once everyone turns up, but KT are going to be relegated back to their base until these inhibitors respawn. There's no more Baron buff to deal with. This game, 44 minutes in. KT still not out of it just yet, but it's looking very dangerous as BBQ keep getting the advantages. That backdoor play from Tempt was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, great team call there, or solo call, hard to say. They've got massive advantages for no cost whatsoever, something that we've said that KT have been able to do on their best days. In Game 2, the Elder Dragon being picked up by KT represents a delay. It helps them to push out the super minions. It also largely negates the effect of the Baron buff. One inhibitor turret left for KT. Now going to be the focus from BBQ.
Now you can see Pawn and Smeb, they're doing their very best to deal with these super creeps. They do take them down relatively fast. Stand United there for Smeb as well. KT, lots of damage available. Can get rid of these minion waves fast, but I don't know whether it's fast enough. It's Def now double lifesteal, so this poke is not going to be as meaningful from the Corki and the Varus. But 6-item Corki, 6-item Varus. This is a lot of damage out of BBQ.
6 items finished on Pawn as well as he buys the Liandry's Torment as his final. Sold the Fiendish Codex and bought that.
I like that a lot. Will actually be able to do relevant damage now to Crazy. His arrow not going to find Tempt. Good Valkyrie gets himself out of the way as Deft. Shield comes in, avoids a lot of these as Marta does find the hook onto Totoro. Lots of damage, but is able to get out with the stand behind me.
The Cannon Minion is still doing damage to this turret. Doesn't actually force anything. They can't fully back away here, KT Rolster, and that means that BBQ, they have the option for waiting another minion wave. They're doing this without their Braum, so a bit greedy here from BBQ.
Yeah, inhibitors are going to be back up relatively soon, and there's not a lot of time left on this Baron. So KT, once again, weathering the storm effectively. Inhib back up in the mid lane. It'll be back up in the bottom lane as well. And now BBQ have to replicate this dance that they did so expertly once again. The KT do have reset time. They have time to get vision in their jungle once again. It's whether or not BBQ can actually set up what looks like a trap here on the top side of the map.
Gold lead represents, basically, we are at equivalence between the two teams. 6 items achieved on both sets of carries. Shockwave could be the ultimate equalizer, but getting access to the backline is going to be pretty damn difficult. Smeb has had to largely be using his ultimates reactionarily. We haven't seen 3 or 4 man. Shen Taunson, Totoro and Crazy have largely been strong enough to stand in the front line, tank the initiation and turrets as bot lane.
Yep, Pawn looking for it, but the package was used for the disengage, and Tempt is going to be okay.
Rek'Sai's mid lane trying to take down the inhibitor as well.
Yeah, so much pressure everywhere as Deft finally able to take down that minion wave. Sold his static shift for a rapid fire cannon, prioritizing the team fight over clearing out the waves, and I don't know whether it's necessarily the best idea. What he's been tasked with is largely trying to kill creeps as quickly as possible. So it feels like inevitably this tower will go down. The ultimate just going to be used from Crazy. You've spoken about its ability to utilize this a lot. But KT just stand their ground. They don't care if they get a little bit rooted.
The bot lane, though, Tempt is one auto attack away from taking down the bot lane inhibitor, and Rek'Sai may not be doing a lot of damage to the mid lane one, but reliably gets there again and again. Tempt does finally take down that inhibitor.
Yeah, KT get themselves back to the mid lane.
It feels like they have force. Ash Arrow, Thresh Hook, the Orianna Shockwave. They haven't been able to force what they've wanted to look for, and it's just Smeb solo. Okay, here's the fight.
Yeah, there's the engagement. Crazy taking a fair bit of damage. Def just free hitting off the back end. That's exactly what they want. Pawn, he's going to turn up as well. Toto are in trouble as Tempt doesn't have a lot of mana remaining, but good disengage from BBQ.
There's nothing for them to fight for, Atlas. They already got the 2 inhibitors. They don't need to get overly greedy for this final inhibitor turret. With the reset from KT, they may get it anyway. It's a single auto attack away from going down.
They are just going to back away. So 1 minute left on this Baron. They'll have Elder Dragon to take pretty much immediately afterwards as well. And BBQ, after 1 steal, have just had this game under control, despite the lack of any relevant gold lead for the entirety of this game.
And you know, BBQ played that frustrating series against MVP where they stacked tanks and basically everyone was just looking for turret dives. Gold leads just represented into brute force and no playing at the side lanes. But in this game, their macro has been very smart. Tempt going for the backdoor on the 2 inhibitors as what has led to the next 20 minutes of smart play from BBQ. And in a situation where some team like Everett Winners, for example, might have barreled down as 5 and just relied on their Maokai and Braum to provide enough space for Tempt and Ghost to auto-attack down the top lane inhibitor turret, they have been doggedly putting their Rek'Sai in mid lane, their Corki in bot lane, and forcing KT into lose-lose scenarios. Great to see these adaptations for BBQ, who are making it so damn hard for KT Rolster to actually get a foothold back into Game 2.
Well, KT are grouping as 4, trying to get themselves around this map. Brute force some vision in there. They do get the control ward down, but they haven't spotted this vision ward that gives them every bit of information ever on the side of BBQ. Score turning up. Now they still want to take down this inhibitor turret on the top side of the map. Remember, that's regenerating its health. Pawn and Deft with a lot of wave clear will be able to clear out this one.
Stan United is about 5 to 10 seconds away from coming off cooldown. Will be available very soon. BBQ run into a Baron. This will be the 4th of the game, I believe.
Yes. 4th of the game for BBQ as well. And only the 2nd that they've started themselves. But this is their game. Rotate between the Baron and the top lane. And as soon as KT can't get that inside track over to the objective, move back to the other one. See whether you can do it there. The onus is definitely on KT to make anything happen, as this could be the face check. Unbreakable there for Totoro. They're not going to invest too much.
Pawn is in such an rough spot. If he uses the shockwave and it doesn't get a kill, then BBQ will stop Baron.
Oh, Crazy actually taking some relevant damage here. Deft able to tear through him. I know he's a super tank, but starting to look squishier and squishier as Deft has more and more damage. Elixir of Wrath actually on him as well. Tempt also has that one. Dark Passage there to get Deft to relative safety, but there's the teleport. Yeah, Crazy coming back with the full health. Smeb's pushing things down, and BBQ finally get that inside track that we were talking about, but can KT find the team fight? Totoro is hooked up once again, but look at this. Score's in trouble off the back end. Totoro eventually falls down. It's 4 versus 5 now in favor of KT.
Where's the shockwave?
And Smeb is huge in the front line. There's the flash. Ghost immediately uses the QSS to get himself out. That's the disengage, but the man advantage is there. Def flashes on top of Ghost, and he's dead! They pick up the kill, and now KT, they have the massive damage advantage.
They do, but what else do they have, Atlas? They don't have minion waves. They can't just barrel down the mid lane. Tempt will continue to take pot shots at Nexus turrets. It feels so cathartic for KT to finally pick up kills on these carries that have frustrated them. Only just kills. The moment, nothing more. Death timers are insanely long. 20 seconds for Braum, 50-odd seconds for Ghost. KT trying to barrel down mid, and for once, Tempt has nothing to backdoor.
Nope, can't be taking down these inhibitors, and look, they're going to be up relatively soon. This timing could not be better for KT as they're looking to try and take down this Baron, and I think finally, Papa Smithy, KT are going to be able to get one in their back pocket.
No abilities to contest the Baron. This time it goes to KT. This means that when we see multiple lanes being played, the super minions will answer the threat of someone like Tempt. and this means that maybe, just maybe, BBQ will have to be forced into 5v5, and the 5v5 from KT is still potentially able to take down BBQ.
Yeah, and I like that you sort of caught yourself at the end there, because BBQ's 5v5 is not anyone to scoff at either. They've got the front line, they've got the Maokai, and they have a lot of damage in late game Corki and Varus, but KT's just feels so standard. They have so many opportunities as far as engage, and they've got Deft's Ashe and Pawn's Orianna for their damage as well.
Pawn has been so conservative on his shockwaves ever since the flub about 25 minutes ago. He realizes if that ability is down, BBQ will feel empowered to try to run through KT's team. But the flashes are still up on BBQ. They weren't used by Tempt or Ghost in the last fight, so actually setting up that ultimate. And speaking of ultimates,
another arrow is going to go wide. Cocoon not finding the mark, but there's the ult coming out from Crazy, sending the roots forward. That's the Zhonya's from Score, as Pawn uses the cleanse, gets himself out of the way. Score survives for the moment as Bless needs to be careful. Those empowered autos are doing a lot of work, but what is also doing work are the rockets and the arrows flying over from BBQ.
Elder Dragon is up. BBQ ping onto it. KT barreling down mid. They'll start to react. There's a lot of damage from BBQ.
Oh my goodness, this is not lasting long. Bless should be able to grab it all too easy. As now Smeb trying to run for his life. They don't want to fight for something that isn't even there.
And there's nothing more scary than a Corki with the Elder Dragon buff. So much burn going to come onto the rockets that are already powerful. With the Baron, KT do take down the mid lane inner turret. Teamfight victory might mean more. And KT, they're just following in the super minions here. It's also an empowered minion that's actually been promoted.
Yeah. Cute. I like it. I feel like Mata probably the one to be credited with that one.
Banner of Command helped them in their quest. They're not going to be able to take down an inhibitor just yet, though.
When is it time for the Zrot portals, Papa Smithy?
We're getting close, Atlas. The super minions are helping them with the push in the side lane. You see Bless answering a minion wave. Once again, good minion wave control has meant that KT have had both the side lanes. They're coming for a flank. They don't know here, BBQ.
Yeah, Cocoon lands. Lots of damage. There's a two-man shockwave, but Tempt uses the QSS, gets himself out with the Valkyrie and Pawn. Now in trouble. Stand United comes in, but he's taken down. And now Ghost is flashing forward. KT running for the hills. Have created some relative distance. Good dodge to get out of the way of the Glacial Fissure, and the slow's not quite enough. Deft doesn't quite have flash. Score skittering as quickly as he can.
But the follow is coming from BBQ. Remember, 3 naked inhibitors. They can take them all down. They have the man advantage.
Oh, that was Mikura's scimitar just for the movement speed as Deft is getting slowed down to high heaven. Not enough. As the Dark Passage does come in. Crazy not even going to get flung back as Smeb. He's tanky, but how tanky is Crazy? Able to pick up that kill. We've got 40 seconds on Pawn. You've got members underneath turrets. Totoro is going to fall down, but look at Deft. Oh, massive damage onto the Corki. The double kill. Make that a triple. Oh my God. So much work done by Ghost. Triple kill comes in, and that should be the game for BBQ.
They just need a minion wave. There'll be one respawn from KT Rolster, or maybe even not. Still 20 seconds on Pawn. It felt like he's been dead for about 3 minutes.
Yes. Well, the death time is a huge problem, Smithy. It's 55 minutes into this game, but it's going to be enough. BBQ, they managed to steal that first Baron, and it felt like that was when it all turned around. They win the team fight to take down the game in the end. Ghost looked great. He's thrown all his buttons away, and that's going to be the Nexus falling. Game 3 now between KT and BBQ.
That one really ramped up as we got to the super late game, but KT Rolster will wonder how the Baron steal, as you say, was really the difference maker here, as KT Rolster previously had basically full control of the game. Now we're actually going to go to a game 3, push us to the 3-hour mark, and this is not the preparation that KT wanted, with so many big games for them on the horizon next week.
Yep. It's exactly not the mistakes that you wanted to be making as well, making calls around the Baron. These are the things that have haunted KT in the past, especially in the spring split when they did have that slump. It was more about decision-making and coordination, and that was creeping back here in this game against BBQ.
Good catch on the Makuro Scimitar earlier for movement speed. They opened up space, but someone dying this late in the game is so consequential. 5v4 with the Elder Dragon buff, 12% AD and AP from the single Infernal Drake being amped up. Deft did so much damage on the back end. He was exhausted, killed Maokai, turned on took down the Corki, but there were still more DPS members for BBQ, and Ghost was the cleanup crew.
Yep, Ghost certainly making swift work of it. You saw how incredibly far the range of the rapid-fire cannon Varus is. That last battle, that's all she wrote. So KT, not out of it yet, of course. We'll have another match, and they're very, very good at 3-game series. That is not a game that they are expecting to lose.
Yeah, Longzhu and SKT next week. Not ideal preparation. More time on the stage, though, to prepare against BBQ.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, though, in game number 3. I'm going to go to a short break. When we get back, the decider between BBQ and KT. Welcome back to LCK Summer, guys. I know we weren't expecting to be here, but it's game number 3 time between BBQ and KT Rolster. And look at that, Tempt and Ghost did do a lot of damage. Def did a heck of a lot, though. That's 50k. That's a lot of work done.
It is a lot of damage, Atlas, but to me, the bigger win for BBQ is smart decision-making in the mid to late game with Tempt backdooring the inhibitors. Sure, gifted over a Baron steal, but everything after that really spoke to BBQ stepping up on a macro level, and Tempt, it wasn't just about the Corki damage. The decision-making was something that really helped BBQ get back into the game.
Yeah, that sick backdoor, taking those inhibitors down. And then this was an early game that honestly belonged to KT throughout most of it. It felt like it was another day in the office type situation. But it all went awry. Hasn't happened yet, Papa Smithy, but there will be a certain purple worm that turns it all around. BBQ.
And all the action really happened in the mini-map. When we were focused on a fight, that was when those inhibitors went down. They're still alive here as Pawn. Just after a Baron buff had already been stolen, and was kind of the awkward phase for KT Rolster. Watching our replays here, this was the Baron. Second time around, claimed by BBQ. Tempt able to hit closest target. Really nice shockwave this time from Pawn. The fights very often, Atlas, were very even. You can't really think of fights where one team routed the other one.
Yeah.
But it was this moment here, Tempt backdooring both inhibitors. While the teams were standing 5v4, KT threw out an Ash Arrow, which missed. They threw out other initiation, which went sideways. Def, especially guilty of being off the boil with Ash Arrows in this particular game. And while the fights otherwise were close, the final fight, when they got down Pawn and when he was the first to die, his respawn timer was insane.
It was. That was almost over a minute. As you can see the man on your screen. Pretty happy with that MVP, but now they have to back it up. They will be moving over to the red side this time for game number 3. But they've taken down Score's Elise, and that interesting draft with the Corki first pick priority could send KT through a little bit of a loop when it comes to the bans, but they'll have a lot more flexibility now with what they take away.
Any ban adaptations in the final game will be fun to track. Maybe you have to ban away the Corki on Blue's side. You have the option to sort of reset the comps and ban 3 champions that BBQ played in the previous game. In game 1, there was a bit more focus on other picks, and we may just see a return to that. And Maokai, predictably, is banned on Blue's side, which we know KT can play it. Score has jungled it already, and Smep has played it many times in his career. But it feels like KT is not ready to show Maokai just yet.
Yeah, also maybe not wanting to let it go over to BBQ and looking for a different first pick as well. Cho'Gath going to be banned as Crazy is getting targeted on the top side of the map.
So 7-14 in general.
Yeah. And of course that is targeted as also Blessed theoretically, as Caitlyn and Kalista both banned. Zach should theoretically be the final ban here from BBQ.
But do KT want to first pick Elise after some wayward smites in the previous game? That wasn't really a product of Elise, but KT returning to Elise 3 games in a row is likely to be possible, assuming they don't ban it here. And yeah, they will ban away the Corki. So that's the big adaptation ban from game 2, after BBQ showed just how high their priority was on that Corki.
Yeah, and interesting that they took that one away, knowing that the Lucian hasn't been banned, was something that had to be taken away by BBQ in order to deny it of Pawn.
Score looked a bit bashful for a second.
Yeah. Okay, they take the Elise once again. Ooh, you saw that was a little bit of a cringe moment there for Score. It was like, oh, but I lost in the last game.
You saw cringe, I saw bashfulness. Does mean the Elise is still secured, though. See how BBQ will respond. Thresh is available.
Yeah.
On the red side. Totoro wants to go there, and Braum also.
Tristana has been left up as well. Could go for the Tristana Orianna, something like that if they would like to. That was banned away on the blue side by KT in game number 1. But first time Trist has been left up, will be taken by BBQ.
A little bit surprising to see Trist taken over Xayah, but I think that might be because Def's results on the Xayah haven't mirrored some of the other top 80 carries. Ghost has played a lot of Xayah himself. But KT have looked more potent with the Tristana than the Xayah, so they will take Tristana. Tristana also wins the auto-attack trades with Xayah, and yeah, there was the takeaway on the Thresh from Mata.
Xayah Rakan is an option here for KT if they want to take their bottom lane. Still, lots of other choices to be made as well. Tristana being picked into Xayah more than the other way around.
A very high premium on Renekton being placed, but Smeb has had his good games on it. Taking it this early. When you think of matchups into it, not many of them will have pressure. Unless Crazy wants to go back to the Jace that he was playing to success in recent months. I wonder if he would. In this case of scenario, go a pretty squishy lineup against BBQ. Sorry, against KT.
Yeah, well, looks like it won't be picked up just yet, Papa Smithy, as the jungler is what Bless is looking at. Rek'Sai doesn't want to get that one banned away because it has worked quite well in the past against other teams as well. I mean, into this matchup, Rek'Sai versus Elise, often you have Rek'Sai coming out ahead.
And I guess Pawn is picking the Ashe for Deft because they're hoping that Deft got his eye in during the course of 56 minutes of the previous game.
I want to know the actual amount of arrows that hit their target.
It was maybe 2.
From beyond auto attack range. I think it was about maybe 1.
We were definitely sub 25%. Perhaps sub 15%. It was hard to say, but let's focus on the draft from here. No support yet taken, or mid lane taken for KT. So we do see the Zyra ban away. Zyra's been a bit more in vogue recently with so many tanks running on the Rift that Zyra's damage is often being prioritized. And even the disengage of the ultimate can be very important when teamfights have been extending to the 20 to 30 second mark. Her ability to put out damage and disengage is being prioritized. Another one of the reasons why Janna has been a popular pick, because disengaging those sticky tanks has been an important thing.
Late game damage as well from Zyra is something you can certainly talk about with the Leandri's Torment fitting into a build path so nicely.
So Zyra and Braum. Braum was the predictable answer to the Thresh has been denied. Something like Tom Kench, I guess, is an outside possibility. On the side of Mata, who hasn't put any real priority into that pick. Rakan is probably his most played and most effective champion, still open, but trying to gauge whether this is the sort of game where Rakan is necessary. If you see a Syndra, Rakan's looking a bit better.
Yeah, feeling like a decent option. No Braum to stop these Syndra orbs as well, so it might be a reason why Tempt is currently looking at it. 10 seconds to make up his mind, though.
Curious to see the Syndra taken blind instead of answering the Renekton, and that's why we do see the Gnar as the laning option into the Renekton. Gnar has been on the losing end quite a bit in recent days, sort of champion who, if the Elise and the Renekton can get big, will shut down the potential for BBQ to snowball out that lane, and Elise Renekton on blue side has been the duo for oh so many times, so you can imagine where KT's going. It's top side, and now in terms of draft, KT might be going super early game, Atlas.
Yep, going back to the Galio once again, Papa Smithy, so those dives that you were mentioning could come in, the gank potential of both of those.
Oh, we're diving.
Oh, we are diving.
We are diving
so
real hard.
Ahoy. All right, well, there might be a slight lack of damage, but Renekton builds a fair bit of it. Elise as well has a bit of damage also. And who knows? You might have an Abyssal Mask coming out of Pawn, and then he might get, you know, another damage item on the Galio. But probably not. It will be most likely that full tank option as Tempt looking for some extra damage. 1 second to go, and Cassiopeia locked in the mid lane.
Yeah, Lucian and Cassiopeia were the options that lane well into the Galio. Lucian wouldn't fit the comp as they'd be overloaded on physical damage, so Cassiopeia is the correct team comp choice. But KT have gone for ultimate power in the early to mid game. They're not waiting around for 8 p.m. Korean Standard Time. They want to get it done early in 25 minutes. They can dive, they can be strong. So much here is on Bless being able to shadow and potentially counter gank or battle ward the Elise, because if he's able to do that, slow down the tempo of the game, just like in Game 2, if it goes long, you have to put all your money onto BBQ. But getting to that point against KT Rolster has not been a consistent strategy. You look at KT and think, okay, they run out of Storm in the mid to late game, let's draft late game. Well, guess what? More often than not, you'll be blown out of the water. That may happen here, but if it doesn't, Atlas, then it's going to be real interesting.
And you have to look at the rest of this series as well, Papa Smithy. KT have not been getting those 4,000 gold leads at 15 minutes like they've been known to do in the past. Could be an opportunity for BBQ to just weather that storm and have more damage in the late game.
Oh, this is a stormy one. The thunderclouds are coming. They're going to be going super aggressive under turrets, and if KT get the start, if Score gets a couple of kills, there's going to be a lot of turret shots onto KT Rolster.
They most certainly are. The heroic entrance to get Pawn in amongst that top lane fight will be an exciting one to watch. Let's do it. Let's hop onto the map. Keep going, Mata.
He's got to get into his position. He has to find his spot to stand, and then I'm sure it will come back out as, okay, we mentioned this earlier. We get to our third game today, and 300 games for Smeb and the LCK.
Congratulations to Smeb. Thought that we weren't going to get to it at all, but unfortunately, Baron steal for KT means that Smeb has to celebrate a little bit early.
It's a really good marker for one of our best players in the LCK. This is a guy who reinvented his storyline from being arguably the worst top laner in the LCK to being embraced as one of the best in the world. Riot voted him the #1 player to watch at Worlds 2016, and maybe he didn't reach the expectations of that as cleanly as he would have liked. But he has been one of our most consistent stars in Korea, double MVP of the regular season in 2016, and a great career after what was a bit of a false start.
Yeah. Well, now looking to try and prove himself in what is his game. Oh, there's the value. Look at that. The volley damage onto the 2 damage dealers on the side of BBQ. KT, they've got a huge front line this time with the Alistar, the Galio, and the Renekton. But BBQ have set themselves up with a pretty sweet front-to-back composition with late-game damage coming out of Cass and Tristana. I feel like as far as well-roundedness is concerned, they're pretty happy. Absolutely.
In terms of well-roundedness, Echoes and Legion's better than what KT has put together, but KT knows what KT wants to do. Fawn apparently wants to take free damage, but that's just unfortunately how it is for Galio if he doesn't get access to the minion wave first. Why the Super Leash is really costly for Galio against Cassiopeia, because he wants to get in, auto-attack the ranged minions, and start using the Winds of War early. Otherwise, it is a painful lane.
Well, probably didn't need to walk up. Just waiting for those Winds of War like you were talking about. And now the level 2's hit by attempt, and this gets arguably worse. Bad news. Score going to be able to take down his blue buff and see how quickly it takes him to get to that top lane and start killing crazy over and over again.
Did it last game, but nice defensive vision. Does spot him out. He's going towards red buff. Bless has the info on him.
Yeah, the Cocoon's going to land first, though, as Score. First one to react.
Cassio
Red buff
get there
ticking
first.
down. Yeah, Cass could potentially move over as there's a repel. Gets the Q, and Score's going to start it off with a solo kill in the jungle.
Super well done. Cassio doesn't actually make it over. Doesn't matter that the rotation was coming through from the Renekton because he does it alone. Excellent stuff from Score, and the worst case scenario is Score picking up first blood to start this early game snowball.
Yep, and it means more vision in the jungle here as well. It means Crazy's even more in trouble. If there's anyone that was going to get ahead to make BBQ's life awful, it's Score this time around as he gets the ward down. Bless is going to be discovered very quickly, and there's going to be a Cocoon well and truly prepared for this Rek'Sai if he comes in. It's going to be the smite, as Score is just going to try and deny Bless of everything.
Kind of amazing that map awareness, which is something that BBQ showed very heads-up play in Game 2 with the tempt move to take down the 2 inhibitors, what lets them down is bot lane.
Yep, there's the stun. Coming in from Mata, gets the heal off as well as Totoro. The Ignite's down on top of him. Deft still has the flash. That's the last auto, as now they're going mano a mano, Ghost versus Deft. And the autos are coming from the Ashe. The volley's there. The slow is relatively consistent. One more auto. The heal. That's going to be the commitment, and that's the double kill on the bot side. KT, you mentioned the fact that the Thunderstorm's coming. It's coming early, Papa Smithy. And now here's that gank we were talking about. The repel gets Score out of there as Crazy. Eating up a potion. KT, rush of blood to the head wasn't massive there. They are going to survive what could have been a bit of a disaster.
But this is what happens when you anger KT Rolster. This is what they're capable of. Tempt. Not enough damage, take him down, but Atlas, you talked about how it was a balanced draft from BBQ, how it dealt with KT well in the late game. KT knew all of that. They always know that. But they are a team that prides themselves in the early game. And if you get exploded by this sort of aggression, you add on some objectives, you get the early items. The late game never comes when KT Rolster have these sort of starts, more often than not.
And Deft gets the best back as well. Double kill on the bot side means that at 21 CS he has a BF sword versus double daggers, Papa Smithy.
I have the not like this face going on because it's no AD from items and it's a BF sword from items.
APOC, no. Sorry, I went too deep on the reference. I apologize, Papa Smithy, but it's one of those times where those 2 items not exactly going to stand up to this big old sword. Deft has. See whether Mata's going to be able to go even extra aggressive here in this lane, or whether he's going to sit back and play some cowbell. What are you doing, Mata? You had opportunities there. Play some cowbell.
Poor Crazy.
Oh, no.
People are going to start thinking that Nara is bad into matchups like Renekton and Maokai based on results this week. It's not actually true. It's just that teams are pounding it about as hard as possible with the team plays.
And also with compositions that involve the likes of an Elise and a Renekton.
Well, the Elise got her Roman boots on. Mana does not want to face check that rush.
Well, does get the pulverize, but there's the jump in from Ghost. He wants to find the damage, but Mata should fall down here. That's going to be the reset. Bless took a lot of damage. And the knock-up comes in. Dark Passage, thankfully, there. Deft is just more happy to play Dosido 1 versus 3.
Probably happy to get a bit more bonus experience now that his lane mate is gone. Never ideal to give over a kill to Shana with how far behind she was. Pawn might be dead here. Okay.
That was the classic, I'm going to wander around my minion wave and take a billion Twin Fangs.
I'm sorry, he's saying something in comms about pathing.
Yeah.
Speaking of pathing.
Score came from the enemy base. As there's the flash from Smeb. The hop's not enough. That's going to be that. The dice gets Smeb out. Ghost almost died. Okay. Deft's pretty strong with his BF sword.
You feel a bit blessed because we get to see games like this from KT once every couple of weeks where they know what they need to do, they all execute, they all have their mechanics. There's a lot of trademark champions like Mata jumping onto the Alistar. And it just looks like a day out. It looks like they're having great fun. You wonder how games like Game 2 can happen when your ceiling is this.
Yeah. And it happens because Winter's Bite does too much damage, Smithy. That's why.
Somehow I think the VOD review will have a couple more facets than just that.
That's the play-by-play response. I apologize. Bless should be able to start this one off. It is going to be handed over to Tempt. Second blue. Mata getting his roam on, but he's spotted by a ward. Good, really good vision, actually, from BBQ. Mata does spot the control ward. Totoro cancels his auto attack, unfortunately. Smeb looking for something. He's already taken down that top lane out of turret, remember? Oh, the red side jungle is not where you want to be, Bless. Hero's entrance and Elise and a Renekton can be there pretty damn fast. That's the flash cocoon! Missing very severely. And that's going to be KT locking down this red buff. Oh, no, they're not. Bless gets it. So that's a free flash from Score. Net gain for BBQ once again. And that's with 3 control wards invested in the top side. So more than you'd expect for Bless being able to pick up a red buff. They're not done, though. Oh, no. This is that feeling when you play top in solo queue and you're like, I'm just not going to play League of Legends again for the rest of the week. It doesn't look likely, does it? No. You just don't. You start to lose a bit of hope. Okay, Score needs to really hit a cocoon one time. Thankfully, Smeb's able to take down the big Krogs, otherwise that would have added even more insult to injury. If Deft could see this, he'd be hoping that he's stolen the line skill shot talent from Score. Score's just saying, see Deft, you're actually fine. It's really easy to miss these skill shots. Don't worry, dude. That's teamwork right there. Yeah. Perfect. Well, Pickaxe now done for Deft as well. He's gone for that Snowball Infinity Edge. Unless he'll have enough to go Zealy next. It is the theory if you just want to be a turret destroyer. Crit, not able to work on the old turrets, so don't really want that portion of the Infinity Edge. Didn't jungle around the bot side at all. Bless will be spotted out. Ghost and Totoro are coming to give him a bit of backup. He's only level 5 because of all the invading. Yep, Heroic Entrance is available from Pawn as well, as he could potentially move over here. There's the teleport, and they want to start this one up. Bless committed to taking down the dragon. They do so. As now Mata is in a lot of trouble. Doesn't have the Unbreakable Will. Actually flashes out of the way of the Petrifying Gaze as there's the Justice Punch, the taunt. Ghost has to flash. The arrow's going to land, but Tempt cleanses it away. And KT, they manage to get Bless and Totoro, but the dragon goes to BBQ. You have to love watching Mata on the Alistar, the most elusive giant cow that you'd ever see, getting away from all of that and also giving the setup for the hero's entrance. No bonus kills after the first row. We'll watch here, though. Mata's going to put down a deep ward, but the teleport's already started from Renekton in the bot side. Headbutts in the Alistar. I think they're just going to get a single kill. But watch Mata, who doesn't use the blast cone, then flashes out the Petrifying Gaze.
Follow flash from Tempt, but that's just as the hero's entrance is coming down. That was beautiful stuff from KT on the back end. They got cleanses, they got flashes, and more bonus kills. That was close.
Yeah, I actually felt like that was luck of the draw with which minion or Deft was going to be hit by that death sentence. But thankfully for Deft, it was the creep. They got that one taken down, and I could have sworn that Marta was going to die in that last fight, but thankfully Pawn gets there in time. You would have thought that they were ones that played on the same team. They're in China. Certainly not.
3,900, 4,000, I guess now. Gold lead for KT Rolster over BBQ. This is what they do with these sort of comps. We haven't even seen the maximum value out of the Galio. He kind of wants a short lane turret dive, but top lane turret went down so fast that he hasn't been able to do that.
Yep. And of course, guys, I didn't forget that Marta and Pawn played together on Samsung White. That was a long time ago, you know. Sometimes that sort of synergy doesn't last forever. Certainly had it in that last fight. Okay, Pawn feeling okay. The
historical bonds are there.
Yeah, that's true. The friendship lasts forever. Is that what you're saying, Pop Smithy?
That's right. Look at Patless. We were gone for 2 years, and yet here we are.
That's true. That's true. Felt like nothing changed, Papa Smithy. You're still making me do things like radio broadcasts mid commentary session.
Nothing's changed in top lane either.
Well, actually, the cocoon landed.
That's true. That was a plot twist that Crazy didn't see coming.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, maybe Skull was feeling bad. That's going to be 7-1 as far as the kills are concerned. KT getting even more work done. This turret may not be long for the world. It's going to keep taking top lane turrets, apparently. It's KT's method. Crazy dead for the second time. Will spell its demise. Close to 5,000 gold to lead at 12 minutes into the game. And I seem to remember saying something about, well, KT didn't have up to 4,000 gold leads at about 15 minutes into the game.
Well, they don't have a 4,000 gold lead at 15 minutes.
It hasn't been 15 minutes yet.
Also, it's like 6,000.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, dear. They seem to just be able to take whatever they want. That is going to include the Rift Herald. As everybody else is sort of making use of that added, or that removed pressure by being able to take their own things in the jungle.
You start to think maybe Gnar is going to be looked over as a pick, like it was for about a year. We didn't have any Gnar in Korea till QV brought it back about middle of the summer season, and the main reason was a situation like this, Atlas, where if things don't go well, if you can't play an extended laning phase with your turret up, the enemy's turret up, taking advantage of bruises with your ranged auto attacks, when things go wrong, you get scenarios like this that we've seen from Marin twice recently, that we're seeing from Crazy here, when Gnar may never do anything. He's building for lane with a Black Cleaver. He doesn't have a lane to fight in. Literally doesn't have an inner turret at 12 minutes into the game. His team fight's not going to be fantastic because he's been sapped of experience, and he doesn't have a team fight build because he went for the Black Cleaver. What the next item is for Crazy is going to be difficult to decide. Maybe a Randuin's, I guess. When you fall behind, your options are poor. When you have an extended laning phase, surely is a strong split pusher and team fighter. But that preposition, that thought, is happening less and less reliably in recent weeks.
Yeah, just doesn't seem like it's an option here for Crazy. And thinking about second items, I mean, he's yet to complete his Black Cleaver. I think second item might be Ruby Crystal or Giant's Belt. You know, maybe start small, Papa Smithy, because it's a rough time economically for this Gnar at the moment. Currently 30 CS, close to 40 CS down. Smeb is having a field day. Goes back now. It's time to start building some of these defensive items as Pawn, Winds of War, takes down the blue buff, and his adaptive helm is completed as well. He's only behind a little bit here in this mid lane, but saw how difficult it was for the old Galio into this matchup.
And he won't miss any creeps anytime soon, because now he is not interested in the Petrifying Gaze or even the Twin Fangs from the Cassiopeia. Rift Herald mid lane is what KT wants to do. Create that mid lane turret early. Sitting on that Rift Herald for a little while now.
Lots of vision available for KT as well towards this top side, so being able to move from that completely obliterated top lane towards this mid lane is very, very easy. Smeb, so much control, despite the fact that they haven't cleared out that one cheeky control ward.
Speaking of control wards, couple down bot lane. even as advanced as the brush that Mada is now just chilling in.
Ghost, I would not recommend this. Even with Totoro, I would not recommend this. Okay, the Cocoon is going to land, but oh, good. Rocket Jump registering beforehand. Still will mean the end of this turret bot lane and the third one to fall in favor of KT.
Duration about another 40 seconds or so with the Rift Herald, so they'll be able to get their minion wave pushing in bot lane, and then you have to imagine mid lane is where they're going to be placing that Rift Herald. A little nuance to commentate, really, Atlas. It was all pretty clear what happened in the early game, and now there is no what should BBQ do. It's very much losing the minimum, not giving up bonus kills. Even sitting under turrets if you're squishy is not an option when Alistar and Galio can come ruin your day. So KT get to make every first move, and just like in Game 2, when we saw the smite go wide, they're kind of praying and hoping for a situation like this at BBQ.
And I guess the question we have to ask now is, what does KT do to execute this perfectly? I mean, taking down the outer turret with the Rift Herald is certainly a good start. It's KT continuing to put on the pressure. Smeb looking for a way in, but he's actually going to get pressured out. Totoro, oh, Arrow's going to connect from Deft. There's a big headbutt, but good play to get Mata out.
A bit of restraint from KT. They didn't use the Unbreakable Will. They didn't try to combo in the ultimate from Pawn either. Flashes are up on BBQ, so blowing the flashes, then turret diving, rather than the former, is the right way to go.
I like it. It's unbridled aggression, like you were talking about and giving KT props for, Papa Smithy, that's got them to this 7,000 gold lead. But then it's reserved play to say that if there is an option for BBQ to get back in, KT are just denying it.
And you look at what they did, and you wouldn't think of reserved as the first word you think of, but given the context of what they can do and how much aggression they need to do, because KT are still on the timer, remember. They're doing better than expected, but they need to. With a team comp like this where Ashe is the only consistent damage in the late game, it is still reserved to not be turret diving in a turret at 17 minutes, and it is exactly what KT needed. So it's about the controlled aggression. It's about, once again, putting down the wards around the red side jungle. Baron is going to be difficult. Elise does decent Baron damage. It's not Play the Ruin King Ashe, but she'll do respectable damage anyway. Forcing things is possible, and getting out a flash from Tempt or Ghost will probably be the go button on actually going for one of those aggressive turret dives.
I just feel like the turn from KT is a little bit easier this time around as well. I mean, you've got Headbutt Pulve into Heroic Entrance for the massive bouncy castle. You've got a very dead Crazy here on the bottom side. Oh, no. Not as dead as I thought. Does have to get out. Actually holds onto his flash there as well.
Scores a monster of Cocoons in the last 3 or 4.
Yeah. The ones before that, not so great. Wonder when we're going to get dipped back into the other score.
He only hits important Cocoons, I guess.
Okay, Marta's actually going to get thrown back to his team. Unbreakable Will's there. There's the Heroic Entrance as Ghost does get himself out of the way. Def now trying to be aggressive as they stand on top of the Dark Passage, and that is going to spell the end of Bless. Oh, Score was thinking about trying to go for more, as there's another majestic arrow.
We've seen those hit in other skins, so I guess the hitbox on this one looked smaller than it actually is. I would never say anything about buying power.
Nope.
Sponsored by Power.
Word Ash is my favorite. Sponsored. Perfect.
Coon just to zone Tempt away for a moment. That will be the inner turret going down.
Yeah. The last remaining inner turret as well. 6 turrets removed from the map by KT. Now only inhibitor turrets to take down. Dominus was popped by Smeb. That was just to assert dominance. And at 20 minutes into the game, it's a 10,000 gold lead. And back when Dragon gave you a bunch of money, that was still an almost insurpassable lead at this stage of the game. Now, arguably even worse.
I mean, what can BBQ build to deal with the damage coming through from Def? The easy answer is armor, but because they haven't got their core items down, armor's still far away. For Crazy, who wants a Randuin's to try to deal with the Ashe. Rek'Sai just got Cinderhulk. He's like, slow down, guys. Like, I need to get something going in my item build. KT are so accelerated. The kills going onto Def is ideal. And even Smeb is doing a lot of help with the Black Cleaver. So closest target is going to die very, very fast, even though we mentioned that BBQ had the front-to-back teamfighting comp on paper in the late game. In the early game, that's actually what KT have.
Yeah. And Smeb is not going to die anytime soon. He's now building towards his Gargoyle Stone Plate, has his Randuin's done. So even running away from the guy is going to be frustratingly difficult. 2-item spike, like you said. Deft really starting to itemize. And you've got Pawn moving towards his Thornmail, as well as a Frozen Heart. Some other item coming out. Could have been even that Righteous Glory that we talk about. Which I keep getting confused about now that it builds out of a Glacial Shroud. Shrield.
I thought you were going to swear there for a second. Wash your mouth.
I never would.
Neither would I.
I'm not like you, Papa Smithy. I don't have a potty mouth. I say heck.
You do. A heck of a lot.
And golly. And jeepers. Jeepers being my personal favorite. Okay, Marta going to get the knock up, but he gets hit by the death sentence. And Unbreakable Will does come in. Heroic entrance. Ghost pops! Okay. Well, I guess it's part of the name fantasy there, as he's most certainly one of those now. But that was so much damage, mostly by score, I believe.
And now Def can just turn on to Baron. They don't have fantastic Baron damage, but they have reliable Baron damage. Ghost is dead. Bless is far away, and this should be Baron to KT. Or...
Okay. Dark Passage comes in. This is a 50-50 Papa Smithy. As Marta, oh, massive knock-up, and that is going to be the steal. Oh my God, Bless does it again.
How does this keep happening? The fight will continue, but BBQ just want to get out.
Yeah, well, Pawn's going to see whether he can try and catch these guys up, but they did not kill Bless in time, and that is once again 3 members of BBQ with Baron. Is it happening again? Oh my God.
Your first instinct is no, but you have to say that suddenly they have super minions to stop for the turret dives from being as possible, Atlas. And Ocean Drake is no trade that KT wanted to opt into. And the madness continues when it looked oh so clear a moment ago.
That is just unacceptable, Papa Smithy. Acceptable. Unacceptable.
Words are hard.
Yeah, they are.
It's still a 10,000 gold.
Yes, it is. It is. But, you know, you get flashbacks at this stage. There was a certain game that I'm referencing from a few minutes ago that also looked like KT were in some control of. Admittedly, yes. The transition was, this game it's 10,000 gold. The last game it was 2,000 gold. And Pawn does not have the opportunity to hula hoop a shockwave. Try and give BBQ even more ability to get back in.
Galio a lot more committal, but this does buy BBQ 3 minutes. It does buy them time where KT do not want a turret dive, and the Minion Waves won't really be in the spot in 2 lanes to actually be able to break the base, because KT have not broken the base yet. The Baron buff delay is significant, and what that represents in terms of items, I mean, Crazy has a Jerome's Fist, so he's still nowhere near. I would assume he's building a slow Frozen Mallet, which seems pretty bad given how behind in the game they are. We're going to see the replay. We're watching mostly onto the jungler here. Bless, he's involved in the Wombo, but flashes out after the Alistair and just smites away the Baron.
Oh my. Just shouldn't have been possible, you know?
I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, well, and I guess if history's taught us anything, it's that Bless is better at smiting.
Significantly so.
Yeah.
Smep's all alone.
Well, how tanky actually is he, is the question, as the teleport's going to come in.
And be cancelled.
And he's dead. Okay.
The Ash Arrow was the best bit, for sure.
We really need Ash Arrow to make, like, a noise as it's flying across the screen, like, oh.
We need the Ash Arrow to go past, and then someone to insert the dog on fire. This is fine.
Yeah, exactly.
After the Ash Arrow missed.
There's a lot of things. I think I might do some editing of my sound files when I get home.
Make some sick WMVs of this game.
Oh yeah! Love me some of them WMVs, Pops Me. 4-0-4 though is Def's scoreline, and he now has that double Zeal item Dream situation. Rapid Fire Cannon completed as well as the Static Shiv.
I'd love to have a listen in and know where the shot calling is at, because I've heard some of KT's shot calling, especially when they're doing well in spring season, very measured, listening to Marta's calls. Hard to be measured after a scenario like that. Is it a blame game? Is it just the measured shot calling? That's the sort of info that really would sway your opinion on games like the Telecom War and the playoffs games that KT will have to play moving forward. We don't have that luxury.
Deft is very all alone. Okay, Blessed goes. Not going to be able to catch up. Ash moves away just in time. Double Zeal and Boots 2 means that, yeah, Ash moves fast enough.
But the Baron buff is off the game, so we don't have to talk about that for anymore. It's no longer being worn by anyone. The gold lead is still there. KT can still turret dive and go for plan A. And there really hasn't been too many significant items to sway.
Arrow! Actually landed onto Totoro. Does get the death sense, but it's a really good pulverize. And it does exactly that. That's 2 very quick kills. The dive's all too easy. And it was like clockwork. Papa says it, and then it happens. KT get the tower dive, and they take down the inhibitor.
It might not be able to close out the game, but breaking the base without a second Baron spawning is big for KT Rolster. Renekton bringing up a minion wave in the bot side. KT, about 15 seconds before Bless respawns. No frontline for Crazy because of the Drom's Fist and the Giant's Belt is okay.
Yeah, good flash from Tempt. It's out of the way. Has the Petrifying Gaze. Now, Deft takes down the turret. I say that because there's not a heck of a lot of high damage from everybody else onto these structures, but does seem to be enough. Okay, Ghost does at least get the explosive charge onto Deft. Oh, Bless was looking for it. Did have the flash, so Deft had to respect it. Whee.
Funny how we're going to have Longzhu versus KT on Sunday. And Longzhu just came off at Game 3 where they won, what, 14-0 in kills, and yet we were not sure about Baron setups and Baron steals that came through.
Yeah.
And we kind of have the same queries about KT, because KT have had a wonderful early game, something we know they're capable of, but have mismanaged around Baron in different fashion, a bit more comical in this particular game.
Really? You think it's more comical that he just flashes over and steals it than it was stolen by a Winter's Bite?
I mean this series than this
game,
but yes.
Okay, yes, okay.
Compared to Longzhu's Baron steals they had, is what I was referring to. But absolutely, you're correct on the Braum steal in Game 2. All I mean is that we have kind of the same queries for both teams going into that all-important match on Sunday. These two teams, Longzhu yesterday, KT today, even SKT, everyone's tying a top spot. So making these sort of mistakes is going to be a thing that could potentially be exploited. Whoever can really make those adjustments, the rest of the pie was looking good. It was only the crusts that represent the Baron in this metaphor that need work.
Well, this game, despite losing that Baron, they are able to continue making aggressive moves. Deft wanting to find some more damage to this turret. The 3-item Cassiopeia. The Tempt does at least do some damage, so Deft needs to be a little bit careful. Thankfully, Warlord's Bloodlust, as well as all of his movement speed items, are helping him get that space he needs, get these autos onto this turret.
Crazy has a very delayed 2 items, but they're for laning, not for team fighting so much, apart from the health they provide.
Well, does have Mega Gnar. KT just looking for that one remaining inhibitor turret.
Well, they have a slow minion push in top lane, so that's why they were happy to play around mid. Rek'Sai wanted to go and take away one of those minions, but should be mentioning that Baron is spawning at this present moment as well.
Yep, see whether KT want to go unleash it for BBQ once. I mean, start the Baron once again.
Mart is on duty here.
And they know where Bless is, and thankfully this time it looks like that. Oh no. He's getting in. There's the flash over this time, and finally Score gets themselves a Baron. The Cocoon lands onto Totoro as well, but he gets himself out of the way. Crazy. Oh my goodness, he feels like a tank support at about 11 minutes into the game. This Gnar, as Totoro just walking around. Score eventually decides to put him out of his misery. His Tempt, he's also going to go down. Deft chasing after Crazy. The Narbar in a decent position. And Ghost is still alive, so some of the damage is here, but without the Cassiopeia, there's just no threat if KT decide to dive. If there even was any threat anyway. Into the Cocoon. Deft picks up the kill.
KT Rolster, they're going to win from here, Atlas. They will go 16-3. Let's get a couple more they're trying for.
Yeah, the Void Rush is going to be a rush to the Death Chamber, as now Nexus turrets should get focused. Deft celebrating with some volleys into the fountain, but it is a delayed one, but it's a KT victory in the end.
No one will deny that KT, when they pick for early game, can execute. And yet, like with the Longzhu series yesterday, you do leave both these series with question marks. KT thought it would be a 2-0 stroll through the park. it didn't end up being that the 56-minute game 2 where they made some big errors will certainly be looked over quizzically, but they play again on Sunday before they finish off the season with the telecom war on Thursday, and there's still work to be done by KT.
Yeah, and that was a punishment, basically. There was insubordination from BBQ in game number 2 by picking up the victory, but just slapped in the face in game number 3.
I misspoke. It will be Tuesday for that first match. Next week they are done. Until Tuesday, our KT Rolster. BBQ, good series for them, really, all things considered. Taking a game off KT is a win, but unfortunately, they need match wins, Achilles. There's still one... Atlas. There's still one match behind good old MVP, and they need to find that match win sometime next week. Otherwise, they will be going to the relegation tournament.
Yeah, and we didn't mention how pivotal that last match between BBQ and MVP was, but we're seeing it once again that it's so difficult for these teams to pick up the victories, and if you are one step ahead, even if MVP loses, it's still looking like they should be able to pip ahead of BBQ, despite what was a pretty horrendous start to the split. That MVP roster. BBQ needing to pick themselves up, still a few more games to go for them, but ROX Tigers seems to be one that they might be able to win next week, but SKT will be a more difficult matchup for this BBQ roster.
This time they took the team approach. If everyone flashes over to interrupt the smite, no smite was allowed to contest in the pit for score. And may need to start making a website for score about the last time he missed smite. It was very recently in this game, but then it was a dog pile because they were so far ahead in gold, had a lot of CC. The BBQ, they started to run away, but there was no escape from KT.
Yeah, Bond wasn't able to do any interesting shockwaves to get them back into this one either. It was just relentless aggression. It was a better team composition for the time, better itemization for the time, and the ability to freely dive turrets with unbreakable will, with gigantic health bars, with heroic entrances. It's just a pretty good time.
KT moved to 9-1 with Galio. They are the best team in the league at these Galio comps. Will they be good enough in playoffs? Will they be good enough in the telecom war? Or even against Longzhu? That part is not clear. But against BBQ today, so aggressive. They can dive, and it wasn't even the Galio being the big difference maker. It was largely on how big a lead Smeb was able to get over his opponent on his 300th game in the LCK. They played around their strong lane. It worked a treat. Smiles on the faces of KT after they picked up the match victory.
And I really hope that that score saying, yeah, I know, your 300th game, and did I camp your lane enough, buddy? And that was Smeb saying, yes, you did, Score. Yes, you did. And look, Ash, being the only damage dealer on your team, has its good parts, because you look fantastic on the damage grab.
Definitely do. More than double that of most of his team. Elise picking up 13,000 herself. MP of the game will go to Score. Okay, Score. Cocoons didn't start good. You weren't seeing this MVP at the start, but as it went on, the Cocoons were registering. The pressure around Smeb's Renekton was strong, and if you're going to pick a lane to camp, Smeb's a damn good one.
Oh yeah, and I believe that means that we've got a solo MVP interview as well. As Score, I believe, was the one to pick it up in game number 1, but that was a long time ago, after the hour-long game in the middle.
Solo kill onto the enemy jungler when no one could collapse. At least Renekton do this very reliably. The turret dies. This time not picking up the kills on Crazy, but Crazy had his CS doubled in what is on paper a counter matchup for the Gnar. So really never got going. Only by the last team fight did he have his laning core of the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver. So that little Yordle died a lot, and by the end, so did BBQ.
Oh yeah, that explosion of damage onto Totoro. We said that this composition may lack damage. Well, the mid-20-minute mark, certainly not going to be having too much worries, nor do you take much damage, as that was a Petrifying Gaze on 3 that normally you'd be yelling about if you're someone like me. However, just did not do anything all that relevant, as they were so far behind. KT just has so much health bar to work with.
It's what happens when you only have one damage dealer, but base values are still relevant. 20 minutes into a game, 25 minutes into a game, and the game did not go much more than that.
Yeah, well, that is the man that you're going to be speaking to here, as we are going to throw it over to my best friend Joel for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joe with your interview translation. We're here with KT Rolster, who had a minor hiccup in Game 2, but we are here with them, picking up a 2-1 victory regardless. We're going to be talking to the MVP, the only MVP of this series for KT Rolster. We're going to be with Score for the interview. Score, another win. How do you feel? I think the anger within me hasn't escaped me quite yet. Why are you angry when you got the win? Yeah, in Game 2 I was trying to go to the restroom, but the restroom was occupied, so I wasn't able to go before the beginning of Game 2. So I was really frustrated at the fact that I could not empty myself before heading on to Game 2.
그래서 그럼 오늘 이 MVP 자리에 대해서 어떤 분들은 청문회각이냐 뭐 이런 얘기도 우스갯소리로 하시는데.
And a lot of people really talk about, you know, how this can be your apology seat, to be jokingly said, considering how well you did. You did have some little hiccups in the major moments of the game. Yeah, I think just negating that little part out, I think my game today was perfect. And I think the cocoons are something that has to work as well. And you saying the cocoons need a little bit of work, but in Game 3 you showed a good accuracy on those. So that's are you only thinking of the ones that you missed rather than the ones you've hit? Yeah, I think those really are always on the back of my mind. We have so many questions to ask, but I want to talk about. Yeah, but you know, I think you guys want to ask about the questions about the Miss Baron kills, but I have many excuses that I could make, but in the end, I have to say that I do alright in scrims, but it was just unfortunate today. I think I can't really share on the too much details, but just mostly it was just a generic thing that doesn't really need to be said. And something of a curiosity is that can we see the Nunu from you again? Yeah, I'll pull it out someday, and I think that's a fair pick to go with. And today's series was a 3-game series, but it was 3 games of Elise versus 3 games of Rek'Sai. Yeah, Rek'Sai and Elise matchup is a very familiar matchup from a while back. But I feel like just between the two champions, I think Elise is a little bit better.
그리고 1세트 좀 픽밴으로 돌아가 보면 미드 루시안을 먼저 선픽을 했거든요.
And going back to game 1, you guys came up with the Lucian mid, but it was a blind pick. Did you not think that a counter pick was inevitable for the enemy team? Is Lucian such a pick that you can pick blind nowadays? We just feel like Lucian is one of those champions that doesn't have a direct counter to it, that is too severe for it. So it should be alright pink blind. And a lot of people really always really praise the width of your champion pool, having so much variety on that. But do you not like to play the meta champion pool within the jungle nowadays, such as Cho'Gath? Yeah, with some of those picks, Cloud Tepper actually came up to me and tried to recommend me to play those picks. So I thought, you know, with the recommendation, you guys really thought that it was a good pick, but I still have my strategies. But I think, you know, if Elise was banned in those occasions, I would have really considered those options, but just leaving the Elise open, there's no reason for me to not pick it. Yeah, definitely the possibility would be there if I was limited in my choices, but they're very they're much smaller than what I could pick with the Elise, for example. And game 1 was a relatively easy stroll for you guys, but game 2 was a bit of a confusion for all of us watching. It was an extremely long drag. And what do you think was the big mistake that really led to KT not being able to finish the game off? I'm sure there are many aspects to that, but I think really we're not really putting any initiatives on to open up a fight. And I think our mindset wasn't in the winning side of mindset that we really wanted to win. So that's kind of the things that really affected our game too. Do you feel a lot of pressure in the Smite battles? Yeah, I like to think that I'm not pressured. But you know, with the few times that I get stolen off the Baron, I think the other people around me kind of overreact more than I do. I mean, but to be fair, you got a lot in stolen today. Yeah, but going to game 3, continue on with that point, you sent Alistar way up in the top lane to stop the jungler from coming, then had all of your teammates flash out just to like negate the Smite battle from happening. Yeah, I only told Alistar to help me cover the jungler, but my entire team, all of my teammates were really aggressive on trying to not have me do a Smite battle against the enemy jungler. We felt like the protection of you not having a smart battle was a little bit extreme, to be fair. I guess, well, you know, when we're doing a team fight where both teams are pretty even, I think doing a Smite battle would be fine and it'd be a fair thing to do. But we were so ahead, we could send everybody out and I could just Smite peacefully by myself.
그러면 뭐 이제 3세트 같은 경우 또 질문해보자면 KT가 요즘에 은근히 좀 패턴 중 하나가 한번 이기고.
And with the games 3 that we like to talk about, I think the recent pattern of KT is that you guys win game 1, then you just suddenly lose out game 2, then you just dominate game 3 as if game 2 never happened. And we just feel like with the loss in game 2s, usually you would feel that you guys would take it slow, but you guys really just destroyed the game from the early on. Yeah, I don't think it's a specific strategy that we like to throw out, but I think after we lose a game 2, we always do get the feedbacks on what we did wrong. We just try to fix it, and it just happens to be a quick, easy match for game 3 usually. But in the end, you guys get a 2-1 victory once again, now pulling off to a 6th series win consecutive. But you guys have tough matches coming up. And Longsu have currently clinched first and already clinched themselves into the finals. But what would you like to say regarding those teams? Yes, Smeb was saying that even with so many wins that we have, it was due to all the 2-1s that we had in the series. But I think we're kind of in that state of mind now that we're not going to be satisfied with 2-1s, but we're going to be really just looking to win every single game that we have. And a lot of people are feeling really good about KT, and that's something always to feel good about. And a lot of people are supporting you, and just things about, you know, Deft and everyone in the team being supported on so cheerfully. Yeah, I'm sure. I think we're in the state that we're trying to just enjoy this moment. At the same time, we're trying to play this seriously, but a lot of people are having fun, including our teammates. But it just seems like KT are definitely on a roll, winning all these games. But would you like to say one last words to your fans? Yeah, we have 2 games left remaining in the summer season. We'd like to just literally just get all the games in our bags and just win 2-0 for the rest of the season and just become a much cleaner in the way we win out the games. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. I'm pretty upset that you didn't acknowledge the fact that I called you my best friend from earlier, but it was great to hear from Score, especially talking about the fact that they aggressively tried to avoid any 50-50 on the Baron.
Yeah, it was a very meta interview with Score, who did pick up the double MVP despite his team's struggles with Smite in this game. Game 2 went 56 minutes, and that was definitely one that KT will want to forget, but they go in with the match victory. They set themselves up for that Titanic next week when they take on Longzhu and SK Telecom. They were already cemented into playoffs, but they are also cemented into a battle for first place, and that battle is heating up.
Yeah, and it's going to be against Longzhu Gaming. It's going to be on Tuesday, I believe. Papa Smithy, is that where we got to in the end?
Tuesday.
Tuesday for Longzhu versus KT. That'll be the start of, our final week of regular season to finish off the second round robin here. And that game will be out of control. And then we've got a telecom war. And speaking of the other half of said telecom war, that'll be coming up next. SK Telecom T1 against the ROX Tigers. We're going to take about 15 minutes, I think, to reset and get the players in the booths and things like that. And then we will have that Titanic clash, or former Titanic clash, with the ROX Tigers that do need to try and find a win.
Yeah, so just 15 minutes, we'll get into the games fast, see if SKT, they beat ever 8 winners. They should be big favorites in this series as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a more difficult one, but yeah, we'll see you in about 15 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, ROX Tigers, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too of thunder as the wild birds sing. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now. As the world comes tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Today's matchup. SK Telecom T1. ROX Tigers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OG and Legion, to LCK Summer. It is time for our final series of the night, and a series that used to wield a lot of weight. ROX versus SKT. What an auspicious matchup, but has fallen from grace a little bit over the past little while.
As a solo matchup, the significance not massive, but in the context of what's coming next week for SK Telecom in particular, and honestly for ROX as well, who right now at 7 match wins actually are mathematically able to qualify for playoffs. They are not eliminated from playoffs just yet. Now, are they going to beat SKT today? You would imagine not, but if they do go down, that will actually represent the end of their hopes. 5 match wins, my apologies, but still mathematically possible to make playoffs.
Yeah, it's almost theoretically possible as well for MVP to top them as well, move up to that 7th place, but 7th or 8th doesn't really matter too much, Papa Smithy, as you just want to avoid 9th or 10th, which is where Ever8 and BBQ Olivers are sitting. But SKT want to have that momentum moving into their match against KT Rolster, the telecom war that will be Thursday next week. And this is their last game before that particular match. So even more important than the last game that KT was demonstrating to us how they could dismantle BBQ Olivers and also lose out in game number 2, which was certainly a slugfest.
And if they're to win this match, SKT, they are also qualified for playoffs, qualified for top 4. So ramifications there as well, even if there is that big match next week for SKT.
Well, of course, SKT came off that massive losing streak. It was 9 games in a row if you include Rift Rivals. But the ROX Tigers are actually heading towards 8 games in a row, which is the same as what SKT managed to get to here in LCK. But SKT looked much better in their matchup against Ever8.
And you'll notice no adjustments from that roster.
Yeah.
They played earlier this week. No signing of Huni or Blank in this particular game. Sticking with Untara and Peanut. I guess if it's not broken, you don't try and fix it. And SKT want to have their first 4-0 week in a long while.
Yeah, they were looking like they were trying every single combination and it wasn't necessarily working out. But now, 7.14 hit. And it feels like SKT have a better read this time around. It wasn't necessarily that they won, it was how they won, especially in Game 2 against Ever8 winners. We saw a couple of days ago. Whether they're going to be able to do that again is another question here against ROX Tigers, which are theoretically stiffer competition than our last place team in Ever8 winners.
Gotta say though, their recent results don't give you too much confidence in making that statement with any certainty. 2-0 losses to Ever8 winners, Jinair and Longzhu, the first team of course, the most conspicuous
the biggest one
of the 3. They'll be running Linderong and Mighty Bear today. It was Shy and Linderong last time we saw them. So it's a bit of a change there, at least in the jungle and top lane positions.
Yeah, good to see Mighty Bear back. We'll see whether he's gonna get his hands on anything funky. Linderong back towards the top side. They've been switching pretty freely between those two after it was pretty Linderong dominated at the beginning of the season.
Quite a big overlap in Champion Pool as well. Both of them most played is the Jarvan between Linderong and Shy. Couple of little things. The Kled for Linderong has looked very good, so maybe they'll be visiting that, although Kled has been less of a pick on patch 7.14. Can do well into tanks, so maybe he'll try to revive it, but ROX Tigers looking for anything, for any hope.
Yeah.
They do have that outside chance of playoffs, but it's a glimmer, definitely not a burning fire.
It isn't, and if history states anything, they are certainly on that downward trend. You mentioned it, and the most difficult grey patch is that Ever 8 winners loss, because that is exactly what SKT managed to find redemption on earlier in the week. So you compare those two, it feels like the rock, paper, scissors most certainly in favor of SKT, but it's going to be how they win that sets them up for any sort of victory against KT, because this is not like the middle of the season, Papa Smithy, where both KT and SKT off roaring beginnings of the first round robin of the summer split. It's a very different story now for SKT, who have been experiencing losses like they had never had in the past.
They're going to be hoping it's a new dawn, though, this week after the 2-0 victory. Speaking of 2-0s, the last time these two teams faced was 2-0 to SKT. Bang on Caitlyn and Ashe in that series. Had plenty of kills, even though FLICKR picked up the MVP in Game 1. You can tell from the game length they weren't necessarily fast games, but SKT was in control of both Game 1 and Game 2, and now ROX are flagging even more than they were in the first round robin, so SKT do come in heavy favorites.
Yep. This is not looking like the same disgusting graph that we saw in the last game. SKT with certainly some more modest pentagons in the middle of this one. Nothing going to be standing out too far, unfortunately. However, now trying to extend them ever further.
Very important for SKT to be on Blue's side based on what they used to win last series, because they got Elise on first pick for Peanut, which was big. Another matchup to look at is Wolf against Key. Wolf finally jumping onto the initiator supports, the melee supports that he'd been avoiding ever since Rift Rivals time. No Zyra, no Lulu. It was the Alistar in both games. Definitely looked like a good pick for Wolf. And Key, just like so many of our bot laners, has been spamming the Braum, already playing 9 times this season, and with a winning record on a champion is not a trivial factor, given that ROX Tigers have been struggling to pick up those game victories.
Yeah, and Key has been the one getting around the map, making sure that he can get his team ahead as well. So looking at Wolf, who has extended that champion pool, he was a little bit notorious for going towards the Zyras, going towards the Lulus, even when it wasn't necessarily the meta picks that we were looking at. Then jumps straight back on the Alistar that we've known him for in the past, and looks like they've been practicing it for weeks and weeks and weeks, and it was well and truly in the forefront of his mind because he looked damn good on that pick.
And that was the look. So maybe they had been in scrims. We know that actually in his solo queue has been extensively playing the Janna that we haven't seen a whiff of just yet. Janna famously a good pick into Alistar, so if there's a pick away by Key, maybe he'll get frisky and bring us the Janna. SKT fans want this to be a straightforward 2-0 victory. They don't want there to be any doubts about SKT going into the all-important final week of the season. We open up with a Thresh ban. Not been a big pick for Wolf recently, and one of Key's most played.
Yeah, Key. Certainly you don't want to give him too many of these playmakers, as Zach, of course, understandably banned away on the side of the ROX Tigers, probably looking for that Caitlyn and the Kalista to follow things up. But SKT, this is where things are going to get interesting as far as what they want to take away in a more targeted fashion.
The blue side is where you get the freedoms, and it is the most likely spot to be able to first pick Elise for Peanut. He's been channeling some of his ROX Tigers days on specifically that pick. Looked great on it in Game 1 and Game 2 of the series against Ever 8 winners. And Mighty Bear has been struggling from the jungle, so the ability to battle ward on Elise is something that I imagine SKT will prioritize unless they're trying to investigate some new strategies, because we had KT play earlier, we have SKT play here. There's always the chance the mind games coming into the telecom war will begin in Champion Select.
Yeah, and Peanut has been known to try his hand at some different picks as well. But if that Elise is left up, certainly has been a fantastic performing jungler for Peanut, who can get very, very aggressive.
Okay.
He's going to take it away, though, so they don't want that as the first pick.
Mind games time.
Yeah, looking for something else.
Big pick for Songwon, but not as much for Mighty Bear when it comes to effective champion pool. Mighty Bear's been playing the Cho'Gath and played it actually in the LCK. First player to play Cho'Gath on 7-14. Looking for the final ban from the ROX Tigers. I'll be a bit surprised to see the Elise ban, and they don't ban Kalista. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, so the Taliyah going to be taken away from FLICKR, and Kalista understandably snapped up in an instant there by Bang. But now the ROX Tigers have a few things that they can go towards. Cho'Gath and Maokai, they could just pick both of them away, Papa Smith.
That'd be a very Freaks-esque strategy of taking away 2 staples and also flex picks. The Cho'Gath has been a big pick for Mighty Bear especially. So it would be expected to be a jungle pick, and they're not even going to think twice about it.
Yeah, locking that one away immediately. I do like the Maokai just a little bit more, just because he has historically been such a great pick into Kalista. The fact that you just need to press Twisted Advance and you're on top of her is helpful, and they're looking for it, and that's going to be that. So they just lock away the big tanky duo. Don't know exactly which order they're going to go in this draft, whether it's going to be the tree in the jungle where he belongs, or whether the big void monster is going to be lumbering around.
Well, I think you called it very succinctly, Atlas. It's the screw you Kalista comp, where they just want to lock her down once, silence her, and take down the Kalista. So the beefiest of front lines, and ROX Tigers were heavily opting into the 714 tank meta when we saw them earlier this week. Now SKT, maybe they're going to be burning down some trees as they lock in the Rumble. Rumble versus Maokai we saw from Untara in their series against Ever8 winners.
Still theoretically a flex pick as well, so I think that's pretty cute.
Peanut
just
has
follow the tree around.
And Peanut has played it in the jungle just like Spirit for the FLICKR Freaks. Didn't find a victory on it though, so heavily expected to be Untara's pick.
Oh wow, okay, so Cassiopeia, a lot of priority on that mid lane pick here for FLICKR. More than happy to blind pick it. Does deny things like the Corki out of Lava if he wants to, but Lava hasn't necessarily been the pressure laner. He's been finding success on things like Orianna, things like the Karma in the past.
And the fun storyline is enacted here. Lava used to be Taehoon, the substitute support for Wolf on SK Telecom T1 last year. Now finds himself against his old squad for the first time, and he's going to be jumping on the Syndra, actually. He's looking for a pressure laner into FLICKR. There's definitely some mind games involved here, going against his old squad mate.
Yeah, now what are the bans? Because it's not often that you see multiple solo laners picked up for both teams. Looks like supports are going to be where the ROX Tigers are going to be looking at, and Alistair, a lot of respect given to Wolf, and understandably so as well.
Goes so well with the Kalista, who you have kind of your free choice of engaged supports. Alistair in a normal lane sometimes has issues with lane presence, but none available when the Fate's Call can allow for the Super Wombo engage. Songyun has also been one of our premier Kalista players, so the Kalista was a pick away in that regard, and doesn't want to give over the Xayah either, this Bang.
Pretty understandable bans to come in here. Anything like the Rakan or the Braum to come out for the ROX Tigers next, and then it's a relatively understandable Tristana ban to come in second here for SKT, if it follows the natural order of things.
That will be the coverage bans to give the Kalista the best chance to take over the bot lane. So you've been following your draft orders. Nice stuff, Atlas.
Haha! Look at this. Figured it out. And it's only been a few days on 7.14. Normally takes me a while longer to figure it out. But relatively obvious this time around. Now Songyun, does he want to take away the support pick, or do they want to use the old strategy counter pick for support? As the Kog'Maw is being considered with a front line that the Tigers have access to, I actually really like the Kog'Maw as an option.
I love them going Kog'Maw-centric, but not in the Karma Orianna way, but rather in the tanky frontline way, where essentially it's very difficult for Cassiopeia and Kalista to push damage onto a Kog'Maw in a true 5v5 fight. So SKT need initiation. Could be coming from the jungle or top lane in the Jarvan. That's a great answer to both Syndra and also the Kog'Maw when it comes to stationary high damage targets. So the engage there will be very powerful. I don't pick is the support. I imagine it's something to synergize strongly with the Kalista. Could even be the Kennen if they want laning pressure.
Oh, Wolf thinking about going back to his old ways. Rakan is available, remember, Papa Smithy.
There's kind of two schools of thought in how you can play this, and I feel like you need the flexibility of extra dive and also the lane pressure. They will go for the Kennen. Kalista-Kennen duo going to be enacted. ROX Tigers, he's certainly played a lot of Blitzcrank, and Kennen and Kalista are both great hook targets, but you see a wry smile on his face. What's he actually feeling? Because peel for the Kog'Maw is what they need.
Maybe a Bard. Well, I'd be excited about the Bard, but
that's
just because it's key.
And he is our noted Bard player. Waiting to the last second here. He nods his head. It is going to be the Blitzcrank, we have to imagine.
Okay, so another burly frontliner that now has a massive ejectable arm to steal away one of these squishy targets from SKT, and there are many options when it comes to that. The tank meta has not sunk in this time around for this draft for SKT, but it certainly has for the ROX Tigers, who have the best of it in their first 2 picks they picked up. Mighty Bear will be on the Maokai in the jungle by the looks, as Linderung will take the Cho'Gath top.
Yeah, I was going to say, looked over the solo queue and we had a moment, and Linderung had played more of the Cho'Gath than the Maokai. We'll have to wait for 20 seconds to get the confirmation, but good sighting there. We will be seeing the Cho'Gath top lane. Rumble does very well against Maokai. Cho'Gath versus Rumble is a matchup we may never have seen on the LCK stage, given that last time Cho'Gath was played was a smattering of mid lane Cho'Gath when the meta was different in 2015. So interesting stuff. Rumble versus Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has a lot of sustain and wave clear, so maybe he'll be able to do competitively against the Rumble.
Yeah, well, still yet to find out. FLICKR going to be taking the Cassiopeia into the Syndra of Lava. An explosive matchup, but if you look at the players, I am scared for the likes of Lava, because we saw what FLICKR was doing with the Lucian. We know that this guy is out for blood at this point. Papa Smithy trying to get SKT back onto that glorious seat. Difficult times, but let's do it. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 1, SKT versus ROX Tigers.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's now.
Well, the SKT fans certainly out in force. We've got a pretty packed house here, Papa Smithy.
You have to wonder how many of them infiltrated the other side, as that is a very good drawing of Blank with his favorite Zac.
Yeah. Not playing, unfortunately, but we may get a switch up. Who knows? Oh, Jurassic Cogmore there. Do they have the Jurassic combo, Papa Smithy?
Oh.
Imagine the synergy. Let's go to the top side. Come on, what's Linderung got? Come on, observers, let's do it.
Has he got his boombox out? Is he a gentleman? Is he Jurassic?
There are so many good options when it comes
Cho'Gath
to
is spoiled on the skins front.
Yeah. That's what
Lava's
happens when-
not using SKT. Syndra?
Oh no. Oh, it's still a dinosaur one, but it's the less cool dinosaur one. Okay, that's okay, I guess. I'll take it.
Most interesting draft choice on the side of SKT was the Ken, and you saw they were thinking about the Zyra, who is very powerful against ROX's comp in this multi-tank meta, being able to run Liandry's and having so much disengage like a Zyra with the Stranglethorns in particular makes her a pretty viable choice, but the Kennen kind of straddles the line because he has more consistent CC also with the ultimate. He has great synergy with the Kalista. It just feels like the initiation that is provided is all
right. Nice.
Can we remake the lobby?
I think we're going to have to hit 6 as quickly as possible so we can start utilizing the living artillery spam.
And of course, when they changed it so that experience is gated around the smite item, you don't actually get as much experience. You don't get exact level 2. You have to get a couple of minions first, so that race to 6 is going to be a little bit slower, as SKT probably scoff a little bit when they see the Cogmore.
Yeah, or it's some sort of 6 strategy. They leashed for the Cogmore, guys.
It's a Maokai jungle. It definitely wasn't a 6 strategy.
Still, will mean that at least Sungyu's going to be able to spam out that W.
And how does Peanut react to this? Because FLICKR gets the news, and he's ready to invade the red side jungle.
Yeah, Peanut
He's
doing
going to
the
be
same thing.
4-buffed by his team and the enemy jungle.
Oh no. We talk about the 3 buff being difficult, the 4 buff. That's the big problem. Peanut just trying to find out where the tree is. We can see that he's taking his wolves. Did manage to take the raptors, but knows that the rest of his jungle does not belong to him. And already this has gone extraordinarily badly for the ROX Tigers.
I mean, Peanut was the one who made Flawless buffless, you'll imagine, and now the enemy team is helping him, feeling empowered to invade, take the top side with the double ward put down by FLICKR and Peanut. And you're right, this is already panic stations for Mighty Bear.
Yeah. We know that Jarvan isn't necessarily one of these junglers that can power people because he does fall relatively low on his first clear. You can see right there. But it just doesn't matter. FLICKR moved into that jungle, gets his vision down. Extra ward being put in there from Peanut. No way for the ROX Tigers to sneak their way around. Didn't have lane priority. Bang casually wanders out of the way of that rocket grab. SKT starting this one off very, very nicely. Even in farm, up and down, apart from in that jungle where Mighty Bear really is struggling. A level behind for now.
He's not going to find many camps either. The Krugs are already taken. Peanut goes back to his jungle where he hasn't visited at all. And now it's one of those feast or famine situations where Mighty Bear, if he doesn't get the gank off, in this case just disengages from ganking, is likely to fall further and further behind. There is some catch-up experience available in the future camps, but for now, we're focused on mid lane where Peanut's around.
Yeah. Okay, FLICKR doesn't have a whole lot of mana left. Tara's making his way down as well.
Should have been spotted.
Now, Peanut has actually moved out of the way as Lava doesn't have Ghost.
Just used it there when he late saw the oncoming rumble. Tara was making great roams into the red side jungle in the previous series that helped his team, but now...
Yeah, maybe not the roam that he wanted. He's going to be able to blast cone his way back to lane, but that is flash down just for a better collapse from ROX. Okay, now Lava able to pick up these minions underneath the turret, should even things out almost completely, and that is the tier pickup for FLICKR as well as the control ward. What a perfect back from the mid laner.
Speaking of wards, sight ward for Mighty Bear, only just level 3, doesn't even have a big experience bar towards level 4. This means so much for the bot lane Atlas because not really respecting the Maokai from coming in. They know he's top side. The only way pushing in bot lane goes bad is if Maokai is there to start up the CC train that Blitzcrank can certainly end. But given that they know that Mighty Bear is nowhere near and also behind in levels, this relieves pressure from Bang & Wolf and allows them to freely push.
Well, they may not have ult just yet, but Mighty Bear looking for the way in, knows that there's no flash out from Antara available, but Linderong a little bit too low for them to even go for this 1v2. As soon as Equalizer comes up here for Antara, that's when things get dangerous. Those harpoons, remember, after the buff, oh my god, they start hurting. Okay, SKT still shoving things out towards the bottom side, but Songyun and Key keeping things even. Have to remember that this is a Blitzcrank lane, and despite having a lot of threat with the rocket grab, don't necessarily have a lot of lane presence. Cannon is demonstrating the fact that he has that in spades.
Safest place for SKT to play is towards the enemy turret, given they don't respect the Maokai coming in. So this does mean they're trading farm with a cannon, which on a simple level isn't ideal, but SKT are setting up for the 2-item fights where the Leandries comes in from the Rumble, 2 items, Blade the Ruin King into Hurricane comes through from Bang. They're just not expecting there to be a late game phase where potentially the Cogmore can have a stranglehold on how the fights go.
FLICKR keeping control of this lane, but a lot of these minions should be picked up by Lava just fine. Peanut once again back into this jungle. The blue buff is looking to be spawned. Songyun was actually moving up. Mighty Bear probably telling him to stay in lane. SKT, they want to steal this one away. Mighty Bear, does he have the smite? I'm pretty sure he does, yes, so he's going to be able to grab that one, but there's the flash. That's first blood going to Peanut.
Nice
and
hook!
The hook! Yeah, Peanut should actually fall down as the double buffs will go over to Key. Wolf wants to find one. Equalizer comes in as the passive does come down. Nowhere for him to go, but Antara, he'll be traded. Songyun picks up the kill. These buffs are going everywhere. Linderong, he's in trouble, and now Wolf, he's being cornered. This will be 3 kills to 2 in favor of ROX Tigers after it's all said and done.
You know, blue buff for Lava, but SKT go far too aggressive. The hook onto Peanut could have ended the escapades, but they went in further. FLICKR no access to the fight compared to Lava, who can just make the straight line movement to the bot side, and the Tigers find gold, and crucially gold, onto their Cogmore, who finds his second blue buff of the first 10 minutes.
Yeah. That's their strategy, man. What did I tell you at the very beginning? It was all planned.
Next level.
Yeah, put Mighty Bear behind, bait Peanut in, who is known to be over-aggressive. It was all up here for the ROX Tigers.
While Mighty Bear is smarting for gold, the catch-up experience I talked about means that he is actually up to the level 6 mark and got some big experience with the assist that he was involved in. It's not a tragedy for Mighty Bear just yet.
And what he has got out of it is a Kog'Maw with the Bilgewater Cutlass and Berserker's Greaves, certainly ahead of the Kalista in Bang. With Bio-Arcane Barrage, it almost doesn't matter what happens when you move out of the way, but let's have a look at this one again.
Mighty Bear is level 4 on this Tusk, gets the smite for level 5, but just dies straight up to the flag and drag. Look at Key though, the flash hook is majestic. Sick. This could have been the end, but watch the mini-map, because FLICKR is already leaving when Peanut is hooked. Syndra can stay, and that was the problem, was there wasn't a full team call by SKT to continue to contest. They were just reacting to Peanut being hooked. And that's why there was bonus kills to ROX Tigers, because SKT weren't a full team decision maker there. They were more isolated, and they got caught out.
Yeah, and it felt like an opportunistic move rather than a planned move as well, with that overdive towards that turret. All sort of falling down as they were trickling in one by one. There's the rocket grab. Bang picks the right direction to go. Now Mighty Bear's down here will help clear out this control ward. See whether SKT actually want this. Peanut hasn't been spotted by any vision, but you can see ROX with some sort of idea of what is going on. They'll see this back complete as well. Good ward. There's the Fate's Call immediately. Songyun gets knocked up. Wolf will be able to get these stuns onto Songyun, who's looking to try and turn it around. A Cathian surprise is going to be all he's going to look at as far as potentially clearing out some minions. Does get a few, but that's going to be an easy pickup for SKT, and good vision.
And such a good clean play, right? Because as you say, the moment they saw the recall complete, instantly into the Fate's Call, able to chain it all together. Peanut leaves the kill for the Kalista to pick up her first of the game. That was the clean shot call, and that wasn't evident when things went wrong around the inner turret where Blitzcrank picked up the hook. They'll be able to turn onto the Infernal, a nice second prize for SKT as well, and that's very much more business as usual.
Yeah, and with this composition as well, I mean, we were making jokes about Infernal not necessarily being as great as the likes of the Ocean Drake with the big tanks running around the Rift. Certainly is still a fantastic dragon to get if you're SKT's comp with a Cassiopeia and a Rumble and a Kalista that all really want to make use of it.
And it's good that you didn't include the Jarvan there, because we've certainly seen Jarvans go for Warrior Enchant from the jungle. This is a Cinderhawk Jarvan, which for this particular scenario, to me, is the smart choice. He wants to just flag and drag and sit on Syndra and Kog'Maw for as long as possible to just tussle with them as the damage comes from other members. He's not about trying to get any sort of pick power or kills, very much trading on the CC as the reason that Jarvans come from the jungle, so and definitely be tankier than we usually expect from Peanut on his junglers.
Yep. I think it's good as well, showing that Peanut can calm down a little bit. The guy is known for wanting to kill as many people as possible. Key and Songyun once again pushing things up. Not going to get too much of a CS lead is Bang, but now he's gone back to base. Not actually sure of what he's picked up just yet. Probably Bilgewater Cutlass and maybe his recurve bow. But no, not quite with the combined cost just yet. So pretty close as far as items for both of these AD carries. Dagger in it for now.
Songyun just respecting, doesn't have his flash up for another 10 to 15 seconds, so no need to walk up to a minion wave. That might spell his doom. Watching Peanut walk around the bottom side, continue these contests. The blue buff was the last sight of excitement.
Yeah, good vision though for ROX. SKT are going to clear out the control ward in the mid lane, but they have that control ward there. They know that they can just grab this, and Lava does exactly that. It's Peanut trying to get someone in transition, but Mighty Bear not quite there just yet.
Credited Mighty Bear and the side of ROX for tightening up, and you look at the vision control on bot side, there was almost complete vision for Faker's walk into the enemy jungle, Peanut stroll around the river. The doubling down from Mighty Bear and co has been good, and Mighty Bear does have his Cinderhawk, is putting together levels, and this is just the way experience works right now. He's actually out-leveling Peanut.
Yeah, he's done well. Jungle catch-up mechanics.
He's still behind in gold, though, of course.
Oh, yes. Just has his Cinderhawk. There's an all-magic mantle and a cheeky little cloth armor there for Peanut as he went back. Thankfully, there are some boots for the tree. Not sure where he's going to wear them. Since he's a tree. Do they make boots for trees?
They don't make boots for snakes. That's all I know.
They don't. Makes a lot of sense.
Or maybe they used to, and then they stopped stocking.
I feel like including that in the game, though, just begs the question for so many other picks as well. It's like, why does Zillion need boots? Because he just floats around like a clock. Why does Anivia need boots? She's a bird.
Corky's got a plane.
That's true. Why does a plane need shoes?
These are questions Riot would rather we didn't ask.
Oh. I'm going to ask them, though. Why does Malphite need shoes? This is a rock. Okay. Stop that thought. There's a Blitzcrank that's also asking as to why he needs shoes. This guy's a car. He needs tires. 1,000 gold is the lead here for SKT. They've got themselves a dragon. Adaptive Helm's done for Linderung towards the top side of the map. This is still a composition that wants to scale towards the later stages of the game. Lots of damage from SKT. Don't necessarily have that big burly front line unless Peanut can get himself ahead, which he has started to do with that first blood.
Then you look at what ROX Tigers want to do, and largely it's around delaying the game till Kog'Maw gets online. Will we see a 2 or a 3 item Kog'Maw build? Because it could be the Rageblade second, or going for the Hurricane and trading on the 3rd item Infinity Edge before the power-up comes.
Well, Peanut wants to try and take down Lava. Does still have his flash. Should be alright.
Able to ghost away, but that ends up having to use second summoner.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if it's maybe better to flash away first, although, no, in hindsight, he would have just ulted you and be dead, so probably smart moves from Lava.
Yeah, you got to wait for the Cataclysm first,
Yep.
I guess.
Silly me.
As there's the knock-up. Antara has to use his flash. The equalizer comes down. Mighty Bear actually flashes on top of it, but doesn't get the twisted advance.
Slow was actually more massive than it usually is. Return gank in mid.
Yeah, doesn't get the knock-up, but Lava's still taking a lot of damage. FLICKR uses the cleanse, flashes away, massive flash. Instant reaction as Wolf is there to save him with a slicing Maelstrom. My God. It's been a while since we've seen some of those sick mechanics, but that was definitely a sick one.
A nice map-wide move for SKT to counterpoint to their misplays around the last time they were under turrets. Initiated by Peanut, but cleaned up by FLICKR and Wolf, who was in position to help. In the meantime, because Sungyun went mid lane, no one is bot lane. Banking all this free damage. Will take one more minion wave unless he tanks it up. He's going to tank it, and they get first brick in the bot lane for Kalista.
Yeah, ROX going to try and trade back with this Rift Herald. Should be able to do it. Sungyun has decent damage now with his Blade of the Ruined King completed. But SKT continuing to find advantages. Linderung eating some honey fruit around here as well. Dinosaur's going to lump it back towards the top lane. Tara is back here. He's got his teleport available, but so does Linderung. Not a lot of summoner spells available for SKT. It's only the bottom lane that's really there with all of theirs.
Rift Herald is a nice thing to pick up. Shows they have a bit of jungle control in the top side. Wave clear on SKT's side in the mid lane is not great, and that's probably the goal for ROX Tigers, is find a way to break that mid lane outer turret. They can never get ward supremacy, and the items keep rolling in on Sungyun. This game is far from done, even though the last few moves from SKT have been exactly what they've needed to open up an advantage.
Yeah. I feel like it's just as these big tanks get bigger and bigger, and if Key is going to be able to land some of those incredible hooks that he was able to do earlier on, could be an opportunity for ROX to get their way back into this game. Living Artillery is flying in as ROX are investing the teleport. Peanut was looking for the flanking play, and there's a teleport from Montara, but already ROX has turned on him. He's now been secluded from everyone else as Mighty Bear is going to collapse with Lava. They're fighting on multiple fronts now, though, as Peanut should be able to get himself in there. Steals away the dragon, but he will lose his life for it. Living Artillery secures it there for Sungyun. And now Intara is going to fall down as well. Lava gets his kill. So double Infernal Drake is traded for 2 members of SKT. With a composition like theirs, you may actually argue for that being worth it.
But see, the issue here, Atlas, is supposed to only be 1 kill. The moment that Ontara finished his teleport, they could turn onto the Rumble. And SKT was smart to rush down the Drake during that time. But because they give up a 2nd kill onto Peanut, the Rift Herald can be summoned. There's only 3 to defend, and the wave clear is far from reliable. So they'll lose the mid lane turret because they were a bit undisciplined. They could have just let the multiple members slowly chase on and then found a way to take Drake. But in the end, 2 kills going over to ROX does make it, in my estimation, advantage ROX. They finally break open the mid lane.
Yeah, they break open the mid lane and get half the health on the inner turret as well. So I think you're right, Papa Smithy. Lava also had some time to himself towards the bottom side of the map to try and claw back this CS, but FLICKR was on the top side. Ever extending that lead of about 20 CS from the mid lane.
Could you ever ask for a better adaptive Helm game than against Rumble Cassiopeia?
Oh, the dream.
So much value coming out of that single purchase, and Cho'Gath can happily lane against either the Cassiopeia or the Rumble.
I feel like Mighty Bear might build one as well.
Almost be a mistake not to. Spirit Visage pretty core on Maokai, so maybe he'll have to get it later, but immediate value there on the adaptive Helm against this specific comp from SKT is massive.
And going double Magic Resist makes a lot of sense as well, given the double AP composition from SKT. So I think you're right. Doesn't matter which order you do it. Just grab both of them. Linderung might do the same thing. A lot of Magic Resist available.
Sangyun is going for a Zeal item second as Linderung wants to catch. Gets caught by Wolf.
Yeah, Slicing Maelstrom comes in. Bang, able to get a lot of sticks in there. There's the Feral Scream, but Rend easily enough to secure the Cho'Gath.
Nice call from Wolf. He knew the exact recall time and nowhere for Linderung to go. And they take him out. All ROX can really do is start tussling with the Rift Scuttler in the mid lane as Bang looks for a second turret a game.
Yeah, Sangyun going to get up there in time. See what Sangyun's actually picking up here. We've seen Kog'Maw's experiment with a few different Zeal items, but the Hurricane is the one that stands out to me as being his next option.
Will delay his power spike. Rageblade may not build great for a Kog'Maw, but gives you a 2-item power spike. But they're feeling like after they've gotten some kills, after SKT got 2 Frisky around an inner turret, they're actually going to have the time for Kog'Maw to come online with a 3-item build. Is that the correct read? I guess we'll know in the next 10 minutes or so. They can get Kog'Maw to 3 items and start to actually get vision supremacy around Baron. The options do open up for ROX Tigers.
Try and find some way of stabilizing this game. At the moment they're down by about 1,500 gold, so it's nothing to write home about. It's no worries there at all, but if they continue losing dragons, if they continue losing map control, they did manage to take down that mid-outer turret. But other than that, I mean, that was a Rift Herald. That was 2 picks that they were able to make after losing that dragon. Otherwise, it hasn't necessarily been decisive power moves being made by ROX Tigers. Understandable for the composition, I guess.
You asked a question about the Zeal item, Atlas, and it is the Rapid Fire Cannon for the safest possible first auto attack, and maybe even some poke onto what is a more brittle front line than definitely ROX Tigers, but a lot of the lineups that we've been seeing on patch 7.14.
The idea of safety against a Jarvan that's going to be cataclysming you. Certainly something. You need to at least be able to hit something about a screen away. And Kog'Maw is probably one of the 80 carries that can do that.
Righteous Glory going to be picked up by Linderung from what we can see. Difficult for these Cho'Gaths to have massive impact on fights as a one-off, but with the Maokai, we haven't seen that duo together. They've been largely Maokai bans in our first series tonight, but together, 1 CC landing, and Cho'Gath looks a lot more powerful than when Cho'Gath is expected to burden all of the initiation. Rupture may be more reliable than ever, but still is very easy to sidestep.
How do you feel about Bang's decision to pick up a Hex Drinker quite early here? Because this is a composition that does need to be respected when it comes to magic damage. Even Sangyun's going to be doing a hell of a lot of it, and Cho'Gath, Maokai, and Syndra all going to be utilizing that magic damage, so you have a feeling that Bang will probably still pick up the QSS into the Mercurial Scimitar, but the double magic resist items for the AD carry.
My take on the Hex Drinker is that in the early to mid-game fights, he wants to be able to shrug off Syndra's damage and play pretty aggressively, because you kind of want to ignore Cho'Gath and Maokai when their first rotation of spells is down. Their cooldowns are long enough early game. They're not going to be getting secondary CCs or secondary silencers. And if he's feeling confident enough to skip in and out of the tank line, push damage onto other members, or just have free target selection, I think a Hex Drinker early is a fine choice. It does delay the Hurricane from coming online, but it does serve a purpose of being pretty damn strong at a 1 and a 1.5 item mark for Bang.
Right now, SKT looking for Key, but he's just going to speed himself up. Has that NOS, so things should be okay. But now ROX collapsing Flash. A lot of respect for that rocket grab that Key certainly had the right mark on, as there's a cancelled teleport from ROX. As Linderung not going to be able to make it to this fight. SKT, can they capitalize? Looks like they're not going to surround this ROX team just yet, as they look for that top lane outer turret.
Means much more than just one thing, because they know there's no way Cho'Gath can be here. Reason why the flash came out was the combination of the teleport being channeled as the rocket, the Q was out, the rocket grab was out in mid-animation. Cho'Gath will just start walking up, maybe caught in transition as FLICKR's around the blue buff spawn, or FLICKR might just solo down this third Drake spawn. They've already got double Infernal, but this seems like it's going to be a free Cloud.
Yeah, FLICKR, plenty of DPS in order to take this one down. Should be absolutely fine. So, easy third Dragon, and SKT are setting up for one hell of an Elder Drake. So what is the next one? Another Infernal Drake. SKT, a possible triple Infernal into Elder, into what, Hex Infernal buff. Good God, there's too much AP and AD.
36% bonus AD and AP with 3 stacks and also the Elder Dragon buff.
Mighty Bear, okay, it's going to get Cataclysmed. Easy flash gain by Peanut.
Actually probably under less threat than he might have appreciated there, but went safety first with the flash, which after the early game I guess is expected.
And KT are going to be able to break the outer turret in the mid lane. ROX Tigers just sleeping on their hands just a little bit when it comes to that control, because that wave just was not tended to. FLICKR able to move towards his top lane as well. ROX not really making proactive decisions and controlled decisions in this mid game. QSS done now for Sungyun, who has a little bit of extra safety. That's not going to improve his damage though, still on those 2 items, but not necessarily those 2 spiking items like you said, with the Rage Blade possibly providing that option.
Rumble able to free push in bottom lane, has that teleport advantage over Linderong for about another minute. One of the reasons that ROX couldn't push as hard as they wanted to was the fear of an equalizer in the choke they were playing around at the enemy blue buff. SKT just playing the measured approach, pushing in the mid lane, pushing in top lane. Top lane inner turret will be what they're really focusing on to take down that outer turret lane and also set themselves up for a Baron start. They have Cassiopeia Callista, so yeah, it doesn't take too much more knowledge to know that a Baron turn would be a very quick one with a double Infernal Drake.
It's not exactly the double mountain, but certainly with all of the extra AP and AD and the extra movement speed, they can even get to the pit faster with the Cloud Drake, Pop Smithy. Scary. 3,000 gold the lead as they take down the last remaining outer turret. It's going to fall on the top side. Still, 3-1 in turrets. Not like this game has completely gone away from the ROX Tigers, but it just doesn't look like they know what to do next to try and rattle back any of that control.
Because if you ask them, what should we do next, I think it'll be more about just stop SKT from doing things. Stop them from taking the Baron. Stop them from getting another Drake stack. Try to stymie them as much as possible. Only unfortunate factor, and what we're seeing on screen is that Sungyun isn't picking up free minion waves. It's actually giving up minion waves to Cho'Gath and Syndra, rather than picking up themselves. And CS-wise, you'll notice that SKT has had access to about 50 to 70 more minions than ROX Tigers have gotten to, because in the early game they had to give up so much with Mighty Bear being behind, and now they're grouping, looking for picks, rather than necessarily focusing on picking up CS in side lanes, and that's allowed SKT to just get access to more minions than ROX has found.
Yeah, Bang's large beneficiary of that as well. Thankfully for Sungyun, he was able to create some parity, so now it's only about a wave or 2 for Bang's lead. Now FLICKR's able to get some vision control around this Baron. Thankfully, there is the Rift Scuttler. So ROX Tigers with some immovable vision around that Baron area.
A lot of ability to check brush between the living artillery and also the sapling. Okay, hard engage time.
Yeah, there's the Fate's Call. Nature's Grass comes in though as Ontara is able to avoid that one. Bang picks up the first kill onto Key, but Peanut still taking some. It's just going to be the one pick, all too easily gained there by SKT.
Yeah, pick into Baron is usually the way, but it's only a support like you mentioned. They use the equalizer to make it happen, so their turn isn't as powerful as they would like, but SKT start the Baron, even though Peanut's down to about 600 health.
Yeah, the football flies in there. Yeah, Peanut is very, very low. Remember, there's execute damage on this living artillery, and Peanut has to be very careful. There's Wolf slicing Maelstrom, massive amounts of stuns, but Lava finishes off the support. FLICKR finds his way into the backline, explodes the Cogmore. There goes the Cinder as the double kill comes in, and that's going to be Bang finishing that one up. Linderong did not last nearly as long as the big tank would want, and now Mighty Bear, no flash, no ability to get the twisted advance over the wall, and we're not going to see a repeat of Game 2 BBQ KT because he's not even going to attempt to steal.
FLICKR came out and was basically assassin in the backline, taking down 3 members of ROX Tigers, got to the squishy center, which for Cassiopeia is not often an easy thing. We noted that Peanut was low. And by the time they see the initiation, they pop down. But look in the back line as FLICKR comes out of vision. There was no vision there for the site right at the end. They didn't have the timing of the Cassiopeia. And she is the assassin that SKT needs. And they'll add on a Baron to that as well.
Yep, all too easy. There's the second adaptive helm done by Mighty Bear. But these stories that we're talking about for the ROX Tigers, it's now a 6,000 gold lead. The very beginning of this Baron onslaught from SKT. Feels like this game is falling away from the ROX Tigers. And this feels like a return to the SKT where if they have a lead like this, it almost feels impossible for them to lose. Wasn't the case over the last few weeks. But it was the last time we saw them against Everate, and it's feeling like that now against the ROX Tigers.
FLICKR on his favorite Cassiopeia, one of his big, famous legendary picks. He's 4-1 on this season. And the big issue for ROX in that team fight is it wasn't how they drafted. It was not two beefy tanks keeping the Cassiopeia and the other threats away. It was a fight where FLICKR was able to get through the vision line and assassinate a Syndra and a Kog'Maw in the backline. That already lets you know that steps were skipped by ROX Tigers in their setup around Baron. You need to be so much more on point in peeling for the Kog'Maw and Syndra, and that just didn't happen there. Is that third Infernal you spoke about?
Oh man, so scary. Should easily be able to take this one down as well, and Tara in decent position, but there's the teleport in. Linderung wants to try and start up an actual fight here as there's the third Infernal, and ROX just a little bit late pressing that go button. It's a big Cho'Gath, but he needs to actually exist in a team fight and actually exist when they need him to, not just after the dragon falls down.
It's just strange to use Cho'Gath as if he's resembling a stronger ganker, Jarvan top, for example, because Cho, he's not quite Jace when it comes to the teleports, but he's not often going to be beginning things. He more profits out of a primary initiator, which is supposed to be someone like the Maokai. So teleports in after the Drake is already in critical range. They lose that objective. He can't force anything. And SKT push up with 3 Infernal Drakes and the Baron, looking to break the base, but for now going to find a bit of a struggle.
Yeah. Speaking of struggles, Linderung's life is not exactly a happy one as SKT tanking up turrets. Key's going to make his way in though as FLICKR goes down very low. The Nom did some decent damage. Oh, the cleanse gets himself out of death range with the Ignite. He put that one on right at the very end, and FLICKR waited until the last second before denying the kill.
FLICKR got his introduction to patch 7.14 Cho'Gath. Didn't like it very much. The adaptive helm was doing the work in that scenario. Linderung doesn't fall. FLICKR doesn't fall, but Key dies in the crossfire again. With only 4 members, SKT hit onto this inner turret. Should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Lava can't find their stuns with the scat of the week, so Peanut creating big body between Bang and the turret. Should be SKT being able to find this outer ring. Only 1 more remaining on the top side of the map. May not necessarily have a lot of Baron remaining. But regardless of that fact, they've got so much pressure on this map, and now about a 9,000 gold lead, triple Infernal, a cheeky Cloud Drake. The Elder Dragon going to be coming up next, but it feels like they won't even need it to try and take this game down.
I mean, 32 minutes into the game, they have 3 members over 300 CS and FLICKR over 350. They have been hoovering up every single minion around the map, and ROX Tigers have not had that same ability to do so. FLICKR piling on a Void Staff very soon to complement the other 4 items he's already purchased.
5-item Cassiopeia incoming very, very shortly. Very frightening. About to flame Horizon Lava as well, but 282 CS at 32 minutes is not that bad. It's just FLICKR happens to have almost 100 CS more than him.
And now we hit the point, 32 minutes in, where Infinity Edge is complete for Sung, and the 3-item power spike we talked about is complete. But the Drakes haven't really cooperated with ROX Tigers. 24% for now, later perhaps 36% bonus AD and AP. Helps no one more than FLICKR at killing the frontline, and even Adaptive Helm and the other tankiness of Maokai and Cho'Gath may have to shudder at how powerful FLICKR will be when Void Staff is complete.
Yeah. It's going to be exceptional damage. Speaking of Void Staff, Tara already has his, almost has his Rabbidd's Death Cap as well. As there's the hook landing on a Peanut, still takes a lot of damage from Sangyun. As that was a really good defensive rupture there as well from Linderung to make sure there's no flash available from Peanut to jump on top of the Kog'Maw. Of course, it wasn't up. Still, defensive play ROX are able to capitalize on some aggressive positioning by Peanut.
Yeah, Peanut was playing as if he had a secondary support or a melee support like a Braum to help him ward aggressively. Wanted to put down the vision deep with 1 minute 30 on the Baron spawning, but it's a Kennen who didn't have Kalista around, so wasn't going to be someone face-checking in any brush. Rumble was bot lane and not teleporting, so overrated his own tankiness. Did Peanut. We already mentioned that with vision supremacy, Maokai, Cho'Gath, and Syndra have so much more reliability, not even mentioning the Blitzcrank to force someone's positioning. Songyun has hit 3 items. His understanding of where the game was at by Peanut means the vision they crave deep in the red side jungle is going to elude them, at least for now.
FLICKR has that Void Staff.
670 AP and no death cap.
Oh, God. That, yeah, when he purchases that item, that is going to be one hell of a large number.
It's going to be 1,000.
Okay. And they get an Elder Drake. And it's going to be even more. Multiplicative scaling on top of the Rabadon's death cap, Papa Smithy. The maths nerds everywhere are getting very excited about the bigness of the number.
You don't see 4-digit AP values in professional play very often, so...
No, not a lot of Viger.
People are telling me that maybe Tank Vega is back, but it's more of an ARAM special than a competitive build.
You just wait until infinity time in the game, though, Pop Smithy. Full tank Viger with still 2,000 AP.
We had a 56-minute game that felt like infinity time, so...
Yeah.
We have had some long ones this season, around the 1 hour mark. ROX Tigers would love it to be around the 1 hour mark, because then the Cogmore is going to be largely untouched.
Yeah, I thought ROX Tigers may have agreed to a no-rush 50 at the start of this. Would certainly help them with this composition. But not out of it just yet. Despite there being an 8,000 gold lead for SKT, ROX have found some semblance of control, and that inner turret still remains on the top side of the map. The Baron buff has respawned, 25 seconds on that Elder Dragon, which ROX cannot let SKT have, otherwise they just lose. That's what it feels like.
Charo's the first to check this time. They will get 1 control ward down.
Alright, Lava's going to wander over. There's no Zhonya's on Antara, but look at this. SKT starting this one up, and remember their Baron secure, very different. There's Nature's Grasp as Mighty Bear does force the disengage.
They're turning onto the Baron.
Okay. Can they actually get it? There are no more stacks in there as Peanut steals it away. In goes Wolf there as well. And look at the health bars of ROX disintegrate. Songyun keeps himself alive though. Linderong bought so much time as they trade tank for tank, but the Baron does go in favor of SKT.
Yeah, good first call from ROX Tigers. The use of the Nature's Grasp was really smart and was stopping SKT from being able to turn, but they got greedy trying to finish the Baron when the game was so finely poised, and the team fight after the Baron showed you that ROX Tigers have a chance in fights even though they were around 8,000 gold down. SKT and Peanut claim the Baron. They claim the Elder Dragon. The burning begins, and FLICKR's AP numbers, even without the death cap, are getting insane.
Yeah, that's probably going to be double, as Mighty Bear is somehow able to take the blue buff. Nice, there's some denial. That's cute. SKT going to take that as their cue to exit. It's like we lost a blue buff from a tree. We should leave.
ROX were close, Atlas. ROX were actually really close at making a very nice play around the Baron, but you see a 3,000 HP Baron and your head goes to the place of what does this game look like if ROX Tigers have Baron? And the answer, of course, is a lot better than where it was poised a moment before. But that greed to finish it down was perhaps too much.
Tara has 730 AP as a romp.
Well, Cassiopeia has 871 AP and soon to be a death cap.
Oh. Yeah, I guess Antara already has his.
Yes, he's cheating a little bit.
Hey, Fake is cheating because he doesn't need to buy boots.
Tara's cheating because he didn't go Zhonya's, which would have been very useful to disengage something like the Twisted Advance. Just went for Banshee Veil. Even those auto attacks, just training down turrets.
I know, right? Damn, that AP scaling on turret destruction. He's bang, even able to walk up and get some cheeky autos. He's got his Bloodthirster now completed, so a lot of lifesteal, especially once he goes down below that 25 health mark.
Not often do you see a Maokai being chunked out by a Kalista, but that was what just happened in the mid lane. Got a flat AD from Bang in his build. A lot of lifesteal as well, so he's able to return to full health almost instantly. The base broken for ROX Tigers.
Yep, zoning Fate's Call there as well. Interesting that you can have less players on the map, but also be able to zone with it. There's the Cataclysm. They're just jumping onto Sangyun. Decent equalizer positioning as they just have to stand on the carpet. In goes Wolf. The Slicing Maelstrom helps take down a few more of them. Peanut's going to die, but he sacrificed himself for the good of SKT as they managed to get 2 picks, one of them being the Cogmore, which is so important. And it looks like SKT want to even keep pushing, try and take down these Nexus turrets and not let this game go on any longer.
Both of these AP carries might as well have Lich Banes with how much damage they're doing to turrets. This should be the end of the game, all during the Baron buff duration.
Yeah, FLICKR cleans up the first Nexus turret. Lava has to go back to the fountain. Key's going to get these Ren stacks pulled out of him. Linderung as well. The resets are coming in for Bang. Ontara was tanking up everything and just wanders out. It's all going to be fine, and SKT make that 3 games in a row now as they dismantle the ROX Tigers.
Looking for their perfect week against weaker opposition, sure. But here, made a couple of mistakes early around the inner turret when the hook came through from Key, but otherwise, good stuff from SK Telecom T1, working themselves into favor, playing themselves into form, not necessarily showing us anything new, but still picking up a largely comfortable victory.
Yeah, and before the Telecom War, we mentioned it in our last series, it is of course Budget Telecom War Day, as KT were playing up before, and they didn't show us anything new. SKT looking like they can do this in style at the same time, but is it going to be a repeat of KT with a Game 2 ROX coming back and trying to floor them afterwards? Because ROX did look competitive. They were just unable to make any moves to try and get themselves back into the game when they may have been given some leeway.
And you have a bit of phantom limb when you're casting SKT this week because you just kind of have to hit yourself and be like, no. We can't actually give them the superlatives that we gave them before. It is still ROX Tigers and Ever 8 winners, but it's a better looking SKT. If you're only going to look at the blue side of the map in Game 1, a lot of the decisions made sense. 100% no, but you can say 100% of the decisions by Longzhu or KT Rolster either. So we're once again building a base of SKT, making smart decisions as they try to move forward to a 2-0.
Yeah, and at which point does SKT get back to a state where we can say they're looking like favorites up against KT? Because they did manage to win the last Telecom War. It was an opportunity for SKT to really put some dents into KT at the same time, but this one is looking like our projections are so different. We have a short break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, Game 2 between ROX and SKT.
Shake these boots.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. And yes, SKT, 3 game wins in a row now as they took down ROX Tigers in our first game. And look at that, yeah, Antara did some work. Heck, yes.
He certainly did. 25,000 damage. Easy to wail away on a Cho'Gath who had a lot of damage reduction in the adaptive helm. But the equalizer's 1 point as well. Is he Huni level Rumble? I guess we don't know because we never see Huni anymore. Where's he at?
I don't know. I think he's somewhere. Backstage, potentially. I can see the booth, though, so spoiler alert, not going to be a substitution of the top laners today.
The MVP, it's a couple of possible recipients, but it goes to the best League of Legends player of all time. FLICKR will actually move his way to 800 MVP points. Looking unlikely they'll be able to pip some of the others at around 1,200 points. But until you mathematically eliminate FLICKR in any context, Atlas, you're never 100% sure.
Absolutely. Might have some extended series as well where he can pick up a few extra ones. Okay, look at this. Just able to pick off both priority targets with the flank. That's all about positioning, but FLICKR executed it beautifully. I don't know whether we get to see his sick flash in the mid lane, Papa Smithy.
We get to see how sick Cho'Gath is at being tanky.
He's pretty sick at that.
Almost turns around and kills FLICKR. He kills the turret, which actually stops him from dying to the next turret shot.
Yeah, and that perfect use of the cleanse to get out of the damage.
This is the turning point of the game, though. Outside chance ROX wins from here. They get greedy on the 3,200 health Baron. Peanut's got gap closed for days, gets the smite off. Score maybe should take some notes from Peanut on that particular regard. The turn comes through. FLICKR is free hitting whenever that happens on Cassiopeia, who was closing in on 1,000 ability power with a death cap. You know, things are happy for SK Telecom T1.
See whether he's actually able to get his hands onto that Cassiopeia in game number 2, though, because it's seen a lot of bans away from SKT. And we are going to have a sub. Mighty Bear is going to be stepping out. Songwon is going to be jumping in to that jungle position.
Not too surprising for me. On the season, Mighty Bear is actually at 4-12. So last season, he was definitely the preferred jungler win rate-wise over Songwon. But Songwon has rewritten the history books. He's almost at a 50% win rate, 10-11. On the season, so with many more games played, many more victories, he has been the preferred talent in the jungle. Will not be able to link up with Shy. Will still be Linderong playing in game 2 as far as we know. So that is the old duo, Linderong and Songwon, and they're reunited.
Yeah, not going to have the full switch out of the ROX Tigers, but Linderong had a serviceable performance in game number 1 on the Cho'Gath. Certainly almost able to eat snake for dinner, but didn't quite get there, as we saw in that previous replay. ROX Tigers wanting to turn it all around now in game number 2. They saw BBQ do it against KT. It's not impossible to take games off these top dogs at the moment, and ROX Tigers have shown glimmers of brilliance throughout this season. But this is a reinvigorated SKT trying to prove themselves as a top-tier team and wanting to solidify their spot in the playoffs as well. They had such a good run at the beginning of the season that despite that 8-game loss streak here in the LCK, still able to secure that spot with a win here.
Yeah, moving past that fully today is not possible. It is the ROX Tigers, but getting closer and closer to shedding what was a woeful time post-Rift Rivals, our SKT T1. One of the reasons why ROX Tigers may have subbed Songwon in on the blue side for game 2 is that he's a great Elise player throughout his career, and they'd be able to first pick Elise on blue side like many teams have done during the course of this week. He's been playing Sejuani as well. Feels like those are his 2 big picks recently. But on the blue side, with Elise first pick becoming almost standard with the Kalista, Caitlyn, and Zac bans on red. Just a little food for thought for the potential draft options for ROX.
Yeah, and you have to remember that last loss was actually 7-game losses in a row here for the ROX Tigers. The last time they were able to pick up wins was with that Sejuani-Braum combination that we saw debuted by this team. That worked out fantastically well, and they tried it again, and it just didn't work, and then from there, they haven't found anything that works. So, rounding out the bans with Antara's Rumble. To be taken off the board was very difficult for Linderong to deal with, and now SKT thinking about Elise or the Kalista, depending on what they want to give Sungyun access to.
Anything else would be a surprise for the red side final ban. Taking over to the last couple of seconds.
Ori.
And it is a surprise. Orianna ban. Very interesting. Maybe it suggests something about what SKT want to play on the red side, but will mean goodbye to Kalista. Predictably, first pick, Songyun is undefeated on Kalista this season. Back before the Kalista meta, we spent a lot of time complimenting Songyun for his solo queue, where he had around an 80% win rate on 100 games earlier this season on Kalista. My theory behind this, Atlas, is it's a bit of a junk ban. It is one of the big picks for Lava, but I think they've been so prioritizing picking up Elise for Peanut that they left something even more attractive for the Tigers to take, and they also end up with that Elise.
Yeah, and if they didn't, if it was the Elise first pick for Songwon, then that would have meant Kalista Alistair picked up immediately. Songwon thinking about grabbing the Maokai. Might go to Linderung this time around as Lava. We'll see whether the Rakan is going to be worth taking or whether Key wants to jump back onto the Braum that he's played so much. He certainly had good performances on as well. Okay, it's a lot of priority on this double tank combo if this Cho'Gath is once again going to be locked in.
Here's the flex, though, is what we can say, and it's something we expected from the FLICKR Freaks given their previous drafting strategies, and something that ROX seem to be heavily prioritizing is the ambiguity and general power that drafting Maokai and Cho'Gath, the most in vogue tanks on patch 7.14, brings them on the blue side. So SKT may actually start banning supports in this particular case. Waiting for their pick here could just be a Cassiopeia, but Lucian is maybe even stronger in a blind pick sense.
Wow,
Meant to be blind pick mid lane Lucian. Outside chance they copy KT Rolster and flex it to bot lane. Almost said support, but
well, we hope not, because it didn't work out very well for KT Rolster. And speaking of which, we heard Score talking about this Lucian not necessarily having counterpicks, and FLICKR playing it certainly like a champion that doesn't have equal in that mid lane.
One of the champions you might levy as a counterpick is the Cassiopeia, so banning that away to be potentially picked up by Lava.
Yeah, a couple of options available for Lava, but he's not necessarily that pressure laner. Probably wants to nullify this Lucian if he can. Renekton going to be taken away from Antara as they try and shore things up for Linderung towards the top side as Syndra go to the next ban. So Lava having an okay performance last time around, but making sure that he switches things up moving into game 2.
And may tunnel him in on something very low damage. Could still go Talia and be able to push. And it is a pick that he loves from solo queue. But if he is forced to go on something like...
banned anyway.
That's true, I missed that. That was actually the first ban. So it may even force the Karma, which is the only other champion of note, maybe Corki as an option. But Lucian beats Corki in lane, so we're very much at the ends of the champion pool from Lava for picks into Lucian.
Galio's available, but Lucian's picked into Galio basically every single time.
Did play his first game of Galio last series. Looking for AD carry and top lane as the final two picks from SKT.
Yeah, Zaya going to be locked in here for Bang.
No big surprises there. Doesn't do that bad in the auto attack trades with the Kalista. Looking for answers here are the ROX Tigers, and maybe we'll see the first visit onto Victor for Lava.
Does certainly fit his wheelhouse as Kane is being looked at. Not sure whether there's any roles for him to go into there, as Lava does just opt in for the sub-standard matchup with the Corki into the Lucian.
How do you like tanks?
I like tanks a lot.
This would be a Gragas support most likely if it was actually taken.
No, Maokai support.
Could be.
And Gragas jungle.
Yeah, probably just playing around, but there's an outside chance we do see the Gragas. Some people have been messing around with it in solo queue at the support role. Okay, we will see Gragas. Could be Gragas support or Maokai support. I've played a game of Cho'Gath support, but even I'm not going to suggest that's what's going to happen.
I could certainly imagine you would, Papa Smithy. How did you manage to play the Cho'Gath in AP attack speed based fashion?
I just went full tank, I'm sorry to tell you.
Oh, really?
I wanted to win some LP.
You're my Nash's Tooth Lichbane player on everything.
Well, I was going in LP focus, and okay, the champion that really seemed to signal the downfall for SKT was their over-prioritization of Jax, the tail end of Rift Rivals, and early in their return from that particular tournament. They're going to return to it here with a very unknown matchup. There's a lot of options here for the Tigers to take into the Jax, but none of them are really going to punish Jax, that's for sure. They just prioritize Untara, going on a comfort pick. Both Untara and Huni extensively playing the Jax in recent weeks. We're waiting to see all the tussles.
Okay, yeah, they're switching it around so much. They got 2 seconds to go, and it will be the Maokai support. And it's what we predicted with the Gragas in the jungle and the Cho'Gath towards the top side of the map once again for Linderung. Now with the Jax to do battle against. They were doing some cute stuff there, and you can see some cheeky grins on the ROX Tigers'
You and I cast the one time we ever saw a player return to Maokai support multiple times. That was OMG in LPL Spring 2015.
Sivir Maokai.
Sivir Maokai, Kalista Maokai. That was Uzi and Luo on OMG at the time. So many teams ago for Uzi.
That combination was undefeated as well. When they had Sivir and Maokai on their team, Papa Smithy, OMG did not lose.
Well, this may be the papatless defeat debut for this duo as they are against SKT, really liking the Lucian blind pick in the context of when they got it, and they could also protect against some of the skill matchups available against the Lucians. So first visit of the support Maokai, it's against Alistair. The tanks are in full vogue for ROX Tigers.
Yeah, and it was the Jax that was the downfall of SKT, but the Alistair's there, which is what managed to bring them back up. We'll see what is going to reign supreme as we get onto the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Okay. Aww.
Stealing a kiss on the broadcast.
Cuties in the audience, man.
I want to know what Caster Jun said there.
미니언 생성까지 30초.
There's been a lot of arrows pointing to people as the cowbell is being heard in our ears.
I want to go back to the cowbell.
Yeah, it is.
See, look, this is Wolf's the best at it as well because he does the sick 360s.
The cowbell animation cancels.
Oh, cowbellmation cancels.
You can keep your Lucian animation cancels. I'm into the cowbell animation cancels.
Oh, look. So Key is now going with Charred Maokai because Maokai got so burnt up against the Rumble in the last game. Oh, it's just so good.
You can't help but laugh. It's great. There's nothing not to love about it.
I just want Wolf to get that same outfit and wear it whilst he plays Maokai.
If you think about support Maokai to just transition for a second, does help with leashes. Interestingly.
Hey, that's true.
It's pretty helpful. You can throw the sapling into the brush and get that extra maximum HP damage. So a super leash in a different fashion coming through from the ROX Tigers. Someone's happy.
I also really love the amount of vision you can provide with a Maokai and a Kalista without using any wards. You've got Sentinels and Saplings that last longer now.
So what you're saying is you also pick Rek'Sai jungle and you just don't buy vision.
Exactly. And you have Ashe mid from Season 1 so you can just walk shot.
Smart choice. Some people aren't going to get that reference and it makes me sad.
Yeah.
She doesn't say that anymore.
Really?
She says all the world on one arrow now. They changed that like 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, but did she have that quote anymore at all, ever?
Nope.
Oh, damn.
The champion select hover message was smart choice before.
Never actually played much Ashe in solo queue. I played Ashe, built a Thornmail in the tutorial mode, and was like, this item doesn't really do very well, so this champion
That
must
packed
be bad.
up your history with Ashe 7 years ago?
Yeah, I actually had a friend when I first started playing League of Legends who said, Ashe is my champion. Never mind that, FLICKR getting body slammed in the mid lane and no flashes needing to be blown, but there's the cleanse immediately to get FLICKR out of the way.
Sort of thing where teams will watch this and see just how fast you can super leash, because Gragas was mid lane before FLICKR could even anticipate it. Doesn't get the flash out of FLICKR, but getting any summoners out of FLICKR pre 4 minutes surprise, and they do get the cleanse.
And also giving Lava that health lead as well. So with a volatile matchup like this, really cute movement out of the way of that piercing light. And we saw with FLICKR's Lucian especially, those piercing lights just land. I mean, he's killing minions with it, but he's also killing his opponent with it almost every single time. He's now going to back though, grab his first item or two, see what he can do to continue adding extra pressure, because if that is, okay, not quite able to afford advanced scepter just yet, only 20 CS.
But the excitement around the FLICKR Lucian is starting to grow. We saw it in solo queue in pretty extended fashion before we finally saw it on the competitive scene. Only 2 games, but 2 victories, so we're really fishing for a new undefeated champion for FLICKR, and maybe the Lucian will be his new prized pick.
Yep, the next one. Let's go on the list. There's still a few of those. Wow, Linderung's doing some work here against Antara this time. Very different matchup.
Yeah, It's the first time we've seen the Cho'Gath preferred into the Jax. It was Gragas last time, you'll remember, against Jax, and I was wondering about whether Cho would be the priority. The tankiness stats given to you by the ultimate aren't relevant compared to potential for the feast to just take you down, so excited to see how this matchup goes. I was looking at some solo queue accounts, and there's some Trinity Force Cho'Gath sneaking around. I don't think this is going to be the game for it, but that'd be some sick burst.
The Trinity Force Cho'Gath. That is the kind of meta that I want to be involved in.
It's never been an item on him previously because your spell cooldowns were so long and the toggle doesn't count as a Sheen proc, but now that your Vorpal Spikes are a on-hit effect, it does mean some sick auto-attack cancel burst damage.
Yeah, precisely. Sheen now a whole lot more worth it, but I like Iceborne Gauntlet as well. You could possibly go with that one at the same time. Synergizes with other armor if he decides to pick that up. And here against SKT with 3 pretty heavy auto attackers, I have a feeling we may be seeing some Bramble Vests, Papa Smithy.
Frozen Heart as well from the Cho'Gath or Gragas would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Imagine Frozen Heart as well as the Cold Steel passive that it now resides on the Thornmail.
It's pretty tilting.
Yeah, I'm triggered. Haven't even seen it happen yet. Gonna ruin the day of FLICKR and Bang if they can make it to that point. FLICKR's known to have a heck of a lot of power on this pick.
Cleanse up into half second. Not going to be relevant.
Yeah, Songwon not going to be able to find anything. It's going to do the relentless pursuit that dodges out of the way of the barrel, so no harassment either. FLICKR's going to be unhindered as he shoves forward in this lane. Linderong has been expertly avoiding these counter-strikes, but that Empower starting to hurt. Not even a Sheen yet on Antara. Linderong hasn't gone back yet, so still waiting for that to happen.
Bit greedy with his first purchase. I imagine Righteous Glory first, but you could just build a Glacial Shroud and work it out later.
Yeah, a few options. As we check into the bottom side of the map, 50, 53, something like that. Very even as there's the body slam connecting onto Antara.
No cask.
Yeah, leaps his way out and yet doesn't quite have it just yet. Stole a bit of the experience from Linderong, but Peanut a little bit ahead when it comes to that experience mark, but Songwon has made his presence a little bit more known.
Been a lot more active than Mighty Bear was able to be in Game 1. The Super Leash very helpful in that regard. Haven't really been able to tell too much about the Maokai laning, but against Alistar, you really do have the opportunity to run basically any melee champion.
Yeah.
And get away with it. So not expecting there to be any real impact of whether it was a Maokai or a Braum or another fairly burly melee support tank.
Interested to see some of the Twisted Advance interactions with the headbutt pulverizers coming in from Wolf. Could be some interesting mind games there. As Linderong on a bit of an adventure, as yeah, FLICKR's got his eye in on these piercing lights. I think the last 3 have hit lava. He's getting quite frustrated about because at level 7, that thing's got a few points in it.
I mentioned during Champions State, but it's actually a really good matchup. The Lucian into the Corki, because your piercing light, relentless pursuit trades are so much more reliable than the standard Corki phosphorus bomb auto trades. You can dash out of the phosphorus bomb very easily with the slower speed. Thus, you are very comfortable in the lane. Cho'Gath chomped on the Rift Scuttler, but did it too early and actually doesn't get a stack for that.
Oh, frustrating. Linderong, no excuse there either. He played the Dan champion last time.
I'm not going to excuse him. You don't have to either.
Really? But I'm the play-by-play guy. I need to be positive. Everyone's great all the time. That's my MO. Okay, FLICKR is just going to throw all of his buttons at Lava. There's the culling. Enough distance created, but good trade back from Lava. Regardless. Blue buff now rotating around FLICKR as well, so happy to use all of his mana like that. And there's the headbutt pole. Sangyun is level 6. That Fate's Call is available as he gets stunned up by the cow. And look at this, Unbreakable Will may actually be necessary.
Very late.
As yeah, Key is now going to charge up that Nature's Grasp. Unbreakable Will just not quite enough. It's actually going to wear off as there's the teleport. Wolf will fall down. First blood goes to Lava, and that'll help him out against FLICKR in that mid lane. Songwon turns up to try and deter FLICKR from taking down this turret. And do they have enough damage? They've got 2 auto attackers to try and smash down this turret on one wave.
Yeah, Phage first, not Sheen, so may not have quite the damage. Take it down fast enough. Gonna get it low, though. Bang probably would have seen his support go down anyway, but the advantage of the teleport coming through, the kill distribution goes onto the Corki, and they get over half of the bot lane HP. There is, I feel like Wolf was just too late on the ultimate. I wasn't looking at his mana bar, I'm not sure if that was a consideration, but his ult was popped when he was down to 100 health, and even with 55% damage reduction, it's not going to be the difference.
Yeah, and I feel like the follow-up CC was just enough. Maybe he thought that he could keep himself low to try and bait the ROX Tigers to dive him under a turret, but that doesn't matter if you don't make it back to a turret. FLICKR looking for the steal. Someone's going to get himself over. Oh, that was close. FLICKR is able to lock down his second blue buff of the game and deny Lava of any, but Lava getting first blood, he's probably still going to be happy as, okay. Sungyun's got just a Renowned Hurricane.
Yeah, Hurricane first was a thing once upon a time.
Yeah, I remember. That was a long time ago.
It means no lifesteal in the lane. Does give pretty extensive pushing, that much is very clear. Does also mean you can team fight very early, but you'd like to have at least a Vamp Scepter to get maximum value out of the bolts giving you lifesteal.
Yeah, it may have been that he just saw that he had perfect gold, yeah, and you may as well get that combine. Peanut looking to try and take down this Rift Herald, and looks like no one's actually going to pay a visit to him on this Herald. Look at all of the vision that SKT have available. Linderung actually utilizing those Vorpal Spikes very, very well onto Antara to let him clear out the wave as well as do damage to the Jax.
That does seem like the superior matchup into the Jax compared to the Gragas, where we saw Jax about 20 to 30 CS ahead in just a pretty standard lane. The Rift Herald isn't a guaranteed turret against a team like ROX Tigers, but does usually represent that, especially if a pick can come in first.
Now that wave shoved up on the bottom side of the map. See Sungyun still in that lane. Key had gone for a little bit of a roam. Someone now thinking about what he wants to do next, hanging around the bottom side of the map where they do have superior vision. And only going to continue that forward.
What I want to see from ROX is they went back, bought some control wards. They hadn't had any any control wards on the map down previously. You just picked up a item that considers you auto-pushing in the bot lane with the Hurricane Rush. This should be the time for ROX to actually secure the first Drake of the game, the Mountain, because they've invested the wards, they have the pushing lane and bot. I feel like they're set up to use their vision to actually claim an objective like the Mountain Drake. And if they don't, it means that kind of this power and also the item build doesn't really have a multi-step plan.
No. Whoa, there's a very deep teleport immediately here from Linderung. He's looking for FLICKR potentially on his transition back. Actually heads in on the cute little Spirit. Look, should be Peanut just flashing his way to safety, and everything's going to be all right. I did not know you could teleport to Sentinels, but it makes a lot of sense. Okay, now going to transition to the gank onto FLICKR as well as he makes his way back top.
This will secure the Drake we talked about. So many different ways to confirm this, but Peanut being healthy actually will just lead to ROX pulling away from it, and Cho'Gath needs to hightail it to the top lane as Jack's getting free thwomps onto the outer top lane turret.
Yeah, a lot of thwacks coming in there. It's okay. They're just going to try and grab first brick here towards the bottom side of the map.
Bringing in the Spiderlings as well, do maximum damage. This would be against the flow of the items as well, given the Hurricane was the first complete from Sungyun.
Yeah. That's getting a decent amount of damage, but SKT have set themselves up to push this one down if they can get a minion wave towards that turret at any sort of time. Lava completes the worst buy you could possibly buy. Not having that 300 gold for the combined cost. Oh, feels awful.
It is rough. ROX Tigers ahead in gold, still in a really good position, but being a bit dictated to by SKT, who are able to chase them off objectives they've extensively prepared for, and then almost get a free first brick in answer for the play they made. So I like what ROX has been doing, but they've been a little bit too conservative in pulling off from objectives, but you have to respect things like Antara still having teleport up and also his speed at taking turrets.
Yeah, and this was one of the question marks that we had for Tigers in their first game as well, so not necessarily playing aggressively when they potentially could. Someone now looking for a dive, and there's the package delivered to Wolf and Bang. They're just going to use this to try and take down the turret, but can they just get more from this as Sungyun brings back his tree friend. He's going to be taken down. Songwon is going to fall as well. They don't even get the dang turret. As SKT turn it all around, Bang looking to make that another kill. He may have gone too far, but never mind. Triple for Bang, looking for the quadra. He does get the slow with the Ren. Peanut still looking for it. Pierce comes in. The tower falls in the mid lane anyways. Oh, Peanut picks that one up. Wolf says, I'll secure the kill for you, buddy. Don't worry about that one. And now SKT immediately, out of nowhere, 4,000 gold in the lead.
And it's almost like they were listening to our commentary about needing to be more decisive, about needing to finally make that call. They go for it, but botch it oh so terribly, Atlas. We're going to get a replay of what happened. Wolf the hero with the headbutt pulverized. Maokai almost burned down, but gets back. Watch Songwon, though, who actually gets hit by the feathers, and then that extra turret shot too late on the flash away, and then Bang licks his lips, knows there's exit kills for him. Sungyun thinks he can distract, but certainly no ability to do that. Won't be the quadra for Bang, but a triple this early skips some of the steps that you have to take as a Xayah to get your items going. Essence Reaver complete, Berserker Grease complete, and on the way to the 2 items for the Xayah.
Yeah, and already has that Zeal, which actually feels like a bit of a spike there as well, as Wolf's going to get the headbutt back, gets the flash out of Linderung as well, as there's the cheeky little stun. Bang going to turn up, and the slow is there from the red buff. Okay, Wolf did have the didn't have the Unbreakable Will, so couldn't go for any sort of extended dive.
Also, Alice does always go too aggressively against Cho'Gath and then forget the true damage, means that ultimate is of questionable value when you're turret diving a Cho, so respect deserved against the Cho'Gath.
Even I had forgotten about that particular interaction, Papa Smithy. That moment in time does make a lot more sense. So I'm going to turn up. Wanting to find Bang. There's the headbutt pole once again. Okay, they knew exactly where the Gragas was, so SKT pull away. Now there's one remaining outer turret SKT can take down, so understandably they've got 3 members on the top side of the map. FLICKR still pushing things out, and Antara as well as that push on the bottom side of the map. Lane assignments could not be better here for SKT.
2-level advantage too for FLICKR.
Oh, God. He's just been quietly farming so much. This whole series, actually. Farming in game number 1 was extraordinary. Show that FLICKR really feels like he has something to prove. Often puts a lot onto his own shoulders with how SKT is doing.
Watch here.
That's so much damage. There it is. No Valkyrie, no flash, no life for Lava.
No compassion for his old teammate. That was a support sub. Now Lava in a new role in the mid lane. It's a much tougher task when you're leveling up and having to face a player like FLICKR. The Lucian and the Cassiopeia are looking like perfect additions to the center of his champion pool. Takes down the Corki, waiting for the minion wave to come in, and they might even dive this.
Yeah, Cocoon's going to go wide. Someone considering about finding a cask. And there, FLICKR actually going to move all the way in. There's the cleanse flash. Gets himself out of the way. Here's the Nature's Grasp. In goes Wolf, and he's just going to sacrifice himself, headbutting people around. And Unbreakable Will's not that unbreakable, and certainly Sungyun is going to be able to lock that one up. And Taro utilizes the pressure given, as does Bang, by pushing out these waves elsewhere. Yeah,
pushing in 2 lanes, so the Alistair going down isn't going to be a big consideration. Mid lane turret going down is always something you don't want to surrender. FLICKR still healthy enough to help clear.
But FLICKR and Peanut easily enough. They're not even going to really get much considerable damage under that particular turret. Rapid Fire Cannon done for Bang. That's the 2-item spike finished. And, if you're on a killing spree, generally getting items is something that you can do as easily as he has. Lava has his Trinity Force done finally, though. And Tara has done the same thing on the other side.
SKT still have not picked up a Drake, but the ROX Tigers set up for one earlier, have been thwarted on that as well. Game 1 with the 3 Infernals spawning. Even if the Drake was taken right now, we are at a 3 Drake game at most.
There it is. Tigers just need to not be there and they'll be able to take down the turret.
Crazy damage coming out from Bang
fast
already.
And that's without his Infinity Edge. Oh, when he does finish off that item, it will be very scary. We'll see whether he actually decides to go for it, whether it's going to be Last Whisper as the next one is Peanut. Accidentally, I believe, cues a popcorn chicken.
Maybe a mortal reminder game like you were mentioning with Cho'Gath
Yeah.
Gragas and Maokai in the game.
Dominic's as well. I mean, for the extra health damage, possibly a good idea. But never really know what you want to do. It's almost like you want to build both, which is hard.
That's the full court press from SKT.
Dodges out of the way of the Rupture and then takes half the health bar of this tanky Cho'Gath. Songwon going to head down. FLICKR should be slippery enough to get himself out of the way, especially now with the Phage very close to completing that 2-item spike, which certainly is a spike when it comes to the Black Cleaver. 20% CDR part of that.
I wonder how high Lucian will rise in drafts coming up, given that you can blind pick it and you know it's going to have lane pressure like it does in this game. FLICKR having a champion that can have lane pressure, split push, fits right in the center of the meta, and you can get solo kills on is a pretty terrifying prospect. And
oh, yes.
Especially when you're on the blue side and don't have the ability as a red side team to ban away the Lucian. That's a pretty big problem.
Well, the Bash brothers are back. Zuntara and Peanut try to take down Songwon, but he does make it to the turret, and Linderung is there to deter them, but this will spell the end of the blue buff. Bang actually going to help out there as well, as Peanut decides that he's the beneficiary. Baron is up. It's been up for about 22 seconds, and SKT are all piled around the pit with a lot of vision available to them.
No control ward on the Baron, though, so for now they have to be a little bit more defensive than they would prefer. A couple of purchases coming out. Lucian and Jax both coming back with a control ward.
And decent item spikes as well. No boots yet for Antara, unfortunately, but you've got the Black Cleaver done, and SKT looking to utilize this to try and take down the Baron. Songwon's going to turn up. There should be a cocoon ready for him. Headbutt Pulve there available from Wolf, but SKT not wanting to stick on this Baron. Just the one Mountain Drake, not quite enough.
Nice read of the map from Songwon, though. That was, of course, coming over the backside of the pit, trying to take down the Baron, even without a blast cone. Both Lucian and Elise able to get onto the Baron, but good read from Songwon, who, by not having vision, was able to stop the Baron secure that may have been the start of the end for the ROX Tigers.
Yeah, you have to feel that having 280 carries and a Baron buff and a Jax, turrets do not last long in a split push Baron scenario. In fact, I think you lose an inhibitor from that just based on where you can put players on the map. Not enough resources to try and clear those out. Wave clear was at a relative premium as well, unless you can get some time with it, as well as lava hanging out in every single lane. Scary stuff, Papa Smithy. ROX Tigers not feeling like they have any control at all in this stage of game number 1. There were conversations to be had about the potential of ROX to stall things out and be okay. This feels like a very different story, as there's the flash from Linderung on the bottom side. Lava turns back up towards this mid lane, having to use that passive as Sangyun looking for FLICKR. Nature's Grasp is not enough at all, though, as he throws in the culling, actually just doing battle. No way that ROX Tigers have enough CC to lock down this Lucian and stop him from safely getting back to the turret.
He almost saw the 1v2 coming there, Atlas, but FLICKR pulled away, didn't have complete vision, only one control ward around the area. This is what happens when you face SKT and they get ahead, though. We always talk about that impeding dread. We always talk about being choked out of games. One of the reasons that's actually what happens is that until just a second ago, it was 4 sweepers on the side of SKT. They always love their sweepers. FLICKR has one of the lowest ward per minute because he switches to sweeper, usually on first back, to try to deny vision. So sticking vision for the side of ROX Tigers is oh so difficult. And in the end, when you have a Fed Jax, when you have a farmed Elise coming out of the Ethers, it's very difficult to actually contest the Baron that SKT is still desperate to take down.
Thankfully, there is one ward that has managed to stick. Key's sort of guarding it here with Songwon, but Saplings as well helping discover some things. And Tara able to farm himself back up to full health. He saw he was lacking a little bit in that department. There's a Warmog's done for Linderung, though. Interesting item buy. He'll have a very, very large health bar.
It's like a different take on the abusing health mechanic. Usually we see the Gargoyle Stone Plate as the completion to get a big burst of health. May still be going that way. The Cloth Armor and the Non-Magic Mantle would certainly suggest it so.
Yeah.
You do thrift shop into a Warmogs very well because it builds out of Kindle Gem, it builds out of Giant Spell, it builds out of basically every health item put together. So building it along the way has been good.
I would like a Bramble Vest, though, against this composition. I feel like if there's ever a Bramble Vest comp, it's this one. Doesn't have it just yet. FLICKR clears out that top wave very, very easily. 247 CS, still on that clock. Not quite as far ahead as he was in the last game, but he's on his Lucian. He wants to kill more champions rather than the creeps this time around.
We're just waiting to see what SKT's next step in their plan is. They have control in many areas. They've hit pretty much critical item spikes on everyone except for Bang, who is the Infinity Edge short of being just insanely powerful. They have a Jax that no one can really answer in the 1v1, even with a level advantage onto Linderung. But their warding's a bit haphazard. It doesn't really gain them power over one place. It's just kind of all over the place, spotting out where ROX Tigers is making their moves. And sure, they'll take a Cloud Dragon, but actually getting something like a Baron, actually cracking one of these inner turrets, for now is inaccessible for SKT.
Yeah, feels like ROX have managed to at least solidify some sort of normalcy, slowed the bleeding. SKT were able to get out because that gold lead has not changed for a very long time. Props to Linderung as well. He was identical in gold with Antara. This is 1 turret to 3 as well, as Lava taking a lot of damage from FLICKR. Once again going aggressive. There's the culling. Songwon cannot tank all of that up as, oh my god, very, very close as Peanut has to repel. He may actually just die as he falls down, but no, thankfully there. Oh, the Trinity Force proc. And that's going to do it. Peanut falls down.
Trinity Force proc and a crit. Key just throws down the Nature's Grasp. I guess he wanted to just put it on cooldown for a while.
Yeah.
No one else was chasing. No one else was going to come profit from it.
But Bang got rooted for a moment.
That's true.
So it hit. Okay.
As an Australian, that was a funny sentence. FLICKR will just leave. Doesn't have an item buy he wants. Goes to the top lane. Starts to push up the minions. It's a kill, but no more than that. For the ROX Tigers. Does allow them to contest vision a little bit and continue to stop the Baron rush that SKT already showed their hand on from happening.
Yeah, getting control around Baron is definitely important. Bang goes back and gets his Infinity Edge, though, so as far as times to fight for SKT, you'd think that now feels like a good option. There's a BF sword there for Sangyun as well as his finished Blade of the Ruined King, though, so he's feeling good. FLICKR finds Songwon. Cancels a few autos there. It's not like FLICKR.
Interrupt.
Going to secure the turret.
The interrupt on the headbutt by the body slam there as well, which is why there was no displacement.
Yeah, cute.
So the question should be, imagine, because we talked about how SKT, there was a bit of inaction, is what we would like SKT to do. Hold that thought for a moment.
Well, Bang surviving here would be a good option, but Lava actually decides that he's having trouble. FLICKR just eats the root. Not too worried about it. ROX, they've taken a little bit too much damage here. SKT now able to clear out some vision of their own. Bang does need to be careful. He doesn't have any lifesteal just yet. As Key finds his way in. Peanut takes so much damage.
Dead.
Just bopped around everywhere. It was a ragdoll in that fight. Wolf has to flash. Bang moves out of the way of these rockets, but ROX still want to put the pressure on. They want to take down this turret, and they should be able to do so. Decent snare onto Songwon, but he doesn't really care as Key moves himself forward.
And these ultra frontline comps have so much engaged. The Fates core into the Twisted Advance about as reliable as can be for the Maokai. The whole time FLICKR was off split pushing, so he will get an inner turret the first of the game for SKT. But remember that when you go for these tanks, we talked about it when we had the 7 tank comps earlier this week. What you can do, Atlas, is you can definitely turret dive. It is very straightforward. You don't have to have as great management of your side waves if you can just brute force through with double AD carry, triple tank. And sure, they lose a couple of turrets in the side lanes, but SKT, they're taking objectives against ROX Tigers. So if you think about it, they do go 2 for 1. But the control around the Baron, that's not what they've been able to do. The control ward line hasn't necessarily been able to secure them things. The Baron, though, they're going to start on, they have a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're going to add Bang to this mix as well. So with this Mountain Drake, Bang, and FLICKR, they've got so much damage. It should actually be a 50-50, but Songwon doesn't get the Flash Smite, and they deal with him as well. Now the fight is on. Linderung taking so much damage in the front line as Key's not as tanky as the other Maokais that we're used to seeing, but good Fate's call to keep him safe. But FLICKR gets over the side. Knockup comes in, but that is going to be the sacrificial tree. And 3 kills and a Baron buff, and SKT, their onslaught on these structures is certainly there. As Lava has to be very, very careful. FLICKR happy to jump under turrets here as well. Oh dear.
Gotta say that SKT's Baron takes, cleaner than we've seen from some other teams. Rush onto it, know the timer. Smite is on point from Peanut. They're gonna break the base on this single push. And SKT, that looked like they may have been thwarted for a while, make the decisive call that catches ROX snapping, even though Songwon was oh so perilously close from getting the Smite steal away. They break the base in multiple members, and now actually they're just a couple more turrets away from just routing ROX Tigers.
Now, where do they go next? Bottom lane looks to be pushing forward for SKT. They want to spend some of this piles of gold that they've just picked up. There's a cheeky cloak of agility there for FLICKR, and he augments that with the BF sword. So Infinity Edge going to be 4th item for the Lucian. That's a lot of damage, yeah. No flash smite to come out from Songwon. Felt like ROX had really committed to a fight they didn't want to take at that point.
Yeah, by the time the tanks came rolling one by one, there was no way for anything to happen. Songwon, the cocoon, is what really thwarted him. Even though he got very close, the smite went through before he entered the pit. Baron breaks the base in the top side. Bang is looking massive as he adds on the Lord Dominic's regard to the Infinity Edge. He finished at 3rd item.
Oh, that was an outright Lord Dominic's regard as well.
Yep.
That's a fair bit of cash.
Now the Jax will go top lane, push up a minion wave, while the rest of the team groups around the bottom side of the map. In those super minions.
Inside track vision here as well on the bottom side of the map. SKT controlling everything, apart from this control ward that ROX have been able to sneakily put down. Not a lot of control wards in the inventories of SKT. Wolf is the only man with any.
Face-checking brush is not something they need to do so much. They can just roll down the lane with the Baron buff, and also Jax pushing in the super minions faster than expected into the top lane turret. Someone's going to have to react to that.
Tara, as soon as he can get multiple people to respond, which they have to, because Baroned up super creeps, they attack real fast. It's a frightening thing. FLICKR's going to move down to the bottom lane, Bang pushing in the mid lane, and we mentioned this before, there's just a lot of structural damage, a lot of wave clear as well to fast push these waves, and not enough members of ROX to deal with this. Bang wants to get himself a red buff before he tries it again, and SKT take a moment to get this Ocean Drake.
And it's largely to actually make the Elder Dragon spawn and have another objective that ROX Tigers for now won't be able to get to contest spawn that might allow SKT to safely end the game. So not so much about the Ocean, but just getting the Elder onto the map around the 38-minute mark.
Also feels like FLICKR just wanted to kill something on his way to his blue buff, and then Infinity Edge purchase, which he goes back to base and does right now. 202 on the Lucian, but 403 for Bang on this Xayah. He hasn't really been one of our Xayah players, but it looks like he certainly has.
Quietly, 4-0. He's been less on it recently. You know, during the loss streak, didn't play the Xayah once, and now gonna move to 5-0 on the Xayah. It's like all the AD carries have picked it up after Kramer was being so extensive in prioritizing it higher than any other AD carry a couple of months ago.
And being very successful on it as well. It wasn't necessarily Bang that was leading the charge on that, but it was during the time where SKT looked like they could win with, you know, only Amumu's. And Songwon really struggling, but is able to utilize his explosive cast for the disengage. He just tanks up the culling just to make sure that nobody else dies, even if he didn't necessarily have to. Bang taking a fair bit of damage there. There's the Nature's Grasp, so SKT probably will soak that one up, but decent disengage maneuver.
It buys ROX Tigers the time for the minion wave to roll in, unless you just face tank it.
Yeah, Bang probably not the optimal player to face tank it, but still seems to work as Linderung. I could have done his funny little Cho'Gath dance. Cho'Gath dance is a cute one. He's going to really struggle to keep this Jax off this turret. No more Baron buff. That is good news for the ROX Tigers, but half the health bar this mid inhibitor turret. And remember, there are super creeps still heading towards the top lane. But to be honest, Pop Smithy, I feel like ROX Tigers have managed to survive through this after that initial inhibitor take better than expected.
And because they don't have bruisers who actually do struggle to kill super minions, because if they walk up, they can actually get chunked out. Cho'Gath on his own can delay a full minion wave and clear it pretty decently fast with the Vorpal spikes. He can play in one lane, and Jax can't dive or really just kill a turret next to him with how much true damage he's able to put out. So his delay tactics are strong. It is double AD from the ROX Tigers as well. So the delay is good, but the delay is only really buying them time. In a minute's time, they haven't been out of the base to put vision around Baron for the entirety of the Baron timer. So it's not actually going to really help them to win the game. It just really helps them to extend the game.
Yeah. It's at this point where SKT knows there's no sight wards that ROX have any ability to put down. So red buff going to look to be contested. Rupture goes wide. Wolf right in the middle of this fight, and Bang picks up the red buff. There's that pulverize onto Linderung, who takes so much damage. FLICKR over to the side, just wants to lock down Key, and both big tanks have been removed. It's only Songwon has any semblance of that front line, and SKT with these two picks should be able to follow it through for another inhibitor. There's an open one on the top side of the map as that just respawned, and then conveniently a Baron buff in 30 seconds or a Nexus to destroy if they can get any more of these picks.
You're going to wonder why ROX Tigers followed them into the red side jungle when there was no Elder Dragon to fight over. There was nothing to fight over in that area, and that just might be the game for SKT.
Yeah, Nexus turrets are falling down. There's the flash on Songwon to get himself to relative safety, but the Callista explodes. Lava is able to pick up FLICKR, but that's going to be the trade-in as Bang grabs himself another one. Nexus turrets will be destroyed, and there goes the Nexus as well. 2-0 once again for SKT.
And SK Telecom with that Telecom War, the next fixture for them next week on Thursday. Go into that fixture 4-0 on patch 7.14. Their opposition today was the ROX Tigers. They dispatched them easily. Many of things to compliment, some question marks in game one, but a lot more straightforward in game two. But they know their real test is on Thursday next week against KT Rolster. That will let us know if the hype for SKT in playoffs is real or fake. And for the ROX Tigers, this cements they will not be able to make the playoffs. They are still mathematically possible to make the relegation playoffs. So no big smiles for the ROX Tigers, no big smiles for SKT, but I'm sure the SKT fans with a 4-0 week might be able to put the memes to one side for a little while and wonder and hope that it'll be normalcy when they take on KT Rolster in the Telecom War.
Yeah, they get to watch KT Rolster try and deal with an on-form Longzhu Gaming as well before that. And if Longzhu continue their onslaught, it might be that we look at the Telecom War once again as somehow, even based on the previous record, as SKT favored. It always seems to be the way, as it hasn't been many times that SKT have lost these Telecom Wars. But we were thinking that with the 9-game loss streak, it could be KT's time to shine. And remember, this team was put together for this exact reason, to take down SK Telecom. But now, 4 games in a row, SKT have looked better. 7.14 in general, SKT have looked better.
And also they seem to have cemented on a lineup. They've stuck with Untara and Peanut for those 4 games. Is that a mind game? Will they still be freely subbing in Huni and Blank like they were earlier in the season? They've been pretty liberal in using their entire squad ever since they gave Untara his first opportunity in the summer season. But all we know is what's right in front of us. SKT, the blind pick Lucian looking excellent from FLICKR. Bang continuing to be professionally undefeated on the Xayah. All the tanks you could ever want from the side of ROX Tigers. And for a time, they were looking pretty decent.
Yeah.
The Baron went down, and so did the hopes of ROX.
And I like the cute little Maokai support idea as well, being able to Fate's Call Maokai into a backline and then having a Nature's Grasp for the extra CC, things like that. Like, it is cool in theory, but unfortunately, if you try and bring out cute things like this against SKT, they will just pick standard damage and destroy you.
Fair surmisation there, Atlas. You were on point with the pick ban, on point with the analysis. Solo cast incoming from Atlas. Your MVP.
That was the last series, Papa Smithy, but let's have a look. Is it who we thought it was? And it is going to be Bang. 7-0-3. Only 500 MVP points. The rest of his teammates seem to be stealing away his MVPs when SKT wins.
Had a lot to say a couple of days ago in response to some of the criticism he's received for his out-of-game antics, and also in regards to AD carry. He's always a good man to speak about when it comes to the mechanics. Maybe he'll talk to us about the Xayah power. And the power started for Xayah when he picked up a lazy triple kill early in the game. Songwon not going to want to see the replay of that one too much, and then Bang flashing in aggressive. We're going to see the replay here. For Songwon, the issue is he got stunned by the blade call, and then took 2 turret shots he thought he was going to skillfully sidestep, flashed in, picked up another, tripled that early, took away the power trough for the Xayah, and she just got so damn big.
And that was the timing as well. Fate's call came out and then blade call instantly to make sure that the low health Maokai coming out of a Fate's call just immediately died. It felt like from that point on, SKT just had a firm hold of the game that they never relinquished, much like the SKT that we grew to know and love, or maybe hate if you don't like one-sided games of League of Legends, when they were so dominant for the last 2 years.
And a lot of people thought that dominance was gone. We couldn't know after a 9-game loss streak. The answer may still be yes. The real test to lie in the future for SK Telecom T1. They win 4-0 this week. They are no longer on a losing streak. And we'll get to hear a bit more and maybe some more pointed questions about their expectations going into that telecom war.
And we'll see whether the hopes are higher for Bang as well, as we throw it once again to the MVP interview with FLICKR and Bang. So let's throw it over to Joel for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of the day. We have SK Telecom picking up yet another 2-0 victory, this time up against ROX Tigers, and we are here with today's MVPs, FLICKR and Bang, for the interview. FLICKR, Bang, we're back again in 2 days. How did it feel to win again?
네, 오늘 경기력이 일단 저희가 4연패할 때 그때보다는 나아진 것 같아서
I think our performance individually have been all spectacular compared to the 4 loss streaks.
개인적으로 저는 좀 만족스러운 것 같아요.
I think I was personally happy with my performance today. And you did record a no-death game in Game 2, but we want to first talk about Game 1. And you saw the opposition go right ahead with the aggressive picks of the Maokai and Cho'Gath going together. Yeah, we knew that both Maokai and Cho'Gath were considered good picks in the current meta, but we didn't imagine that they were going to pick both of them in the same game. So that was a little bit of confusion in our part.
그러면 실제로 거기에 대해서 뭐 탑이나 정글 쪽에서 뭐라고 하시던가요?
What did the top laner and the jungler say about that from SKT side? Yeah, they didn't have much to comment on that. I think they didn't really care about what they had to pick.
정글이랑 탑은 별말 없이 누가 와도 괜찮겠구나. 그래서 그 1세트에 상대가 블리츠크랭크를
In the first game, another surprise pick was the Blitzcrank, and I'm sure it was a very unexpected pick on that side also.
진짜 예상 못했어요.
Yeah, I had no idea. I think that was like the last expected pick from Blitzcrank.
기억나세요?
네, 좀 실수였던 것 같긴 해요. 근데 그 블리츠 크랭크가 아마 저희가 캐넨을 할지
But with Blitzcrank, we were trying to decide whether to go with Kennen or Zyra. I think if we went with the Zyra, I think it would have been a better pick to go with now that we think of it. I think with the pick, we already kind of lost the laning phase with that.
그래서 1세트 경기를 보면 카시오페아가 또 한타 때에서 굉장히 활약을 했어요.
And we want to go back to game 1 where we want to talk about the Cassiopeia, where it put a lot of damage during team fights, and that became the crucial part in building you guys' advantages. And did you have a lot of advantages with that specific champion?
초가스 마오카이를 뽑았잖아요.
Well, first of all, you know, with them picking Cho'Gath and Maokai,
잘 나올 것 같다.
I felt like the damage potential with the Cassiopeia against those specific champions was really huge.
그 두 명을 때릴 기회가 많이 없었던 것 같아요.
But it was unfortunate that I didn't get to hit those 2 specific champions. But I got to hit those, so I was pretty happy with my part, you know, as the ADC, being able to hit those 2 champions that FLICKR didn't get the opportunity to. And it was kind of funny to see how Cho'Gath had all the Ren stacks hit off of it visually. It was a very funny moment.
좀 생각보다 많이 안 죽어서
Yeah, we were trying to hit it consistently, but those 2 champions really had no thoughts of dying, and it took a lot longer than we initially thought.
잡는데 좀 오래 걸렸던 것 같은데 앞라인에서 많이 잘해줘서.
Yeah, especially the Cho'Gath was a trouble for us, but our front line did a good job of giving us space to put in the damage in. We have a video highlight that we want to look at to have a further discussion on. We felt like this team fight specifically was very important. What was it like during this fight?
그 위에 골렘 골렘 친구들이랑 같이 있었는데
골렘 친구들.
Yeah, we were with our Golem friends, just hanging out. And we knew that our team fight was about to break out, so our teammates made aware to us that what we were supposed to target. So it was a very casual thing from there. And a lot of people who play the Cassiopeia specifically well, especially with you and Crown, does the kind of the off-rhythm movements in initiating the fights. Yeah, I think it's important to get the ultimate in when the opponents least expected it, and that just getting that in through gets us a lot of advantages in the team fights. And the ROX Tigers, along similar with Game 1, they pick out Game 2 and they add Gragas to the mix. Yeah, we initially thought it was Gragas support. So they changed it to jungle, so there was a lot of confusion from our team thinking where those three champions were gonna land up, but yeah, but with all those champions having similar properties, we were just kind of thinking that we just had to take care of them one by one. And do you think those three champions that you talk about, are they viable for the support lane? Yeah, I think the fact that we have Doran Shield still available as a viable item pick in the first item, those three champions are definitely viable for the support picks. But I think those are very good for really initiating small fights, and of course, as long as you get to the late game, those tanking abilities of those three champions, even if they're in the support role, it does go very high, so they become very valuable. And going on with that, you guys picked up Alistar early and ended up with the Xayah. And considering that against the likes of Tristana, what was the priority of Xayah this time around?
트리스타나를 할 때 이제 갱킹 호응이 많이 중요하기 때문에 그나마 이제 근거리 서포터 챔피언들 중에는
Yeah, with Tristana, it's always important to have a support that can also contribute to the ganking support, where Tristana can really jump forward to make the gank happen a lot easier. You need a support that can do that as well. So that's also an important synergy that you have to always consider. And Lucian is still an undefeated pick for you, FLICKR. And you went with it blind once again today. Did you feel confident on that pick? Yeah, I guess we have a lot of confidence in certain picks, and Lucian is definitely one of them. It's definitely a copyright of SKT. Just having that confidence with that pick is something that we always have. And did you guys feel that, especially with Lucian having a lot of escape tools, was avoiding the skill shots from Cho'Gath, for example, was that a very easy task to do? Yeah, there is a player that uses a Cho'Gath specifically well, so against those kind of players it will be very difficult to, but other players who are not as talented in the specific champion, it's relatively easy to avoid those skill shots. And we have a video where you picked up the triple kill in the bot lane. Just seemed like ROX Tigers were a little bit too hesitant when trying to take the turret. Yeah, our bot duo were pretty confident that we were able to defend this turret regardless of how aggressive they were. So we just kind of stuck through, trying to defend the turret as much as we can. But they were going a little bit too aggressive. I think that's kind of why we just kind of reacted that way. Yeah, we didn't actually initially plan to kill those champions, but champions started falling one by one, and so we thought we could go in a little bit more to pick up additional kills. Yeah, the initial plan was definitely to just defend the turret and just keep ourselves alive. That was we didn't really plan for a triple kill in that specific situation.
그래서 또 자야로 멋진 노데스 플레이를 보여준 된 선수였고요. 자, 그래서 SKT가 남은 대진이 KT전과 이제 BBQ전이
Now you guys have KT and BBQ for the remainder of the season. That's the matches you guys have scheduled. But would you like to say anything regarding to the nearing the end of the season?
1등을 목표로 하고 있었는데
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the season we definitely said that we wanted to become first, and obviously that accomplishment is kind of out of the way. So I think the best we can do now is really trying to get the 2-0 victories. Is what that's the best thing we can do for now. So we just continue to ask you guys to continue to support us. Bang, would you like to say anything as well?
저희가 2라운드 이제 BBQ전이랑 KT전 남았는데
Yeah, we have a BBQ and KT left as our remaining enemies in the rest of the season.
경기를 봤는데 그래서 긴장 많이 해야 될 것 같아요.
And we saw their specific games this time around, so it's getting us nervous as to how much we should prepare for these teams. But we want to focus to the end of the season and hopefully get good results off of that. So thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, and great to hear from Bang and FLICKR once again. It has been a while since we'd seen members of SKT given their losing streak. So back-to-back games of Bang and FLICKR picking up MVPs in both of their games.
And that means a 4-0 for SKT here in Week 9. Only one more week of action coming up. Still one more game this week, though. At the Gangnam Stadium. Tomorrow we'll have 2 more series, but SK Telecom taking down ROX Tigers in pretty comfortable fashion. I do say a lie, it is the day after tomorrow. This is our special Friday broadcast.
I've been getting really confused about that as well. Saying things like yesterday when yesterday's relevant and irrelevant, and just don't even know. Oh, God.
Time is a flat circle, but it's time for SKT to confirm their spot in playoffs. 4 out of 5 spots have been confirmed. FLICKR and Jinair are the teams playing off for the final spot now that ROX Tigers are mathematically unable to get to 3 match wins and contest FLICKR Freaks in that particular spot. So, games will return on Sunday as well for this week before the telecom war rolls through next Thursday as the highlight of what is an excellent week of games. Longzhu in action against KT and Samsung as well.
And the Jinair FLICKR matchup as well, which is going to be so incredibly cool. Let's start off, finish this week with Jinair versus MVP, and then FLICKR taking on Ever 8 winners. Just wanting to pad those stats, and both FLICKR and Jinair need victories here to make sure that that next matchup is going to be as all-important as possible.
And now we reflect on what you dubbed a budget telecom war day. KT did have to toil pretty hard to take down BBQ. Much more straightforward for SKT, but still, the best of KT looked pretty damn formidable. In Game 3 especially. They can still play the early game as strong as ever. SKT back on the horse, but to what extent, we still can't really judge. So a really interesting day, and yet feels like we have more questions than maybe when we started.
Yeah, we had some answers, Papa Smithy. We just didn't quite get as many as we wanted because, yes, KT still relatively inconsistent. And yes, SKT not worse than our bottom 4 teams, but these are things that we probably still knew. This telecom war is still going to teach us so much if KT versus Longzhu doesn't teach us a little bit more on the way.
And somehow it's not even the biggest series next week because we do have Longzhu playing against KT and Samsung, potentially being first overall. SKT versus KT, and yet there's other great stuff.
There is so much good LCK action, but that's going to be it for tonight. We will see you on Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great one.